This is the Upper West region. Back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. Guys, did you know that we have hippopotamus in Ghana? Did you know it's right here in the Upper West region, a town called Wichral, and I'm here to see it for myself. I'm super excited.
So to the river, we have to join public transport. That is a motor cane. We sit on it. The driver will drive us comfortable to the river. There we join a canoe or a boat to go and see the hippopotamus.
So we are about to leave. We paid 40 Ghana cedis to rent the motor cane. After 20 minutes of a rough safari ride, we finally reached the river. I'm super excited. I haven't seen a hippopotamus before. I've been wanting to see this since 2 years ago, since I started YouTube, and I'm so happy I made it happen. And guess what? The dry season is the perfect time to visit the north. Rainy season, you know, the hippopotamus spend a lot of time in the water, so they hide under the water. But during the dry season, the water level is low, so they tend to bring their head up more than in the rainy season. So the perfect time to come is December, January, February, up to March. After March, the rain starts coming, and then you would have to wait till probably December. So.
There are safety precautions that I want to put in place before we go. We are now on water, no more on land. Follow what I will say you should do. Where you are sitting, be on the middle of the seat. Don't turn anyhow. If there's anything,
we have to be very quiet so we don't disturb the hippopotamus. So we have just started the trip, and I'm going to be Bushro. Wow, I've seen 2 so far. They keep coming out and going inside.
The Wichral Community Hippo Sanctuary is a community-based conservation initiative established by the chiefs and opinion leaders. Our main aim is to conserve the fauna and the flora, that is the plants and the animals, market it to the rest of the world or other regions as an ecotourism site.
So this is Burkina Faso, and Ghana.
The river, the hippo is the second largest land mammal after the elephant. Elephant is having weight over 4,000. A grown, matured male hippo, the weight is 3,200 kilograms. The female weight is 2,700, 2,800, depending on the age. They carry their pregnancy for 270 days.
Whoa!
And they give birth every 2 years. That's the interval. So we started 98 with only 4 hippos. But now, according to our hippo census, we are having averagely 50 hippos.
Wow!
50. But they live in groups. A group of hippos is called a school, like the school that each and every one of us attended. So depending on the group that we will meet, ever since I've been here for the past 10 years, the highest group I've ever come in contact, they were 22 in number. Sometimes you can see one. When you see one, that one is an independent hippo. It doesn't want to associate itself to any group because that one is always very much dangerous. Sometimes you can see 2, like what we saw at the entrance. That was a female and the little one. I'll give you this, and there isn't. Hippos, when they give birth, they're having the liberty to bring the children to the group. That is, if that offspring is a baby girl, the grown ones, they particularly the males, they don't have problem. They can support the mothers as far as nature is concerned to cater for them to also grow up. But if the mother unfortunately give birth to a little hippo and it's a boy, there's a problem. If it is brought to the group, the grown males will kill it because they don't want it to grow up and they will be competing over the women. It can just be like we are here 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 men against 3 women. If they are hippos, we have to attack the younger one. It could be this one or the other guy at the back. We have to kill him so that the women can be. We can do our mapping so well 1 to 1. So that's how they normally do it. Each and every one of us is carrying hair on top of our head, and even different components of the body. People is not like that. The only small hair you can see is those in the nose and in the eyes. Apart from that, their body is so exposed or naked. So they don't want to get their skin burned. That's the prime reason why they stay in the water for the whole day. When it comes to night, around 7, 8 p.m., they leave the water there on the land. That time temperatures are so down. So that's how they live. And they equally feed during night. So when they leave daytime and they are underwater, they are grazing. They eat a lot. Averagely, they can chop grasses. Their weight is around 40 kilograms per night. That's how they can eat. And per every bite, the magnitude of grasses or feed that they can consume is 50 centimeters. That's how it is done. Hippos, I can say, they don't have teenage pregnancy. At the age of 9, the females are ready to do conceive, give birth, and they also multiply.
We have seen about 6 of them, so he says we should be very quiet. Sleeping. This is so surreal. I saw hippopotamus in their natural habitat right here in Ghana. Wow. We are about to see the hippos from here. It's like a tree house, so let's go. So guys, this is another option. This is the tree house where you get to see the hippos right from sleeping here. So you can actually come here, come with your tent. They bring you here by boat from where we lodged earlier. Then you can spend the night here. So this has been exciting, guys. I'm so happy because when I was flying the drone, as soon as they heard the sound of the drone, even though they left after they noticed there was something around, I was able to capture them. This is so fulfilling. I'm so humbled and I'm so grateful for. Bye bye. Yo, that's it. Yo. Okay. All right. So if you understand what they said, I think we are very close to Burkina Faso, and we are going to Burkina Faso for the first time, and this is so exciting. You get to very close to another country, and you don't get to explore. But I mean, once I'm going to step foot there, I can say I'm also going to Burkina Faso. So keep watching, guys. I hope you're enjoying this video as much as I enjoy documenting my experience. So because of the drone, we worried them, so it will take some time. Yes, I literally sacked them.
But it was worth it.
Yeah, because standing from afar getting a footage of them was a little difficult. We couldn't see their entire body. So yeah, how do you feel?
I'm just trying to soak it all in, guys. I can't believe that I have been up close and personal. I'm sitting in.
How do you feel?
Oh my god.
That's exactly when I was flying the drone. I had so much feelings. I was like,
Alright, so right now, guys,
look at them.
we're in the middle of the water.
They're like
We're
my
going to
friends
Burkina
now.
Faso. We're about to step foot on the land. Can't wait.
The surprising thing is, guys, we are going to Burkina Faso. We are approaching Burkina Faso. We are approaching Burkina Faso, and boom! We are in Burkina Faso.
We are there. We've gone to another country.
We are going to step foot in Burkina Faso. So guess what, guys? I just entered Burkina Faso. I mean, this plant is from Burkina Faso. This tree is from Burkina Faso. I just stepped foot in Burkina Faso and I feel so great. So when you're standing here across the river, the black water is Ghana, and I'm currently here. The border is not too far from here. It's quite a walking distance. We'll have to go inside, but we don't have a means of transport unless we walk. So yeah, it feels so good. After a short tour, we are leaving back to Ghana. So yeah, this is the Monkey Island. During the rainy season, we see a lot of monkeys here, but because we are in the dry season, they've moved away for a better living. We started our journey from another point, but we are using the shortest route, so this is the end of the boat ride. We are going to walk to where we parked our Motor King. So this is how it looks like from here. This place is really beautiful.
First people to settle in Wichao town moved from the Gumba land. Obviously, long ago, there used to be disputes over women and land issues. So those in the Gomba land, or the people who migrated from that place and settled in Wichao, they decided to relocate. So when they were coming and they got to Wichao, the leader asked them to stop because he foresaw that that place was a nice place for living, but the place was very like a forest, very bushy and full of wild animals. In order to clear the place for a very peaceful or safe living, he just asked them to start clearing the place that they want to settle. So that's how they came by the name Wichao. The we is just like the English we all know, so many people. Then the chow in our language means to cut, clear, or cut something, or chop something.
Nice.
So weed and then
We chow.
So we chow, we chop, we cut. Wow, amazing. For the group trip, we paid 60 Ghana cedis for entrance, 60 Ghana cedis for the safari and the boat ride, and we paid 40 Ghana cedis for transport, which we shared among ourselves. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Mwah. hope you're doing amazing. As part of my experience here at the Royal Kuzi Hotel is a safari experience. You guys are coming along. Let's see the animals here. I hear there are lions here in the safari. Did you know that? I'm yet to see it for myself. So let's go. Let's experience the place. I like the view. I love the West. I love the Upper West. Let me know in the comment section if you're enjoying my Upper West series so far. Let's go. Let's see what they got.
Hotel and safari. Yeah, it's really a wildlife ranch. We have wild animals where we are keeping them on ranches. But before we start the tour and then everything, I'll be your tour guide for this morning. And I'm in the person of Halidu.
Are we going to be walking?
Yeah, it's really a three-whole project. We are still to have an official launch of the whole thing.
Okay.
Maybe when that is done, our safari cars and then everything is already in.
Okay.
So we'll not be doing this walking tour. And then we just have a drive tour.
It's because we are the pioneers.
You see?
We are the pioneers.
Exclusives when you roll with us.
So yeah.
So what's in this here?
This our hippo camp.
Ah.
This camp is referred to as our hippo camp.
Are the hippos in here?
Yeah, they are in.
Wow.
The hippos are here.
Yeah, they are in.
Where are they?
Are they big?
They are big, but they are really young ones.
Oh, okay. How old are they?
They are just 20 months old.
Oh, okay.
This camp is electrocuted. It's electrocuted because of the hippopotamus. Yeah, we are trying to maybe scare them away from getting closer to the fence. Aside that, we don't want them to be moving around. So the electrocution scares them away back into the water.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I hope it doesn't kill them.
No, it doesn't kill because
what do they eat?
they feed on grass. They are looking for a supplement. Usually we go around the banks of the dams in the morning to also search for fresh grass to just add to their feed.
Okay.
They are really managing our dry grasses, but we also give them a supplement.
Okay.
So usually every morning we try to get them fresh grass that they'll feed on.
How deep is this water?
It's about 6 feet deep.
6 feet.
6 feet.
But that covers all their body.
Yeah, it covers even 3 feet can cover their body. So what happens is because here we have a different seasons, the dry and then the wet season. But we've monitored this water for the past 3 years to also know that the drainage system doesn't pass that 3 feet level, so which holds the hippos.
Yeah, you can see their body. I saw one here earlier, but it's gone inside. Yeah.
It's gone in.
Hey.
Looks like the hippos here at this safari, they don't like us.
They don't like you. No,
They don't like us.
Not that they don't like you. They like you. Basically in the morning because they're fed during the night. They like to stay under for some time. Yeah. They stay under for some time. So on this water will be getting more dirtier.
Okay.
So it's just our way of trying to make this water clean.
Oh, that's the pumping machine.
Yeah, that's the pumping machine. So and there's a filter over there. So we pump the water into the filter, recycle it, and then pump it back again.
Wow.
This is so interesting.
Aside that, we also have different species, inclusive to the hippo. Inside this pond, we have about
inside
3.
The pond.
Yeah, inside the whole pond. This pond is really large.
So it's a man-made pond?
Yeah, it's a man-made pond. We have a man-made pond and then a man-made dam. Almost everything here is artificially created.
Okay.
Almost.
How big is the safari?
It's about 240 acres.
200.
Wow. For the whole project.
That's really
With the exception
huge.
of the hospitality, which also holds about 60 acres.
Okay.
So the whole project holds like 300 or 320 acres.
Wow, that's
These things, the hippos, they are really dangerous animals.
Yes, they're wild.
They are wild. They are wild and then very dangerous animals.
They'll attack us.
Yeah, but they don't just attack unless you try to temper in their home.
Their space.
Yeah, because now they know they are living in their home.
This is their home.
Their water is
We
their
don't
home.
want to trespass on their territory.
Yes, you don't need to trespass in their territory.
Hey, so if we go to Waitrose, then what? If they see the
So
boat-
usually, I know for sure, like per the videos I watch, when you go to rain trial, you have to be extremely quiet. So they'll tell you to be quiet just to watch them. Then after that, you just go. Yeah. So if it's like flying a drone or something, you don't fly it
Can't
when
do
you're
it.
there.
Yeah.
You can fly it when you're outside.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But currently what we do is we have guys around who move to also check on our animals. So in case we even have visitors or tourists who want to see animals, we can contact them. Like any moment from now, I have to like try to read them whether our animals are closer or they are far away.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that
And
the
then
whole safari is really fenced, so no animal moves out of this territory.
Okay. You all come and check it out. Remember who showed you first?
We, Stella Chanelli, Miss Drew, Laurie Lawson, you know the vibe, you know the vibe.
The elephant.
No, the lions, yeah.
Oh, the lions are fed all the time.
Yes.
I feed them thrice a week.
Oh, okay.
I feed them on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Hey.
And the feed is a full donka. Usually they are usually spread by ants. So that's why we have plenty of them around. The one with the
tree?
Yeah, this tree. Wow. Here we call it the Sira.
Syrah.
In our local language.
Does it
But
produce
the
fruits?
No.
Okay.
But it just drives away ants.
Yeah, it dries away and then it will raise, the leaves will start developing.
Guys, this is beautiful. Look at them. Look at them.
They only lose their fear in the night. And this is
okay.
how they stay when they are well fed and then they don't see any other thing worrying them. They are always, they know they are in their home.
Okay.
So they don't have anything to bother about.
Wow.
So as they see us around, you see it will get to a time then they will start looking scary in a way because they don't know our mission. Unless they stay for some time and then they get to know that these people, they are harmless. What happens is during the hunting stage, these ones, you see how they are staying. This is how they stay to observe animals, just to identify the weak one. So they stay in the bush, like they are even staying inside the bush to hunt. They can stay for almost 2 to 3 days to identify a weak one among the flock. So the moment they put the chase, they are targeting you.
Yeah.
Now let's assume we are standing like this. They are able to identify a weak one among us.
Yeah.
So the moment they jump out of this fence and they are putting the chase, they can run past you, run past my sister here. Then they are targeting me because they think I'm they've observed that I'm the weak one. And any speed I have, but I can't run past that 800 meters, they will be targeting before they can catch me. And usually that's how they do their hunting. And normally it's the females that hunt. So the females are the wild ones.
Oh, right.
They are really wild. The females are the wild ones. And they are like cats.
Come on. Yes, girl. Yes.
Ready.
See how I pulled her?
We are harmless,
on.
don't worry.
Come on. Hey! My goodness.
Oh my goodness.
You should have seen me.
I was just talking about this fence. So this one runs from where we started the tour, the entrance of into the dam. And the reason is we try to stop certain species, almost all the antelopes from getting to this side because that's where the lions are.
The dam is a
So we
natural dam, right?
No, it's an artificial
man-made.
dam. It's a man-made, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we don't want some of the species to be getting closer to the lions. We
Even
want
though
to-
they're in the cage?
Yeah, but they may see certain species like the zebras, for instance. That's their favorite meal. So they may want to jump out and then feed on it. So we have to prevent that.
Okay.
We need to let that thing out of their mind to have the feeling that they may go out and then put a chase on any animal.
Yeah.
So we try to stop all animals from getting to the lion's cage.
But then, do you still come around and see some animals? What animals have you seen here?
Inside this cage,
Yeah.
we have different species. The different species of the antelopes.
Okay.
You have the fallow deers, the bushbacks, the elands, zebras, and then blackback. You have all of them inside this camp.
Walking free.
Yeah, walking free.
Nice.
The first thing we saw right here is the shea tree. If you haven't seen a shea butter tree, this is how it looks like. The skin of the tree feels funny. Yeah, look at it. It's so rough. So, at which month does it fruit?
Yeah, April, May.
April, May.
Start fruiting, yeah, April, May.
Okay, by that time the vegetation is green.
It's green. This bark, you see that the bark is hard. It's like the bark of the crocodile.
Yeah.
It prevents it from fire outbreak.
Oh,
so the bark is really strong. And this same tree is where we get our charcoal from. Though it's advisable we don't practice deforestation, but if you want the best charcoal, it's from the shea tree.
But
Even
hey, don't go do that.
the fruit itself is edible.
Yeah.
It's really tasty.
Yes.
So after
I hear
eating
it
the
tastes
fruit
like
itself-
pear.
Yeah,
Shea butter.
Yeah, I'm yet to taste the
We
real
would
fruit.
taste
it's
it.
still processed into shea butter.
Yeah.
Yes. And you can use it
Then
for
even-
eating,
yeah.
skin, everything.
And even after processing it into shea butter, the chaff that is left is not even thrown away. They mix it with sand, and then when you go to some of our local communities,
They
it is
build
used,
houses.
yeah, to plaster houses.
Oh.
You go to some of these local communities, you see house plastered without cement. Usually you mix the chaff with water
With water.
and then sand.
This
You
is
use it.
local cement. So this is how
Full green, yeah, when it's
the
fine.
fruit looks like. And this is how it looks like. This is fresh. It's now fruiting. But then when it becomes big, then they dry it before they can start using it for shea butter. So yeah, this is how it looks like. And it's really beautiful out here. I like the fact that the weather is hot, but you don't sweat. It's dry. And it makes me feel pretty, like sun, the glow, the extra
shea butter, and my mom is like, "Are you sure you don't add anything?" I'm like, "Nope, just shea butter."
So since we are seeing the poop of zebras here, this is how it looks like. He says he's very sure the zebras are around. This area is not fenced, it's the free range. So we are walking in search of zebras. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we are hoping to see zebras.
Yeah.
And so how often do you see them?
Usually every day.
Every day.
Every day.
So we are very hopeful we'll find zebras. I'm super excited because the only time I've seen a zebra was at Shy Hills, which is caged. So this living free range, I can see their poop all over. What's the name of their poop? Or is still poop?
It's poop.
It's poop. Okay, poop is poop. So yeah. Are you enjoying the tour so far? Let me know in the comment section.
You enjoy yourself, Stella?
So we are in search of the
Zebras.
and we are following their poop.
Yes.
But we are up the hill.
We are still going high, high.
We are not seeing anything. So let's go. Let's hope we'll find them. Whenever you're here, please come with the appropriate shoes, like a hiking shoe, something to protect because it's very rocky as you can see here. So we've been walking past 20 minutes. We haven't had any sign of the zebras yet. So we have found like 3 poops around. So we are still walking and in search of zebras so that you could also have a feel of how they look like if you've not seen one before. So they say we found a fruit. It's called the yellow berry, locally called saba. This is how the tree looks like. What did you say it tastes like?
Like mango?
No. Very tasty, like tamarind.
Tamarind. Oh, okay.
Tangerine. Not orange.
Oh, I see. Wow. These are the things you get to learn when you travel. You wouldn't know until you travel. So I would encourage anyone, when you visit a new country, try and do something different.
We are just moving
So
this way.
we are still in search of the zebras, and at this point, this is how my view looks like. For the antelope, I got them close. Oh, that's one. It's running away. They are so fast. I just saw the antelopes running with their family, and I'm super excited because the last time I was in Mole National Park, as soon as you see them, they run away. So it's exciting. I'm quiet because we are hoping to still see the zebras. We don't want to scare them away. So yeah, the hunt is still on. We've been walking for close to 30 minutes and it's been fun so far. We finally found a zebra. Hey, there are two. There's one here.
And the other one is over there.
So this is it. Finally found the zebra. So this is called an eland. He's trying to move away. I don't know if you can see. Yeah. This is so beautiful. Look at the zebra. And that's another one there. The good part is they are so friendly, even though they are in the wild. This is another one. Oh my god, he's peeing. He's peeing. And this one is right here.
Walking.
This is so beautiful. It has been amazing. This is the closest I have come in contact.
I've ever been to
Yeah.
a zebra because Shy Hills, there's a fence that stops us from touching it. I fed them in Shy Hills, but this one, we're like, if I wanted to jump on its back, I could have.
And the fact that we've been walking for over 40 minutes just to find them.
We finally
Oh
found
my
them.
goodness.
Mission
Accomplished. And this is so
one
beautiful. See, that's an ostrich here. It's very far away and it's also living in the free range. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you had an amazing tour with me, and this has been amazing. As it stands now, the hippos are still inside the water, but then stay tuned because in my next video we are going to see them.
Yes, we are.
It's going to be a surprise. That's why you should subscribe.
Come on.
Show some love.
Yes.
Show some love to Miss Drew.
Thank you.
And Laurie Lawson. That is her hair. Laurie! Yeah. So subscribe to all of them, their channels. Show them some love. Tell them Stella Chanel sent you. Because there are there are 2 travel vloggers. I mean, the only female vloggers.
Come on.
So far
Listen,
in Ghana.
We are the
Show
ones
some
that
love.
do it all. So show some love, like, subscribe, share, comment. Let's get interactive in the comment section. Mwah.
Let me know in the comment section which of the animals you saw that was simply amazing to you. I love you all as always. This is love from the Upper West region. It's a fresh start to 2022, and as usual, I'm back with a lot more spice on your favorite talkatainment. Yes, on this episode, we'll find out how medicine married arts and entertainment. Yes, so I know I'm getting you confused, but when we come back, we'll find out more about what I'm talking about. This is yours truly, Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away. And we are back from that quick breather. As usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get 1 small pizza, fries, and chicken.
1 Coca-Cola drink at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesdays at 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0244 133 397 0244 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And on to the next thing. Yes, I stated in my intro that I guess for today, I don't know, he's within the arts and entertainment industry, but at the same time, he's doing something more formal. So we have arts here and we have medicine here. We have here the one and only Obi Amponsa. You are welcome, Obi.
Thank you, Elsie. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
You're looking fabulous.
Thank you, you too.
Oh, stop it.
So I was expecting you to be in something formal.
Yeah. I mean, you caught me on my side job.
Okay.
Yes. We record for the House Zero show. So on Thursdays we do the skits and all that. So yeah, that is what we are doing today.
But
Today I'm not in the consulting room.
Oh.
I'm off clinic duties.
I
today.
see. But how convenient is that though? You're able to make time for these things. How convenient is it?
Yeah, I'm more of a locum doctor. Yeah, locum doctors are part-time. So maybe somebody's going on the leave for about 2 weeks. They need somebody, an optometrist to fill in for him or her. Then I go and then do that. So I work on my own terms. I'm like a freelancer optometrist. Yeah.
I see. So with all your comedy stuff going on, how do people see you
The consulting.
at hospitals? Like when they see you, how do they react?
Yeah, I thank God for nose mask though. First of all, I thank God for nose mask because usually they see you, they see your eyes, and they go like, "Are you?" And some want you to pull down the nose mask so they confirm. Others just don't care whoever you are. Like maybe they'll recognize you, alright, but they are there for their eyes. And so, but I've had reactions where patients are probably stunned a bit when they realize that I'm the one they see on TV and then they see in the consulting room. Yes, I've had those reactions as well before. But it's a good bitter taste. Like sometimes when you're in the consulting room, you want to be.
Can you recall any of the crazy, encounters you have had with your patients with regards to?
Yeah, like a patient brought, the daughter brought the mom, and then the mom realized that I was the guy on TV and I was also the consulting, the doctor.
Yeah.
And she almost married me to her daughter.
Ooh.
Yeah, because she thought I was quite responsible, Hey, you know, I know TV, so I know not here. That was when I was in the central region. So, say, but your brother, how are you? And I said, oh, they've been worried. And then he called the daughter, very beautiful daughter. He wanted me to marry her. Yeah,
But are you married though?
I'm not married.
So why didn't you also, or she wasn't your spec?
What are you saying?
Oh, you heard me.
Well, I mean, I don't know what happened. We talked. That was it.
You exchanged numbers.
Yeah, and then we talked.
And what happened?
On to your next.
Anyways, let's delve into the comedy aspect.
Yeah.
What has been like your greatest reward for performing at an event?
When you say greatest reward, are you
Yes,
talking about
so
money?
in terms of money.
Money.
Yes.
Money will be the 1,000 laughs. My biggest paycheck so far is at 1,000 laughs. I think 1,020. One of them, 1,026. The one before the last year's on, it was good. And my biggest exposure would be, so that's the monetary side. But for exposure, that would be when I went to perform in Nigeria, the Lord of the Rings Comedy Festival, with Basket Mouth and a couple of other very talented comedians. it was the first time performing outside the country to a different crowd altogether who didn't understand
with the Ghanaian accent.
You know, yeah. So it was a beautiful moment, and the reception from the Nigerians was awesome. And so it was one of my best moments. Like so far, I would say that, and then the next one will be me when I hosted my own show at the National Theatre.
But what was some of your observations though?
When I went to Nigeria?
Yeah, on the performing on the Nigerian stage as compared to, Ghanaian stage.
Yeah.
And the crowd, organizers, everything.
Yeah, the organization was superb. I was given a 5-star treatment when I landed in Nigeria. Apart from the immigration trying to find something from me. Yeah. Which is everywhere, like so. And then I was picked up from the airport to the island. Is it
What's the name of
VI,
the
Victoria Island?
Victoria
Yes. And then I checked into my hotel at Echo, beautiful Echo Suites.
Echo Suites.
Echo Suites or like, is it suite or suite?
Suites. Yeah. Suites.
So I checked into Echo, and the treatment was awesome. Food, star treatment, boss, have you eaten?
Yeah.
Except for the jollof, but the other foods were awesome.
Except for the jollof.
Yeah, the jollof there.
It's Nigeria jollof in Korea.
Oh, but Ghana jollof they be past Nigeria jollof. But there are other foods.
Is it true? It's like it tastes like it was made with palm oil.
It tastes like oblayo. Like the rice is big. That's the problem. I think the rice, the cooking and everything is okay, but the rice is local. It's the big one.
And it's sticky.
Yeah, it doesn't remove one. So that's what makes Nigeria. That's my observation. But their gushi, their oporo. Oh goodness. Ogbono. My goodness. I wish I was eating some right now. Their food is awesome. So they treated me well, and the reception on the stage. When I came, a brother from Ghana make some noise for Obi Amponsa. Yeah, and I went on stage. On my right were people, on my left in front of me was a big auditorium, and they laughed from the first joke to the last joke. What I realized was that they laughed at my relatable jokes.
Yeah.
Yes, and I tried as much as possible to do a few researches about the Nigerians.
Yeah.
They are footballers.
Yeah.
So I linked them, and then there are some things that are general.
Yeah,
like
their way of life.
Yeah, makeup is done in Ghana, is done in Nigeria. Yeah. Football, work, and it was awesome. It was
with their pronunciations.
That's something I plan on picking on sometime. But COVID came and then we had
funny enough, they feel they speak better than us, like in terms
of
English.
Yeah, shut the door.
Doctor.
But that's theirs. Yeah, that's and we also feel like our English is way better. The funny thing is we are all using a borrowed language.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You see. So recently, with you being a comedian and all of that, you're an SDA member.
Yes, I'm an SDA church member.
You play instruments in your church as well?
Yeah, I play the keyboard sometimes. Not like full-time keyboardist, but
multi-talented.
Oh, stop it.
So has there been any instance where your pastor has called you aside to talk to you about everything that you're doing?
Yeah. My pastor actually has done that a couple of times to put me in the right direction.
What did he say?
He said I should be careful. I should be careful. I don't know where you know. But I am not sure you say in the phone. Oh yes, we will be doing it, and then before you realize, you divert. No frigidity. So I'm always being put in check so that I stay in the faith.
So you're a church boy.
Oh, I'm a church boy. I'm a choir master. I do choir rehearsals every Sunday afternoon. I'm a church choir master, district church organist at the Ebenezer SDA Church at Kasua.
What's the shortest voice training ever for choir masters? I know they have this way of training for English.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And what else?
You clear your throat. You wanted the shortest one.
They do something,
Yeah. Usually you can use a song.
Okay.
Like as a favor, please sing for me the scale of si do re mi fa sol la ti do ti la so fa mi re do, something like that. Or for me, I'm quite innovative. I use Now Today. You know that song? That song helps with your breath control. Can you try it?
Yeah.
You see,
True.
So you have to wait for me to finish.
True.
Now today for
yeah.
you get me? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah.
So I know everybody must have had his or her breaking point in whatever thing you're doing. So did you at any point want to stop doing comedy?
Yeah. I had my first like big time breaking point. I've said this on a lot of interviews. At the my second time on 1,000 Laughs, I was billed to perform. I was hot then in 2016 August.
Yeah. So now you're not hot again.
Oh no, those days like 2016
You're
when I was coming out.
hot.
Yeah, so I've blown twice. So I believe in 2016, and then the flame was doused because I literally flopped on that night. I did jokes that I had not tried anywhere before. And as a comedian, before you try a joke, you should, on a big stage, you should have tried it on smaller spaces like clubs, comedy clubs, you know, pubs, a place with 50 people. And then when it works, you know, that sample size is representative enough of the people you are going to perform to. I did not do that.
Oh.
So I thought I was super. And I was humbled on that stage. I almost gave up. What encouraged me was I had a show the next day in Takrade, the Sunday. And so I even called the guy that cannot come for the show. Looking at the state I was in, and he said if I do not come, his show would flop. And so I went for that show, and I vented on them. Yeah, it went so good that I paused and I asked myself, like, so what happened the previous night? And I realized the mistake I did.
But what exactly did you do on the stage? The
performance?
Yes.
It was jokes that I had not rehearsed with anybody, like with people. And so though there was laughter, it wasn't to the level I was expecting it. And people were expecting so much from me that I shortchanged them in that performance. So it felt like I didn't do well.
Okay.
I almost quit. It took a lot of people to call me. Clemento Suarez called me to talk to me about my performance. He said, Charlie, I should just take it in good faith and then work on it.
Oh,
so,
sorry. Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that...
Don't go there.
No, I'm not going in. I'll go there. You can't tell me where to go.
Okay.
Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that there was a point in time you were very depressed after that Mahama joke.
Yeah.
And then they took you to a strip club.
Elsie, where did you get this
Please,
one?
excuse. Yes.
Please cut this out of it.
No, they took you to a strip club. So what happened there?
What happened?
Where the strippers?
What?
Hello, you remember?
Yeah, I do remember.
Yes.
A friend to help me kill my depression.
Yeah.
Suggested that looking at the bottoms of women would probably calm me down, and it did calm me down. So
how did it calm you down? Tell us, take us
God
through.
created human beings, especially men, to be calmed by the profound features of women. So yeah,
if you lie, I'll know. I know the story. So tell us how it went.
So I'm telling you that I went to the strip club. They asked me, do I want a fair or you want the experience? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They asked me, do I want a fair lady or I want a dark lady? And then I went for fair, and they gave me the lady who they gave me. They called a lady called Happiness. Then Happiness came.
Ooh.
Yeah, and apparently if you have to touch her, you have to pay something. And so she asked me, she wasn't Ghanaian. I think she was either Nigerian or Liberian. You want to touch? I said, yes. He said, 10 cedis. Then I'll pay, and then maybe...
you hold her breast?
Yeah, hold her breast.
Hey, God.
Yeah.
Papa.
And it helped with my depression.
Okay. So, with all these experiences and all that, how far can a comedian go with insensitive jokes? Learning from your experience.
Yeah, I think a joke is a joke, okay? We are living in a sensitive world right now. And the problem is that you have to be careful who is listening to the joke. Because a joke that is funny to you may not be funny to somebody else. And a joke is a lot funnier when it's not about you. And so if we begin to understand what a joke is, then we would know what to deal with when it comes to jokes. So jokes literally mean don't take it serious. And so if somebody makes a joke about something like I did with the name Mahama, it wasn't a malicious intent. It was because I felt I could joke around it. And as a comedian, you need to bear the consequences of your joke.
Let's take a short breather here. I know this is getting more wavy, but when we come back, we have so much more for you. Don't go away.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, you're watching Talk Assignments on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the very handsome, the very handsome Obi Amponsa. We're still here vibing.
Yeah, we're vibing.
You live at Kaswa, right?
Yeah, I live at Liberia Camp.
Budumburam.
Yeah, Budumburam.
Okay. But you've heard that they are transforming your toll booth into a toilet.
Yeah, can you imagine?
What's your view?
Yeah, it's funny because we thought the toll booths were causing traffic, okay? Mm-hmm. And they took away the toll booths, mm-hmm. and the traffic intensified.
Ooh.
And now they want to bring washrooms on the highway.
Yes.
How pressed are you that you'd want to stop on the highway to take
and toward
and then you be there, you hear yes, because there are vendors there.
I know.
It was driver man, but like what's happening?
You know,
it's crazy. You be there in the washroom and the ambulance will be passing with it. I don't think they are going to implement it. I think the minister said it out of jest. He was just like, okay, let me put in like what came in his mind. Like I've thought of it. Like he saw it and like, okay, well maybe we shouldn't take it off. Maybe we should let people pee. Because he doesn't like the fact that they go by the roadside.
Obi,
yes,
if you like a girl so much and the girl tells you that no sex before marriage, would you still pull through or not?
Yeah, I'll pull through.
Hey. Why?
Yeah. I mean, if I like her so much, yeah, I would make that sacrifice and then get married to her quickly. So
would you make that sacrifice and stay? Or you would maintain a side?
No, I mean, I'm a faithful guy in a relationship, so why is the Rabna yawning when I said I'm a faithful guy in a relationship?
Because
because what?
No, can we continue?
Do you have anything?
No.
Talk. Like let the people
No,
know.
like I'm surprised. Well, okay, that's your answer though. But it's fine.
What have you heard about me?
No, men.
Men. Well, like I've told you, unless you have an answer to that question, this is my answer to you.
That you stay faithful?
Yes.
And not even explore others?
No, not at all.
So what would you do? You masturbate?
No, I don't masturbate.
You've never masturbated?
Is that a question part of the interview?
No, like we are going somewhere. It's a follow-up.
It's a follow-up.
Yeah.
Like I've never... Well,
no, you said you don't. So I'm asking you whether you used to and you stopped.
With what?
Masturbation.
Well, that's a broad topic. When you say masturbation,
Hello,
I mean, what are you talking about?
Hello. The
Yeah.
masturbation, you know that I know that you know I'm talking about.
So in Nigeria, they call it soapy. Okay. Some use soap because they use soap. They call it soapy. Some
So
use,
do you soapy, do you
some use
creamy,
okro.
do you okroy, whatever it is, do you do it?
Yeah. So for that thing, is for a lot of guys, it's a solo act. You know, something they do in their solitary environments, and it's something they do not divulge the info out to people. It's a personal thing. I believe if you do it, you wouldn't like it to be out there, or if you've ever done it before, or if you know. So
Hey, this pastor dear.
That's a question.
This pastor that is hey,
that's
this
a question that
pastor.
I would like to deflect.
Don't worry, I know the pastor.
You know what?
The pastor will call you if you say you do it. He'll call you.
If I say I don't do it, he will still call me. So I
Oh.
mean, yeah, I might as well sit
Pastor,
on the fence.
this pastor. Anyways, it's okay. But because I know, like almost out of 100, 98% of guys masturbate.
Maybe I'm part of the two.
Huh?
For you know, you never know.
Let's move. Your relationship with Lexi the comic.
Yeah.
He's your very close friend.
It's a very.
How do you influence each other?
Lexi is a very creative guy. He's like my personal favorite comedian, and so we sync with each other, and there's this kind of synergy where he rubs off my energy. I also do that of his, and we've realized that coming together to work has really helped all of us in our confidence, our stagecraft, and in various avenues we are pursuing. So Lexi is a very good colleague, very funny guy, and I'm glad I know him as a friend.
Okay. At what point is it too much to repeat a joke?
When it's the same audience for about 4 to 5 times, you know, but comedy dwells on surprise. Like, you're not expectant of the punch, and then I land it and you're like, oh, and then you laugh, okay? The next time, you're not really expectant, but maybe you've heard it already, but you're like, okay, this joke is funny. Maybe you tell a friend, listen to this one, and then you laugh. The third time, you be like, yo, enough, okay? Like, yeah, tell me something new. Yeah. It's not like music. And so comedy is quite tough. And that is why we always advocate that we would go nationwide, so that our audience is not just restricted to Accra. And so we go Techiman, Brekum, you know, Volta region, so that you gather the experiences and then come serve also the people in Accra with that. We don't have the financial wherewithal to carry on with these tours. So we appeal to corporate people to come around, support. If you want us, and comedy doesn't involve much. You don't need the too many lighting, the sound, good sound, and then the performance. And so if there are corporate bodies watching us who would like for us to tour the 16 regions, we are ready. Let's come, let's talk it out, so that we wouldn't be repeating jokes to the same people in Accra. Coming up with like 15-minute content is tough. You understand? That's why when a comedian gets it, he tries to work it out. And that's why people say we don't post a lot of our videos online. It is because the jokes would get old. And so sometimes the ones that we allow, we let them out. And for other times, the jokes that maybe you just wrote like a 5-minute material that you know works very well, you'd have to eat off it. You know, be playing maybe some corporate shows, blah, blah, blah. Because if you post it, TikTok picks it, everybody picks it, it becomes a viral thing. Now when you're performing it, nobody enjoys it anymore. And then you can't make cash out of it. They'll find you boring. And so we don't usually let out our videos because of that. And that's why sometimes we appeal that even for you, GhanaWeb and the other media channels, when you come, maybe a 2-minute snippet is fine. But to pick the whole stuff and then go put on your thing, it makes our work quite difficult. Unlike the Kwame Eugenes, the kiddies who can perform Touch It here, tomorrow Touch It. Kwame Eugene still singing Angela, you know, because it's good music. And music stays. But unless it's probably by popular request, you say, okay, that joke that you did, can you do that from then? So that's it for us. Jokes can be repeated. Sometimes we even modify it, but still repeat it.
Comedy, medicine, which one pays more?
Comedy. comedy pays good. It also takes you to places that probably your profession wouldn't take you. That's why I consider this as a career. It carries me, around. Yeah, I wouldn't go to Nigeria because of optometry. I went to Nigeria because of comedy. You understand? So,
what projects are you currently working on?
Yeah, we are working on a couple of projects. We plan on hosting a show in August. Myself and Lexi. You guys should watch out for it.
Okay.
Yes, the title is Lesser Gods of Comedy. It's going to be an awesome, a good production, and I'm grateful for my previous one, which I haven't talked about.
Yeah.
I did a show at the National Theatre, popular but broke, and we sold out to the National.
I wanted to ask you about it. Like, how did it go? What went into it?
Awesome. It was awesome. Earlier, I was looking at doing it kakra and kakra. Let's sell our tickets to social media. And then I contacted one guy at 3 Music, Ricky Tennyson, and then we talked. And then he said, let's expand this vision. Let's do billboards. Let's make it big. And it's so big. It went so good that when CTFM were announcing nominees for their Entertainment Achievers Award, my show was part of Event of the Year.
Aww.
You can imagine, there were other shows, but I mean, if the show was that good to be featured there, then it means we did a good job. And so I'm grateful to God and my fans and everybody who supported in this project. I really appreciate it, and it's growth. Now we've sold out National Theatre. It's left for us to fill stadiums. And the dream is to do Madison Square Garden.
Amen.
Yeah, and by God's grace, it will come off. God's grace and dint of hard work. Amen.
Receive it.
Would you like to MC the event when it's at
when you call on me.
Call on me.
And I'll be there. Anyway, so your final words or your dying words?
Yeah. Hello, everybody that's watched this. My name is Obi Ampons. I'm a stand-up comedian by night and an optometrist by day. And I do enjoy my job as a comedian and as an optometrist as well. For all of you following me because of my comedy, I love you guys. I promise to continue working hard and continue to support us as well. I'm Obi Ampons on all social media networks. Please subscribe to our YouTube channels. And also, I have a radio show on Plaza FM 89.9 every Friday evening from 7 to 8 p.m. And also on TV, GH1 TV, we have the Half Serious Show from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. every Saturday. Join us, let's have fun. Follow me on social media. When you see my adverts on YouTube, like when you're on my channel and watching a video, watch the advert too, okay, so that I can get money from YouTube. God bless you and stay safe.
Yes, that was Obi Amponsa for you. Yes, I promised you a good show, and yes, of course I have delivered. So, Obi Amponsa, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Elsie.
Yes.
Be safe, eh? All the best with your new boyfriend.
Anyway, so can we ignore that? Yes, so far all too soon we have come
all
to...
the best with your new boyfriend.
All the...
Far too soon.
All too soon we have come to an end of this edition of Talk Entertainment. I hope you had fun or enjoyed yourself wherever you are. As usual, this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So here's where we draw the curtains. We come your way another time. Till then, stay safe and be good. Bye.
Ghana ni abranti osi akan edema Arsenal mechire Thomas Partey ade ananse mu Arsenal fans na eguso a ebo na baso na Arsenal fans no post video bi a omo kire se eba no ball mu anase players omu si akan England no se okura ball na se wo ba no so obeje free nsem no den se obeje no player your friend is Thomas Partey enso ho na Thomas Partey video eno mutimi share no ewo Twitter eno so ene kakre fe oba na eno na majority chief whip papa your friend is Frank Ano Dompre enso ewo Twitter no so chiro fa video no ho anensem a oka ene se o chiremu a Thomas Partey player onimbo oni bopa na or bright future nemum ne empire obo ene se Thomas Partey entanko prepare no so betimi ato akoso ese akan ediama Arsenal na afi Black Stars. Ghana ni osi akan edema Ajax Amsterdam Netherlands no abranti friend say Brian Brobe ade a oye Ghana ni nemum ye wo no enso wo Dutch memu etimeka say de nya ade a wosi akan de Black Stars ne da Ghana enche ene Nigeria edbebo ani na coach friend say Otto Addo ade ono nso eguso a okoto no ahwe so benya players enso na wafre mo edema Black Stars na numu eno koshi abranti friend say Brian Brobe ono si akan edema Ajax no ne abranti ni di nkomo say so aye Ghana ni na nso ye wo no Dutch memu de enka onyintum na omambesi akan emfama Black Stars nemom enkra eba no echiremu a Brian Brobe nkomo ne Black Stars head coach di no ade a ekonkan de nemom Brian Brobe enye na adwense mprempren ya de obabesi akan enso ede ama Black Stars.
North Tongue Mashebedwani Samuel Lokuja to Ablakwa Edi Ababetu Jase Ghana Fui Sana Mwadao Nansumo na Igwa Bonten Esan se private jet is sama waka ka fa Ghana man piniu ache so bia fa na so enfem no ose ba ko bi so wada kemo a no chinchin akwa hu Edi Aba Bonten Ochema eye Saraju Asafo Mashebedwani ema domi kwabenya Sana ono so ansa do be free US memu aba Ghana hanom ababeto aba e wo Mashebedwani mama 11 no Sana ono so use private jet ball maineka 1,068,500 Ghana cedis chese ni nyina no so want na pay ni mo na chese nka 11 no wenya mambeto ho aba otwema kwakwa yese Ghana for 120,000 Ghana cedis ebeto odwase ye de ma no ansa na mpo no ba mahebedwam no aso bia de nadwen akohonom emrekwa enim pass na mpo no ewo honom se sa no waboka esin sei kra na otwema kokofa private jet ni din ye Gulfstream ne number ye G-550 I register ni say HBJOE I no ewo Belgium memu premium jet AG omo na cheso mo controlling affairs de masa ewiemhyen na otwema asa na eno nkonkoda no Ghana nkwa no chese plane no kokofa don hwe ba ko bia $4,800 na cheso mo gin no no otwemu say E-levy mu maka wansama wa show ba Ghana ha no maka ta de eni kwase ye gitu san say ya de be bo man nika sana ni nyina echi Saraju Asafo etiechire na chese odi sansem we ndo de betu ni Facebook so je yada amon for etwemu kasa ye pa etwemu say da benkro na o man Ghana ebekọ nanim.
We continue the story of Reverend Father Andrew Campbell on this episode of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Today, we take a walk with Father around the Weija Leprosarium. This has been home to lepers in Accra and other parts of the country where Father Campbell actually administers. We go around with him to speak to the very people for which this center was created. Come along with us as we hear all the stories. When he was handed a parish at the age of 30, it came with so much more, and that was how his beautiful, selfless life with lepers also began. But it wasn't a love at first sight kind of story.
I came back to Ghana and tried to settle back in, and that's when the Archbishop called me, Archbishop Andrew, the late Archbishop. Said, Father, we want to give you a parish, Sacred Heart Parish. I said, yeah. I said, Your Grace, I'm only 30. I'm a young priest. And this parish is an old parish. You're going to put me in charge of it. The oldest parish in the crown. I'm a young priest. Oh, Father, you can do it. So I went there. It was 1977. I spent over 22 years there in that parish, in Sacred Heart Parish in Derby Avenue, and loved it. I loved it. That's when I started. I started to work with the lepers when I was in the cathedral, and continued working with the lepers at Sacred Heart. I used to bring them to church. Then I started working at Princess Marie Louise Children's Hospital. And I used to visit the fishermen down in Jamestown. Every year we'd go there and bless the boats, say mass for them and bless them there. I loved my work at the Children's Hospital. I always had that love for children, and I've always been involved with the Children's Hospital, and it's something I really love. I go there quite often to see how they're doing. I'm still the chairman of the board. And then with the lepers, I started work at the cathedral when a leper came to me one day with a whole bag of mangoes and said, Father, here, you had no fingers. Here, Father, here. I said, yeah. And I was afraid. I said, yeah, what do I do? And I took the mangoes and said, thank you. And I gave them out to people quickly. I said, I don't want to get leprosy. But then after I gave them out, then I felt guilty. And I said, no, this is not right. Where does this man live? Let me go and follow up. So I came here. The place was in a mess. There was nobody helping them. They were hungry. The place was dirty. There was so much to be done. They were neglected, completely neglected. To go to Accra, hiring a taxi was difficult, very difficult. They were hungry. Time to say, Father, we've no food. We're hungry. We need food. So that's when I started work here. And I felt this is what God is asking me to do, to come and help these people who are marginalized. They're forgotten, their families forget about them, they don't care. They don't care about them, they just leave them. So I said, no, so let me do something. And that's when I started Lepers Aid Committee. Of all the young people who used to go around, and we'd have sponsorship walks, we'd have concerts, we'd have various things to raise money, because the little which they'd get from the government was very, very, very little. So they needed extra help. So we started organizing. We used to go on the streets and have walks in the streets and bring our cans and start begging from cars, looking for money. We'd go to Accra Mall at Christmas time and start begging there with permission from the authorities of Accra Mall with our containers, asking people to help us. So we wanted to help us in every way so that they wouldn't be neglected. Some people would love them and take care of them.
After one of the lepers he knew in the early days at Weija died, something on the day of his funeral got Father really angry.
And the way they were taking care of him, I mean, the people, the relatives would come, and they'd come when somebody would die, because you have to give them a good funeral. if you don't give a leper here a good funeral, the disease will come back to your town. Come back to your town. And so they always gave them a good funeral. There was one old man, he was 90 years of age, he was blind, he was 90. And Mr. Quarty, nice old man. He was a senior prefect here. And he said to me, Father, when I'm dying, don't send me to hospital. Don't send me to hospital. He says, let me stay here. Let me die here. Let me die with all my friends and others here. So he died here. He died here, and I went to his room, and I picked a nice up and down, nice one, and said, oh, tomorrow we bury him, because we never bring him to the mortuary. We never bring him to the mortuary. We always bury him the next day. So they stay overnight in the room, the next day we buried him. So the next day I came, I bought a coffin for him, so I sent a coffin on ahead. And when I bought the coffin, then when I went and I saw the man, he was in a suit. So I said, what's he doing in a suit? This man, he's wearing a suit. I said, this man has never worn a suit in his life. He has to wait till he dies before he can wear a suit. I said, hey, who gave him a suit? You know, because I had a nice up and down, beautiful up and down, which he had in his wardrobe. I found out the family. You know, bad news in Ghana travels fast. So these people who were living nearby here and never came to visit them, they came with their cameras and their videos, they came taking photographs. So we went to the church, we prayed, and I said, my dear people of God, thank you all, you've all come here to bury this man. I said, thank you, that's so kind of you. So kind, but I said, it's a pity you have to wait till he died before you came to see him. It would be nice to see him when he was alive. Hey, he said I insulted him. I shouldn't have said that, he said. I've insulted him. But I said, it's true. Why did you wait? And you went along and bought him a suit. But when he was alive, he never wore a suit in his life. And now he's dead. And he's in a suit. So I brought him, put a coffin in the back of my car, and I brought him to the cemetery, mile 11. And there, when I came back, I was with all the lepers. We were all together. And then the family were a different place. And the family had a pickup full of booze, plenty of drink. Plenty of drink. All the drinks were there. The beer, the soft drinks, and the rest. So they drank that themselves and didn't share with me anything. They said, no, because I insulted them. They wouldn't give me anything. So I said, it's okay, you go your way. You go your way.
The neglect that these lepers face, especially from their families, is one of the things that has been a great worry to Father. He shares a recent example.
The families neglect them too much, and it's sad. It's sad that they just dump them here and go their own way. Just dump them. We had a case here recently of one man who died. He died about 4 weeks ago. And when he got quite sick, and his wife went off to the north for a funeral. She forgot to come back. She stayed there. And the man was dying here. We took him to hospital, we took care of him, we did everything we could to save his life, but we couldn't. And he died. He had no family member around when he went to bury him. No family, we had to bury him. The Muslim community around here came, said their prayers, and we went off and buried him in the local cemetery. And now, 3 or 4 weeks afterwards, and the wife comes back. Oh, Father, I wasn't well, I said, this is how you treat your own husband. So their own family members don't treat them properly. You know, they are marginalized, they are dejected in society. It's bad. You know, and they're not given that love and that care. You know, I always tell them that they are special, You know, that when they go to God, they'll have a higher place in heaven than you and I will have. Because all that they've gone through, all the abuse they've gone through, you know, how people don't mind or afraid of going near them. When you take them to hospital, you know, they see this, they won't have anything. They're afraid. Recently we gave them, we took them out in the bus and took them on an excursion. And that was an excursion of their life.
But there have been some really good days too, and a lot of love from people as well. He calls one of these moments the happiest day of his life.
I'll never forget that. we wrote to KFC, the managers there, and asked them to give us food for the day. So they gave us rice, chips, and chicken. So we took that on the bus and went off to West Hill Mall. And it was Christmas time, so we brought them around and saw the Christmas tree, the Christmas lights. And then we saw the escalator. We've never seen an escalator before, never. And they were going up on the escalator. The fun. Then we took them by lift down, up and down. They were so happy. They were so happy just by them. And then we took them over to Mojo Beach. And we had food before we went into the beach. And they enjoyed all the food. They chopped everything, all the rice, all the chicken, everything they enjoyed. And then we gave them ice cream, so they were really happy. Then we brought them to the beach. And with Mojo Beach, you have to go by canoe and they cross a lagoon. I don't know if you've been there, but you have to cross, getting them all into the boat, into the canoe. Those on crutches, those with artificial legs, those on walking sticks, and getting them from the bank into the boat. It was fun, but they enjoyed it. Then we brought them to the beach, and they sat there here on the beach. They looked at it and said, "Hey, this water, the sea is big. Hey, they haven't seen the sea before, and they're living here, and the sea is out here. They've never seen the sea before in their life, never. And they were so happy seeing the sea. And they looked out and saw this and such and such. And one woman had an artificial leg. What she did was she took it off and put it behind, and she went out to the sea and she sat there in the sand and she let the water just come in and just pull over and go around her. They were so happy. That day was one of the happiest days of my life. That I'll never forget the joy and the happiness that we shared on that day. You know, the gift of giving, the gift of sharing, the gift of thinking of others. And what was it? What did it cost us? Nothing. We were able to share them our time and others, and it was wonderful. It taught me that, you know, the wonderful gift it is to share with people everywhere.
Now, Father Andrew Campbell tells us the stories of Kodiabe, the Christ the King Church, and the Soup Kitchen project that have also defined his ministry journey in Ghana. After Sacred Heart Parish, I was there over 20 years, and then I was assigned to Good Shepherd in Tema. Good Shepherd in Tema. And that one was also wonderful, right at the port, right at the harbour. And then we had outstations. We had about 9 outstations at one stage. Outstations as far as Prom, Dawenya, all those out that area. But there was one outstation that I was asked to take care of in a special way, and that was Cordia Bay. Cordia Bay. I remember the first time I went to Cordia Bay. When I went there for a Sunday Mass one Sunday, nobody was there. The Mass was in a broken down school building, broken down ceiling and doors. All there was a dog, nothing else. And I was going to say Mass. So I went and said, "Hey, nobody come for Mass today?" So I went from there to another outstation. So that was my introduction to Cordia Bay. But I came back. And Archbishop Ando and the Nuncio, Kochra, asked me to start a clinic and a convent. They didn't give me anything to start with. So there were 4 Reverend sisters coming from India. So I had to find accommodation for them. Then we had to start a clinic. So we could decide with the local chief to start a clinic and the buildings around it. And there was one building there already. There were no windows, no doors, nothing. So we added to it and made it a nice outpatients. And then there was also in the town, there was a dam. So we rehabilitated the dam for them, and also for their farming and fish farms we had there. And then we did a lot for them in Cordia Bay. It was a good experience in Cordia Bay. They taught us, you know, they were in need. We helped a lot of the children go to school.
helped them to go to school and the farming and others. So Cordia Bay was always a soft spot. I always say it's my hometown, that I've done a lot for them in Cordia Bay, and I'm grateful for what they've done for me too. So I was there, and then one day I was in Cordia Bay when Archbishop Buckle came and said he wants to send me to Christ the King Church. He said, you've been here 12 years in Good Shepherd. We want to change you and bring you to Christ the King. So I came to Christ the King and spent 12 happy years at Christ the King, doing all I could. I started a soup kitchen. I saw the children were in need. After Mass every morning, the children and others would hang around begging for food and begging for money. So I said, no, let's get them together and give them a breakfast every morning. So the parishioners financed it for me. They gave me money, and we started a soup kitchen. So now the soup kitchen will be 6 years old this month, and we've taken care of over 300,000 to 400,000 children.
He also talks about his retirement and how an experience in hospital reignited his zeal to help the poor.
On the 31st of May 2021, I retired. I retired from active parish work. Okay. I retired from Christ the King after spending all those years, over 50 years, here in Ghana. And I came to live here with the lepers. Now, the reason why I came, there's a reason why I came here, why I want to spend my life. And rather than I could go back to my hometown and spend it there, I could go to certain places and just relax. But last year, the year before last, I was sick at the University of Ghana Medical Center. And I had a clot in my lung, a pneumonia of my lung. And I had blood pressure of 70/30, which is the blood pressure of a dead person. The nurses and doctors there worked hard on me. One night I had a crisis. I had a bad crisis. Thank God I had a crisis there, not at home. And they brought me back to life. So for days and days and days I was on a heart machine, oxygen machine, drips, catheter, you mentioned it, to bring me back to life again. And it was during that time I lying in bed, because I was being spoon-fed, bed bath and everything. And it was during that time, a quiet time on my own. I was the only one in the ward. And it was during that time I heard God talk to me. You haven't finished your work. Go and help the poor. That was the message I got from God. So I decided, God is telling me I should spend my retirement taking care of the poor and the needy. And that's why I've come here. We were talking to the administrator of the Common Fund, and she said, what do you want to do, Father? What do you want to do? What do you want us to do with wage? And I told her, all the accommodations here, 71 years old, and they're clay. They always break down and awful. So Common Fund have built 2 separate compounds here of 20 rooms in each, beautiful rooms. A room for kitchens there, everything is there, so 2 of them. One is Mother Teresa's soup kitchen, one is Padre Pio soup kitchen. So Common Fund built that for us. And then they also built a nice big summer hut for us there to have big celebrations there. And also a clinic and a research center for leprosy. And they'll be the only research center of leprosy in the whole of West Africa. Phase 2 for Common Fund, they have to put in a new road and they have to equip the building. to equip the building for the research center. And so this is where I am.
Father Campbell admits that this job is not an easy one, just like these challenges he speaks about.
To do is that these people have been neglected, but not just here. Kukufu, Ankofo, Ho, Nkanchina, Mwa. We help them too. We help them also. We share. At Christmas time, people came and shared a lot of food with us. Now we're sharing them, and we're going to go to all these various settlements in the country and give everybody a nice big Christmas gift each. That's what we intend to do. I wanted this image or this stigma which the people here, people are afraid. They're still afraid of touching, afraid of going near them, afraid of visiting them. So this is a big challenge. How can we overcome this? How can we? I mean, you take the lepers here, or the cured lepers. They get 30 cedis a month from the Common Fund. That's a CD a day to live on. How do you expect them to live? How? The rest is all donations from people who've given us money, donations for Christmas and the rest and such and such. But how do you expect them to live? I don't know how the others, those in Ho and Anchor, I don't know how they manage to exist. I mean, you take the medical bills we have here. That man who died recently, I had to pay everything for all his drugs, his everything, I had to pay for them. There was another man, he needed a colonoscopy. That cost 1,300. Somebody else needed a scan. That was 270 cedis. So how do you expect them to live? And I don't think it's fair that we treat them like this. I don't think so. And I think the families who dumped them here or couldn't care about them, they should be chastised. Up to the time I came here, we used to give them food once a month. And they all got a consignment, this is your monthly assignment of food. The families used to come and take half of it and take it away. I mean, why? I mean, it's shocking. It's shocking. Why should he do that? So I stopped that and I said, we'll give them food every Monday morning. Every Monday morning, we give just enough to last them for the week. And then when they move over to the new place, I will give each, I'm going to cook a hot meal every day for them, because some of them can't cook. So I want to give them a hot meal every day. In the midday, give them a hot meal and some fruit every day. So this is our challenge here. And I want the media, to come here and tell everybody what's happening. What's happening? This is no way to take care of our mummies and daddies. It's not their fault that they got leprosy. It's not their fault. So this is the big challenge which I have. And I'm hoping that through the various media houses and the rest, that more and more people will come and say, look, we will help you, Father, we will assist you. I've started this scheme, Adopt a Granny, and we ask people to adopt one person in the various settlements and send money every month to me. So they send money every month to my Momo, and we pass it on to the various patients, the various residents, and we give it to them just to try to help them. So this is one of our challenges, what we're going to do to help these people, not just here, but other places. How they're going to live, how they're going to feed them, the medical care, all of this we have to take care of. This is the big challenge which we have and which we need help. We need help in every way, because one CD a day is certainly insufficient to live on. So this is our challenge here at Waja. And then the second phase from the Common Fund, putting in the road here, because the lepers cannot cross the road. At the moment, the road is full of trenches from the rain, so they cannot cross from the new building up to the clinic because of these trenches. So we've asked that a road will be built, so the second phase from Common Fund, to put a road in, and we want to cross it. So that I'm looking forward to.
What keeps you going? That's a question I put to Reverend Father Andrew Campbell.
Oh yeah, what keeps me going? Many people ask me this question. Many people do. And I'm happy they asked me, because I'm not a social worker. I'm 75 years of age. I love being a priest. I love it. I'm so happy to be a priest here in Ghana. And I think it's a great gift that God has given to me. Now, I always remember what Mother Teresa, who is my patron saint, what Mother Teresa told a young priest who came to her. The young priest in India said, "Mother, I'm ordained a priest. I'm a newly ordained priest. What advice do you give me?" So he thought that she would say, "Oh, go and help the lepers, go and help the poor, go and help the prisoners." And all Mother Teresa said was, "Go and spend 1 hour in the chapel every day before Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament." That's what she told me. Go and spend 1 hour every day in chapel before the Blessed Sacrament. And that's what I do. Every morning I spend 1 hour before I start my day's work. I spend that 1 hour before the Blessed Sacrament. That's what keeps me going. I spend that 1 hour and I say my Mass. One follows the other, they go together. That is what keeps me going. The grace and the strength I get from being in touch with God. I am not a social worker. I'm a man of God helping people. People come here from all over. People come and they phone me, they want help here, they want help there. They all come looking for help. Many of them come for spiritual help. Father, can you help me? This is what keeps me going. My prayer life, my spiritual life, my life with God. As I say, I wear my cassock all the time. Let people know I'm a priest. Let them know I'm a priest. And I'm going around, and wherever it is I'm asked to give a talk, I'm always there willing to help you. I'm willing to pray for you. This is what keeps me going. And I thank God for the wonderful gift. All the challenges of 51 years have passed. It's what's helped me through this. So this is what keeps me going.
Living in Ghana for over 50 years, has he any regrets?
Regrets? I have no regrets. You know, I look back on my 50th, this is my 51st year in Ghana, and I have no regrets. I've learned the hard way. I want to be with the people. I want to be able to sit with a leper, a hungry man, a poor man, as well as a president, a vice president, or wherever, a bishop, wherever. I want to be able to be with everybody. I want to be a person to be, no matter who you are, I'll sit with you and talk to you. I'll sit and talk to you and be able to. So to me, I thank God for the gift of the priesthood. And I've no regrets whatsoever. I look back and step by step, how did I do it? From the time I was a young boy of 13, cycling to work every morning, hail, rain or snow, I'd cycle to work. And here I am today. Here I am today. How come? So to me, I thank God for all He has done. For my whole life is just a testimony to God. And ever since I got that £10 money, £10 note, I said, now God, you're telling me that you'll never let me down. But that £10 note is a testimony that God will never, never abandon me. And He never has. When I asked Him in that church where my father was dying, and I said, I asked Him, please, just let me be with Daddy when he dies and let there be no pain. He answered my prayer. He answered my prayer. So I've got many testimonies of what God has done for me, how much I feel loved by God, that God really loves me, that God really cares for me. So, and then as regards to legacy, I want to be seen as somebody who helps people. No matter who you are, no matter what stage you are, no matter how poor or whatever it is, I want to be able to be known as Father's helped people.
So, it's because of people like Auntie Mary here that Reverend Father Andrew Campbell wakes up every morning and gives off to humanity. Thank you once again for joining us on this episode of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Remember, there is news for you at www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
Charles ni taiko tego ye boafo sonkopan e magana mampini na na danko ekufo ado no eno de ababetu dwa na otwe mu se emumpa de wi asenso de chese saya ne sawo na no kasa afa na nsentemu anampo no dwada ya etwe mu eno no kopie mu e wa Shama district court na nya asem keto akra esansa Oliver Voma wo ye fix the country convene na no ene da no ene okokopie mu honum ne ye se okasa ya chese mu chema wo mbo de me kokowie mu no na chese ya pam no e de free air court honum and no presidential staff mu say ehe ne ya advantage jama chese opinion photo enu fie e na chese wotumi kɔ na judge moa a watena asem so e wo court wotumi kɔ ene ni kokɔ yi nsema no otwema sa asem we de ensem fatakra na sa Oliver Voma wo ni nta chese wakɔ pie mu e wo Ashaiman district court ne say na sentem no de babeto dwa say ya de na say mahye bedwafo enim na se chese eye e-levy omunim na bill omugituma ono ankasa be momode na chese ade aban to go di obeye bia ankasa e Ghana hanom ene bae na post fo amfa ne ho anche no kra e de ne kogina court anim kɔkyere aban kukum ene so kokopie mu e wo court ndra anasa adwada ye etwemi ode na no kokɔ di nkitanwo kɔ ye anwe kɔ wie no e kokɔpam no e wo court honom eno ene presidential staff etwemu a ne ye no ura no ensem fatakra. First National Vice Chairman Edema NDC Amanyoko no aye friend no say Chief Sofo Awudu Azoka sisa ye ka say de ade akonforemfo bi chasa age ne V8 car e de free nsem na eye daily guide for na this report e de bae na eye Chief Etwem a ne car number no eye GT 5533-17 ye ji free eye ne dan no pe ewo gbanyamli ani nyina wo tamale importemu na otwem a okoba bi a chesa obedu gate ano eno hu say you ready agina on no de no onye de otwi tu edisi ni so wana chese yem hihie ni ntino odwane ye na chese odwane ka no edisi ono ose okoba ya na chese ka no hwem akonforemfo no de ka no e de adwane a onye hu ka ni biem ncho de ato ye ni important for enim se wa obehu se ni ka no ene na me important won ma bomodi an bo na mane afen so no ode ato ye aposi for enim se bibie ni aposi for so emmo no se na be obetu ahwehwe ni V8 no.
Enra ena eye Kumasi Asante Kotoko CEO aye friend say na na yamponsa erikotu dwa ewo Oyepa FM say onya Kotoko supporters eye be say 100,000 all my ready so mbetua $100 each e de ama club na enka 18 months pepe no obesi eye stadium e de ama eye club no nyanse club no eni eye stadium omusi akan sisi ano omu yusu aban stadium a ye friend say eye Kumasi Sports Stadium I say omasesa na mo friend baba yara na eye nane amponsa de sansem ni tu dwawie ne enkra eba ne se emrante miense bia amadwen se omo so ebetimi ato mbotom no mayiska ni bi e de abo akotoko se de be akotoko enso betimi asi omo ankasa stadium na eye emrante miense a omo ready so betia ska ni bi no baako edin e de eye Kwame Poku ebebe atwam no se akan e de ma eye Krobe Kumasi Asante Kotoko se osi akan e de ma USM oje ho ene ese no osi odi ne nkwe na Kwame Poku de atudwa se ono obetimi atua be se $300 enso e de ama club no na afi abranti friend say one man supporter Ghana Supporters Union ono eneteye ono so betia $100 no afi odi wani chiremu papa oda last chance travel and tours ano obofo na kofo edinim no ono so betia $700 enso de ma club no amamatimi aboa no masi new stadium na kotoko enso ese o makan enso honom.
We watch an interesting game in the Ghana Premier League Super Clash between Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko at the Accra Sports Stadium. And though the game ended goalless, the fans were happy because the quality of play on that particular day was awesome. A lot of people believe that certain players earned the right to be in the Black Stars. Richard Atta, Richmond Lamptey, and a host of others were mentioned as possible candidates for the Black Stars. But who do you want to see in the Black Stars from the Ghana Premier League? Let me hear from you in the comment section. But stay with me as I interact with some football fans on the streets of Accra. My name is Joel Leshen and welcome to this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Alright, so we're back to this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. After the super clash between Accra Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko, a lot of Ghanaians believe that goalkeepers like Ibrahim Danlad and Richard Atta should be given the opportunity to man the post of the Black Stars ahead of Jojo Walcott, who plays in the Division 4 in English football. Today, we are circled to get the views of football fans. Mwakwaba eba GhanaWeb TV so. Pacho Hearts ni Kotoko game no mo boy no edi kan so wani.
Oh, mini about na efe pa sa hwe prayers a mo ball na. Gasa what park no so na so tu eska hwe ball na to say one moka. Dia otu aye no anya ho fa so.
Okay. Nipa ba kwa ye pon ball no obi aye ball ni din etitu Kotoko no mo ka so senya Richard Atanka. Enya Richard Atanka. Dudo na ezu say Richard Atako Afcon na ya man na ndabi no. Wa kire se goal no oya de che Jojo Walcott. Nti e game aye ni Nigeria be bo no. Yen fa Richard Atta entu po no mo no mo ya adwen. Oh,
ni am da say me no mo ya adwen pa. Because me hwe ball ana no goalkeeper no e chede bo a Hearts of Oak a se Kotoko lucky na na man kan say na Kotoko tim share Hearts, but because of goalkeeper nti no am ye nema be bra den aka chire, but ye twen omo for sa top 4 no ye friend saying President Cup on the 4th no ye be ye omo ho adwuma Accra here.
Inti Atta
yeah, can goalkeeper na sem dia uji sa Hearts goalkeeper no na wo de toto sa for the scene na o free top ho ba no ho a
Jojo Walcott
o mesa ko ye friend saying goalkeeper we ba bia ba yes Ghana ha no o say ye ne for the scene for na tem bia na adwuma na ye no ba bia no kware nda na ye fa nto de ninu abedi ama ono so nya bia di no ye mpe no ba de ono ko abedi atem bia no o be friend boss no no ko na de bia na ye ni wo ho because you cannot kwara kasa goalkeeper we say no kan ye na fe kwara ye sa Hearts goalkeeper no but the aba no anya ba wi ye hwe de we ye nim na sa goalkeeper mo san friend obi mo Ghana ha na mo say Ghana mpene for ball na no mo ani nje ho because mo ani je ball no pa sa goalkeeper we no the oba no we no won fa we to ho da.
All right, so Richard Atta has proven that he is better than Jojo Walcott, who was given the opportunity to man the post for the Black Stars in the 2021 AFCON. He is calling on the authorities of Ghana Football Association to make sure that Richard Atta gets the nod over Jojo Walcott in the upcoming FIFA World Cup qualifiers against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Alright, so we're still doing the Fridays debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week's episode, we are asking which players in the local scene deserve to be
in the Black Stars. A lot of people are calling for Richard Atta to be given the nod ahead of Jojo Walcott in the upcoming FIFA World Cup qualifiers against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Circle is the location. We are here to find out from football fans the observations after the super clash between Hasefo and Asante Kotoko. All right, Bosu, Hasefo Kotoko game, who is saying?
Bosu, born a fantastic game. I born on now. Born efe obi edi wa dance se born am born na efe pa na we na se aso no kotoko team you could betimi e di betimi dey blaster ana ye na na ye ha ye ho ye betimi dey blaster abosu e binum e chem se Richard Atta edi kan house no kotoko support wan me dey me support house o support house kotoko for say e Richard Atta nti e na o mantumi answer eno dey no kra na last save you kra keep we as keep best keepers no keepers are hin ebeti my save no okay da no ball na o che no dey ono here you word best keeper no it will deserve say oye blaster no ma one say keeper na e find dey agrobi ni Jojo Walcott agrobi ni dey ye fa Jojo nsi chen on dey fa chen Richard Atta na yo okay my download no kra kotoko keeper no kra da no ball na o da no enya grow ye de ono ye de Richard Atta ye first keeper near the down no I second keeper na Muntali so deserve it so some ball blaster Muntali ye final blaster I saw ba biem be ball blaster ball na ball down no enye obi na betima ball sa ball no o mu say age no ye den ekwa be experience no ho no nti ye look it into some ye bi ni inform ye den. Richard Atta deserved to be the first choice goalkeeper ahead of Jojo Walcott, and Ibrahim Danlad should also be given the opportunity to be the deputy Black Stars goalkeeper behind Richard Atta. Mamefa boss who mefa unso emblem game na course no 0-0 na meet your expectations.
Oh, born dey koye pa na se Black Stars no ebe gina dey agide dey uni nuane e ball ma we
adentia
unso mama am ho senior man cause yen kwala no bi nya obi be kunu ho ma heden ama timu no be omo no ama ho senior mama nya bo a so bo no atwo to the live no me so am gina street atwo to nti yemi no defense be na dey mu bo azie atwo to nti no bo ntimi atwo to nti no omo yom mi no firi wono ma no mo nya team no omo be fa house no kotoko players ni nya den
nti house no kotoko players no hwam na wo bo mu din say yemfa mo ko Black Stars
oh Richard Atta dey what no deserve it
yemfa Richard Atta
I feel so dey deserve it
yemfa Richard Atta na efie
omo nyina mo deserve
okay boss mama fa wo brem game no edi kan support team ben
oh media kotoko phobia
support kotoko
so ati ba mo akra di meza mo fans phobia all the way
I support kotoko but Oma has fans kotoko for no say Richard Atta enti no mentumi ansha has no mo ya adwen
no dey so far make say yampa
enti yemfa no copy mu Black Stars
fast kwa we say we atwentwen so on say Ghana di ball no ma ya am say as a football no omo say dey ska oh ba di ball we say kiye hu na ya fa ko football na team ultimate sorry prekopa no kazo we say we say mo build team ni ko we afcon e ko boye as a Ghana as any players we check Ghana pa Ghana bombo as any player dey you any so no ya ni na so na ball ba oni ni ajo don match wotu say am ko yin wotu ball da na match wotu abeda wa kofa
nti ye game na in Nigeria be bo no
Nigeria be say
ka say ye ma tandem
ani o meda na say keeper Ghana keeper no
Jojo Walcott
omutu aneka o
ja appearance fee be 20,000
wow any dem go bet match o wasan rough
by patenso
wasan keeper no Ghana keeper wasan
mini we no ka say Nigeria be say atademu de omo say
ani e be nya vimba omma Jojo be dam dia o be gu be 5 Nigeria wana unti ni no chabo omubo
no
ani e players ne don boy ne zaron kwa ko body ha ani ye nya bo ne bo ne emfa point ne ma home I hope so be better.
All right, the Super Eagles will beat the Black Stars if Jojo Walcott is the one who is going to man the post for the Black Stars, but he will support the team to beat the Super Eagles if Richard Atta is given the opportunity to keep the post for the Black Stars.
Richard Atta no oyade pa na ba kono mini be wi kofa no fi so free o so e dey o wa be gu ye ni mu ase poto kra enti Black Star no e say e share hu ye ni e share players e do mbebem Richard Atta ni say oya bono modern mahas and player bit to say Jordan are you ni wanna deda you sign from omama bad luck about Black Star pa omu say you omu fi Black Star
say ye omu fi mu for one bra
oh say old players ni bi o sana omu experience counts. You understand what I'm saying? Experience counts pa and old players no be old jinemu or vim because or senior and seniority no so county pa of football mu. You understand experience and no county Muntari say on your bad player Prince Boateng mo ne Antoniana mo ne eyimu nyina no they are not bad players still no me say amuba Black Star near fresh your local players to say has 4 players ni Kotoko Liberty 4 players be join your more I think say Black Star because so now say they are you ni Jordan are you no ye you amu fi Black Star amu no amu say Black Star no
but football Liberty professionals amu si amu division 1 no
who say amu division 1 no who say still no your players be wo mumu a yen kasi yen form players ni na ambrem but at least your 1-2 players be wo mu a me no won you betimi testify say they are good at least no your fresh 1-2 players yi eba Black Star be ko enim na yen yi dede ayu ni Jordan you enfi Black Star because some have bad luck our Black Star very big bad luck me catch o minya upa ma yen yi o mu fi o na yen hwe ade e be dey e be si wo Black Star. What I say?
All right, so he believes that he is saying that Atta should be given the opportunity to play in the Black Stars. Pacho, my member also we don't know if he say my house in Kotoko players in be kwan no mo ko bi Black Stars team no no mo ya adwe.
Masa me no mo ya adwe pa ko pacho say obi kura ti Ghana hanoma ball a wo bo no o che de wa buchiri. So na akosi sikase mutino. Do nimbo no kura na yemfa nko. Yako fo bi onimbo ye pushi nya de ko ye kwa na ko to papa so sa na asaba so ntimi de kam susu se bi anke be ko timo e ko fa nipa mienu ho timo ne ko fa nipa miensa ho na ya keka mo abom ni ya tire no mu sa ko pe se e be nya full squad no afa ni ya mente o no de no mo ho no enti ne no no e du so a hu se dey e won ko fo e de o mo ko ne ko fa obi obo 4th division e wa brochire se o me de go e magana aden esa na wo tinko fo akoma so hwe yanko bo ne enko we da ese we de kokosi yani we first stage enyenyenyenyenyenyenyenye basa ndare no hwe no musesi ni yi
omego mo enu mu ase
so na mo nyam panimfo na wo prepare ya makofo na ba wo prepare makofo na ba ni agiska on ho ukọ na ba me ne be chemienu ubo bi wa mo bi o ni be chemienu obo nya sare ya no ye ni wo bi o se tini na so enti obo nyai so na fa keepers no so no dem penny pa besa fo bia na sa tribune sha se ntreni wo mo animanimu ya ni etreni wo mo na bro chefo kana ha ya omo di bantini fufuo ni banku ni ade a omo adudu du no ahoden wo na de okọ cabbage an ho na bete
this time around I think improvement about leg especially Ghana leg improvement will be above with Okreku being the president, you know what I'm saying? We're improving league for sure.
Players been and almost perform who's to say the from where Black Stars.
By this time Black Stars, especially Alassane, Mohamed Alassane, that guy be very perfect. That guy be very good. And so my friend by this time, any as I'm left back, I'm turn wall. Kosa, another good player because we share blasters. The left back, na Aquano, almost reading you, almost you. I'm telling you, and Aquano, Adiabakwa, sometimes they are Ghanaians, medium way. We share Spain need other countries now, and leagues in the countries now. We share the experienced players, be 8. No more the local boys, be 3 and 4. It boosts your confidence. Send a bear or moon new or move to me, Gina, by Ghana or the neighbor court, not the Nako see bench. Confidence, Ben, share over sure, yes, idea, or more far house of full captain, South Africa, share. You was shaking, no shaky, because on money no car bench and on money there, by some bought by 2 matches, 3 matches, and I go put your back on the solid. Only into Richard Atta. Richard, another player, Richard Atta. On yes, BBS in the question is all the pool. By this time, I saw tonight. Obi bought Premier League, Obi bought Division 2. Abrochina a difference and then Division 4. Abrochina a difference and then the guy is very good. Until then, they prevent has second keeper. No, another good. I'm telling you, with the saves, what you saves now, like Kenza the what we say, Richard Kins, I say I'm telling you. And has one another keeper, also alone. Massa, that guy is another stopper. I'm telling you.
Richard Kinsey should be sacked for bringing Jojo Walcott to come and keep the post for the Black Stars. Today, we're asking the football fans, the players from the local scene, they think will fit into the Black Stars. Bossu, super class in a course, no, has in the performance in the say.
Oh, performance good because Sunday, no, say, where they are not quite changing, and we say Ghana. Premier League no asan back because now moral na world Ghana no is very high. Nti who say Blaster any sorry Kotoko any how to folk no who say moral no tough. Nti many day boy in way players be na ombody no eso we ni a obe person ka obe hu mo Blasters. Oh, players bebre beat say both side and side ni now players bebre o ma say flow mo Blaster. But maybe so I supported you. Oh, may I have to folk fan. By me, share and you follow me, please. Has fun be brain for say. I saw marriage in a tie game. I am Nigeria. Because who guy no savings or very tough. Because Bob I could get who's the born as separate you crap. I foresee you could born. It won't say keep away near the tournament. By a keep a beer. I say DNT over for busy on messing fan tournament. A black player keeper or bet me. Ada Puma, Ghana, ye nibeje. It's very good, very good.
And I'm from Muntali. I'm telling you, see. Oh, I'm telling you. Very good. Blasters is saying you for the BO. I'm telling you, share. Blasters for the new. When you be Obama like killer pass, a pan critical Obama pass now. Ah, my friend Muntali.
Okay, boss, my father wants some brim. Plus no more. Local scene, the end now over Quam saying for Mura Blasters. Ghana, the player being ready, said you Blasters. Obian, said player Pepe being all Ghana Premier League. But how much I say, goalkeeper Rich, that all I had to do. And then they say, I know more than the ball. I had no moment to me. I know. But look, I said, Jojo, you go or die or Afcon, ye, I win. And then they Rich that Afcon, I call and Blaster, I know. And you keep on the fort, players Nana, players in idea, keep on intimidation. And you keep on the fort. To the Ocase, Obiano, Ghana Premier League, Obiano deserves a Bobo Blaster. Alright, so opinions they say are like noses. Then I will end with you. You support Asante Kotoko. So let me ask you this. Give me a course, you know. Kotoko for fans in the beach, I say. Richard Atta and Untina went to me and say, Accra has the folk. You know me, I drink. And you know me, I drink, baby. Because keep on in a bomb, and you keep on the cars and you go on what. And you keep on combat the best. If I saw bear for, combat the bear for. Until you know, Mom can say, I tell you. more Black Stars.
And no dear, support 100% of them. I'm not kind of correct because on go or die and it's been as I we friends there. Do you want to meaning I Ghana need it. When you sure.
I Ghana.
I'm in Ghana penny for nothing. Obi ara wa kwata so meta blaster. Do you want to go to the one me maintain the crowd. Born and one crowd both different now. The first go for it say from say. E go for ya e say for omo na be so mfala. Omo be ku ya ni masi. Me ti omo din dent me kan. Oh. We from say from rest from din. It's me onu kwa dey parking in time kwa yen free blaster am.
Why not also
blaster team no. Me dey nipa tu na be so mu free. Enya ni obam. Wa woni mo bi ni nia. O ma di akoso.
All right, so it seems that the streets want Richard Atta to be imposed for the Black Stars in the game against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. What do you also think? Let us know. As it stands now, everything shows that Jojo Walcott will still keep his position in the Black Stars post. But we are still speaking to the football fans here at Circle. Then we'll find out if they agree with the popular request that Jojo Walcott should be replaced with Richard Atta. Bosu, Menwakwaba, has to look at game now. We're saying.
Oh, I'm about nice game.
I'm about nice game.
I'm about nice game left for power.
Where players bear now. I'm about the most any power.
Oh, so far there. Kotoko number 6, Lamptey. Lefty guy.
Richmond Lamptey.
And a has. I'm defense no. More alaka. Boy, ne there. Minim there I am penning for no. That be I'm first man ko travel. Boy, I will be 100%. We bought consecutive 3 seasons at twice. Season be on flop weather. And who will play with so other time more chance no. And they say Ghana obia man who so a Wakina clan almost a Ghanaian player or Kobobo identity because of Ska. Until California slum players now more band. I'm proctor to a moye, not I'm from Blasters.
Into what the whole corner Richmond Lamptey, any Moalasan.
Some Moalasan or man fan of Bamia, papa. And one just watch it. Well, just watch a mid defender say Bob Blaster will be only Bob Munina, no crown up in for only Bobo. Good player.
All right, Richmond Lamptey and Mohamed Al-Hassan to him should be invited to play in Ghana's upcoming game against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. This is the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week we are asking you, after watching the super clash between Accra Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko, tell us the players who impress you the most and you believe that they can make a case in the Black Stars. A lot of the fans believe that this is the time that Richard Atta should be imposed ahead of Jojo Walcott, who plays in the English Division 4 for Swindon Town Football Club. My name is Joel Leshen, and this has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Until we meet again, do enjoy the rest of your weekend, do enjoy your week, and then we meet again. It's bye for now.
Say omanfo ebeka ya na nsentemu na chese national security for na post for ekokodo a wora bia etwemo ye freelance journalist aye friend no say security amenga etego ni nyande se omutwema wakekeka nsem bia ensem fata anampo na mra chese okokopie mu e wo court no e na nsem aye court so e court no the secret recording or recording na chese ankwanko ye ma chese yekokodo ano na mra ekototo na no nsem ne ye ja ni mu na nsem na okokopie mu e wo court na emra eye justice Lydia Osaima for no and it's not semi so mo kan na semi no ka che ore say onko na okwa mo onhwe na wankwa nkoye bonye biem na emra o cheso babe kwa na oka se da bibi kakra bi e wo hono ma opese court for no so na wona wo court hono no etibi na o twe mo say e ade a WhatsApp messages awodo na aba be pie wo no judge nenim nti no on dia on kan bebe na so kakra bi pe wo no e no pese o kan se na e be ya amanfo so be hu ni aye ore e ne one nkofo WhatsApp messages a ode ama nkofo na o kan no chese baby di o twe mo sai e ade a sa judge no na po justice no chese ono no oye bitch ankasa afenso na djuma kura odi no onim djuma papa bi a chese o ti court hono ma odi ne e be deja e wo court hono mu ye pa na no by the man for kasa ni e twe mo anso no e freelance journalist ore e ade aba beto dwa say ade ya san akwakochi ni biem. Power FM in Century ni aye friend say ohene babo ama beni ene na nse omanfo be kaya na nse ntemu na chese de no kokoto jail 14 days no moyi no din semfo bi aba beto dwa mre okọ interview na mpo okọ ye Kasapa FM edin semfo bi kokoto dwa otwema deputy attorney general aye friend say Diana Asonaba Dapa editu nanim ansa ne de ne ko jail no begina nanim e ka twa no say wo owura we mehwe no na mebọ modern pa se edu betu mfiase na mehwe so say ye do koto mfiase amian kasa menu aduane mewo fufuo na mede nkwan pa bi eguso de nam kakra eguso ama mra ono nkasa behwe se wo mfiase a opro ene o kan samwe nyina na nche se onipa no ne ye interview bi say eh wo ye sure ne wo ken yan pause mi do nyame me se me honom no abara na na so wura no ana era no ebe ka kire me wo manim pen se me obehwe pass me kom mfiase na che se makwa pro wo e wo honom na o kasa na mpo wo twem se na nkono no e wo se na asem nke wo se ewie no 18th October 2021 na so say attorney general wa asem etia nintino enimani mu na che so file report am ye de kokotu eye mfiase na o manfo ebe ka ya na nsentebe ye ore ansa na ye de meko mfiase no de nsem bi etudwa emra na otipa FM so na odi nkita na o twemu sane akwakwa yese Ghana mampani na dadan kwakufu adom na afie ya atemu afo ahodo bi a wa Ghana hanom akomit na nampo no ya de a ye Ghana mampani edi nsem bi ato o manim se e wo so motion na se ne be 2020 about no mo ko din wansa na mbo kwaka wansem no o me be kansa ne be ya e be kwa ma no Ghana mampani eno na ba ye na afenso na eji ehu for mu na eji se on ti asa de nti no owurai e be so ogu ni hu fi ene obo mmodian na ye hwe machese ye de owurai e kokoto ye mfiase no de aba beto dwase sana emro okogina adaka mu a ye bisa na no nsem no e ya de a ye maami e de san nsem ne betu nanim ka hwe ne so no be fe pa na so be hwe pa se ye de ne ba kokoto ye mfiase.
Locally made. This is local ice kinky.
Yeah.
And you put sugar?
Yes, there's sugar. But let's drink. I mean, there's no way I'll come to the north and not try a local milk. So this is ice kinky, which is 50 pesos. I'm about to try. There's lemon in it. Hey, there's lemon in it. Oh wow. So I'm about to try it. Let's see how it goes. See, so one thing about me is I have a typical African stomach. Wherever I go, I kind of have a way of adapting to any kind of food, whether there is pepper, whether it's not spicy. When I even went to Kenya, I had that experience, no spice, yet I was able to eat their food and feel fine. So this is no difference. They said there's lemon in the ice kinky. Let me try it and see how it goes. As you can tell, I just finished it. This is so good, I have to get another one. Do you all remember Nerissa and Nancy from my coming from Accra vlog? If you do, she's here with us and we are going to be trying street food in the Wa market. This is one of the popular markets in Wa. Is it the biggest?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, this is the biggest.
But this area is called Fadama.
Fadama. Okay, so we are currently here at the outskirts of the market, which is called Fadama. So we are here to enter into the market and see if we can get some something to try on, some local meals, local street food, local beverages. And yeah, you always know whenever I visit somewhere new, I decide to try something new, experience what the local experience, and I'm here for it all. So yeah, if you're watching this video, I am currently in the Upper West region. Wow!
These ships,
yeah,
when someone gives birth to a newly born baby, they want to name the baby.
Yeah,
you can get one of these
ships.
Yes, especially the male ones. For the male one for the naming ceremony. But you can also buy it for any occasion that you want. Christmas, Salah, any.
What's it made of?
It's made out of this.
Ah, what's this?
Puha.
Oh, what's the English name?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure the English name? Okay, let's see it again. So if you guys know the English name, please let me know in the comment section. If you know the English name of that, let me know in the comments. But this is the beverage made out of that, and I'm about to taste it to let you know how it tastes like. So this is locally called puree, and let's see how it tastes. Okay, so this is like I don't know if you know yoi, a local fruit. It's blackberry, African blackberry. It tastes like blackberry fruit that has been diluted with water. So that's how it tastes. I don't think it tastes anything else, but it tastes like a wild fruit. It's very close to baobab too. If you guys remember, when I went to Villa Awoyo, I had baobab juice. It also tastes similar to baobab juice. So if you've had it before and you know the taste, the right taste, let me know in the comment section. But that's how it tastes like. So just when I said it tastes like baobab, she says she has confirmed that it is baobab juice. So I'm going to be trying kuli kuli for the first time. This is very hard. It's like granite paste. In fact, it is granite paste that has been added. Did they add flour to it? No. Only granite paste. It's so dry. This snack is good. It's like having kati cake, but kati cake is mixed with sugar. This is raw granite paste, and this is good. It's called kuli kuli here in Wa. So you can have it with gari, with sugar, gari soakings, which is a local beverage here in Ghana. So if you've not tried it before, you might as well as buy one and try it. So hard. So I'm going to be trying suya. How much is one? 20 pesos. 50 pesos. Give me some. How much? Give me. Okay. So this is how the suya looks like, and I'm going to be trying it. Give me one more. This is good. It tastes like just like suya. Suya is suya. There's no other taste apart from suya. So this is good. So far, everything here is very, very cheap. All their snacks are like 50 pesos, which is less than 1 cedi. And then the highest you can get a snack is 1 Ghana cedi. Everything is very, very cheap here. I've been here and I've spent less than I thought I was going to spend. So yeah, everything here is very, very affordable. She wants to come into our video. So she says she's thanking us for promoting the WA. So you see, it's not really difficult to film in the market, even though yes, it is difficult to film in the market. Some of the women are so friendly and they're like, oh, come. Is it going to TV? Is it going, where is it going to? And it makes them interested. Once they know they are going to see themselves on TV or their colleagues are going to tell them, I saw you on TV, then they are very interested. So yeah, so far so good. We are currently in the clothes section. Let's go see if we can get more street food to try. Yeah, I want to try Chozafi and bitter soup. Where can I get some?
That one we have to cook it.
You have to cook it?
Yeah,
they don't sell
we don't sell teaser like that because everybody prefers teaser.
Yeah, that is it's just like in the Volta region. Everybody eats Banku or Klen, so they don't sell it in town. Okay, so I would have loved to try it, but maybe the next time when I visit, we'll prepare it at home, and that's the usual thing here. So sorry. My friend recommended I tried cheeses and bitter soup. Okay. Yeah, and then she also mentioned I tried tubani, which we had yesterday. If you guys remember watching my vlog previously. So yeah, if you haven't watched it, please go back, watch my videos, and come back to finish up this. So yeah, so far so good. Let's see what we can get. I'm currently in the market. So we have here acheke, and I'm going to try it from the northern style. So mommy, please give me some. I'm going to have 2 cities. It's plenty. It's plenty. Yeah, small. Yeah, it's okay. They add a little salt.
Looks like it's gonna be good.
Yes.
Cheesy old fish.
Give us spoon. So which is ours? So now we are in the marketplace. We have to find somewhere we could eat. To pick our stuff. So yeah, this and then head to our next location.
I feel like it's much more spacious. Busy, but it's a different type of busy over here. I like every day. I love me some macaw. I'm a to-do girl.
So yeah, I had the acheke. I'm yet to go try it. Then I'm going to end the video for my street food experience here in Wa in the Upper West region. Loretta, what did you have since you came? Street food?
Water.
What did you have?
I had the, what do they call it?
Tubani yesterday, yeah.
I had the nuts, that we had. I had the drink, which the baobab, which is also known as tamarind. That's the name I kept forgetting.
Yeah.
And we ate the suya as well.
So yeah. We are going to try it and end it. So we are currently in traffic. Yeah. Hi. Look at the baby, so cute. Hi. He's like, who is that? I'm about to try the acheke I bought earlier on. So this is the acheke and the vegetables. They sprinkle a little bit of salt for taste, and this was very good. The acheke was very soggy and soft. Acheke is close to gari, which is a local delicacy here. This was really, really good. And I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire street food experience here in the Upper West region, specifically. Wow. So yeah, until next time, I love you all. Thank you so much for watching. I am currently in the yellow, properly called tuk-tuk. How do you call it in your local dialect? Mahamakambu. It's called Mahamakambu. So if you haven't tried this, and here in the Upper West, in fact in the North, you should make it a point. It's very, very cheap. Short distances are about 1 cedis, long distances are about 3 cedis. So yeah, it is worth the experience. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. Much love from the Upper West. Mwah.
Century, I a friend say, or any babu ama Benny and answer a month for Bekaya, Nansent one I just said, didn't cocoa to jail 14 days, no more, you know. No, didn't say for be about to jam roll call interview and ample call Casapa FM. I didn't say for be a cocoa to jar. Or Chema Deputy Attorney General, I a friend said Diana, as Nabadapa, editor, the name answer, I didn't make no bage none in him. A catcher no say, who or railway, mesh and a bomb de pass, ya do betum fiase, na mesh so say, ya do to fiase, and Miancasam and me wo fufuo na me de nkwan pa bi eguso de nam kakra eguso ama mra ono nkasa be hwe se wo mfiase a wo pro ene o kan sam we nyina na je se onipa no ne ye interview bi san se wo ye hwe ne wo ken yan pause me do nyame me se me honom no abara na na so wura no ana era no ebe ka kire me wo manim pen se me obehwe pa se me kom mfiase na che se makwa pro wo e wo honom na o kasa na mpo wo twam no twam se na nkono no e wo se na asem no nke wo se ewie no 18th October 2021 na so say Attorney General wa asem etian ntino enimani mu ana che so file report am yede no kokotu eye enfiase na o manfo ebe ka ya na nsenteme ye ore ansa na yede meko enfiase no de nsem bi atudwa emra na otipa FM so na odi nkita na o twemu saane akwakwa yese Ghana mampani na dadan kwakufu ado na afie ya atemu afo ahodo bi a wa Ghana hanom akọ meet na nampo no ya de a eye Ghana mampani edi nsem bi ato o manim se e wo so mo hwe na se na be ya 2020 about no mo ko din wansa na mbon kwaka wansem no o me be kansa na be ya be kwa ma no Ghana mampani eno na ba ye na fe nso na eji ehu forifori mu na eji se on ti asa de nti no owurai e so ogu ni hu fi ene obo mmodi an na ye hwe machese ye de owurai ekokoto ye mfiasa no de aba beto dwase sana emro okoji na adaka mu a ye bisa na no nsem no e ya de aye maami e de san nsem ne betu nanim ka hwe ne so no be fe pa na so be hwe pa se de ne ba kokoto ye mfiase.
Previously on People and Places.
This the highest peak on the Mogo Hill.
part of the hill, but it was chopped off in the early 1960s.
Okay.
By the first president of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. So we have 3 species.
Okay.
We have the cops. These ones are cops. We have bushbacks and dikers. So they practice the system of polygamy, where one male to a lot of females, and it depends on the structure of the male. We have the olive baboon and then the leather spot nose monkey.
Those were a few highlights. Now, the adventure continues. Stay with us and enjoy.
So thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. We are still at the Shy Hills Resource Reserve. Now we continue our tour with Ishmael, and as a stunt, we are at the Sayu Hills. This place has another unique story, and we'll get right to it. So what do we have here?
Yeah, so the Sayu Cave was once the tribal chief palace of the Shy.
Okay.
So when I say tribal, 4 tribes that lived here, occupying around the various caves, mostly, basically from Manya, Ajuku, Hiwoyo, and then the Sayu.
Okay.
So the tribal chief was residing in the cave. Now,
The tribal chief was the chief of all the 4 tribes.
All the 4 tribes.
Okay.
Now it's believed that they are living now in Kodiabe, close to the reserve, about 5 kilometers drive
From
west
here.
side
Oh,
of the
okay.
reserve.
So they moved from here.
They moved
and
from
settled
here.
there.
Yes, please. But history has it all that one can only visit the king or the chief when there is a leaf like this, a leaflet on your lip.
Okay.
In that way, when they see the leaflet on your lip, you will not be harmed. And then they
okay.
believe that you know their customs and traditions.
Oh.
And then you are coming in with right motive and peace. And then the last of it all, which is key for them, was that when they see the leaf on your lip, it tells that whatever you see here is a hidden truth that you will not go and expose or tell anyone. And hence you'll be allowed to enter the cave.
The cave.
Interestingly, the cave has only one main entrance.
Oh, okay.
Aside the main entrance, there's no other place that one can pass through to the cave.
Before you go into the chambers, who discovered this place?
I think they just walked and then they stayed here.
Oh, okay.
But the history tells that they were once hunter-gatherers who lived here, but their history is not known. So the Shy people came in and drove them away and then took the
their
place.
place. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. We'll learn more about it as we see the place.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is the main entrance to the cave, where they go with their back. The
They
leaf,
go with their back.
yes, the leaf will be on your lip. Then you go with your back. The focus was war-minded people. You know, they were like people who can easily come in and take the place from them, since they also took it from others.
Somebody else. Okay.
So their focus is, as you go, you watch around, even though the warriors were here on top, but you watch around to see if people are coming. You scream for help or you shout so that the warriors can come in and defend.
Oh, okay.
So they cross here with their back. And
And
aside
then
this place, there's no other place that one can pass through to the cave.
So this is the main
entrance.
entrance.
To the cave.
Right. Is that the same routine they follow when they come?
Yeah, in the
Now.
olden days. No, now it is abolished. We don't go with our back. We don't have the leaves on our legs.
So they just come like normal to tour the place. They don't do any rides.
Well, so yeah, so what we have realized is, you know, the transferring of the knowledge from one generation to the other sometimes spoils the trend. So for them, some of them don't even know as to
what it was, the
what they
tradition.
are supposed to do, but others also know. So some does it generally when they come. Some also don't know the significance of doing those
that.
things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But when tourists comes here, we just tell them, but we tell them
and
they
then they
are
go in
abolished.
like normal. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
And as we go, we will smell different scent from the bat guano.
Bat what?
Guano, that is the fecal content of the bat.
This is how the front part of the cave looks like. We are going to take this road or this path and move to the very first chamber. And as we go, we'll talk.
So you see the guano, the fecal content of the bats.
Oh, okay.
They are a good source of fertilizer.
I see.
So what happens is that these are insect-eating bats.
Okay.
So they are very active in the night. They come out to peck the sleeping insects. So their activity also attracts the insects in the daytime because the scent will, attract them.
Okay.
Then they feed on them.
Oh,
and
okay.
these bats in ecology, they are called keystone species. That is species which are very delicate, and their absence from the ecosystem, the whole system, can break the ecosystem.
How?
Because insects are the most ubiquitous species of animals in the world. And so when I say ubiquitous, they are everywhere, and they are millions, trillions. So in order for this species to be regulated, they need
someone that will feed on them.
some others to feed on. So bats is one of them, and then pangolins.
Okay.
They feed on these insects to regulate their population so that they will not, exceed and break everything.
Okay.
So they are very unique and important. The fruit-eating bat at 37.2, they also help in what?
Regulating.
They help in dispersal of seeds, and hence germination as well. So bats are very unique.
Sure. So what you're telling me in effect is that now all 3 caves have been taken over by bats?
No, this cave has a lot of the bats, but the other caves, they have very few bat species because those 3 caves cannot be compared to this huge one. They are very small in sizes.
Oh, okay. But this is the first cave.
This
first chamber.
The first chamber, we are ending at the first chamber, and then this is the second chamber.
Oh, okay. So where we moved from
is the first chamber to this place.
Right.
And then the second chamber ends here. This whole place is second chamber.
Oh, okay.
And then the third chamber goes through the small hole, go to left.
So the second chamber has most of the bats, or the first?
The third chamber.
The third.
Yeah, the third chamber has. But then they move to the first chamber in the night to peck sleeping insects. So this is how the whole settings was like. In the olden days, they covered this whole place with boulders. And then there was small entrance
for
people. Yeah, where the king, because here was for the king.
Okay.
And you see the ficus plants, these ones are called Ficus abutifolia. On top you can see some of the plants there.
Okay.
So it develops all this way. And then they use it as a way to climb, as a spy point up.
Oh,
yeah. So when they are up there, and then they see people coming to attack them, they decline and pack themselves behind the packed stones. When they come, when they come and they can scare them with that, then they pull or push the stones on them. But then we cut them. Some of the roots got collapsed, and others too were very weak. And students, when they come, a lot of them wants to climb at the same time. So we just avoided the climbers. And then we replaced it with a ladder. So in case you want to go to the spy point, somehow scary, but you can actually do it.
Okay.
And so this ends the conversation with the first chamber.
All right.
The second chamber also has the stool of the chief, which is this one. So the natural stone that he sits on. So here is just like an assembly ground for the king. You can sit on maybe as the queen mother of Kodiabe.
Okay.
And then there we can, after sitting on, we can go to the third chamber.
This is too high for me.
Oh, it's so. Let me show you how you. One hand of yours will be here, the other one will be here. So this one, 10.
Like that.
Take off your phone. It can crack. Then pijamu. How is it? It's not comfortable.
Yep.
So
This
now,
is me on the natural stool, which is actually a rock of the then Kodiabe.
Yeah, the tribal chief.
Tribal chief. Okay. These bats, are they harmful to humans?
They are not, but you know, bats have a lot of viral infections or pathogens. So, but they are not harmful to humans. They cannot beat you, they cannot peck on you. But when you are closer to them, you need to be careful with the way you touch them. Because they are wild.
Yeah.
Anything is possible to happen. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see the very difficult third chamber, of which. So this is how we do it. Just touch the rock, and then come slowly. But then, so there were no bats here when the shy people were here.
Oh, okay. Because there were humans here.
Yeah, and then there were activities like burning and making noise. When they left here, and then the bats occupied. You can see from here. So that's the third chamber. It goes deep.
Oh.
Hope you can see there. A lot of them.
Okay. That's how you call them?
Yeah, sometimes you just make a little noise.
To stir them up.
See
Wow.
And hence the name Bat Cave, because the place houses like millions of bats. We can actually enter, but you know it's full of guano. You can step in and it will be all over you.
I think we are fine here. Yeah, we can see the bats from here, so that's fine. But you never know. I mean, if you are more adventurous than I am and you come here, you can choose to go with Ishmael or anyone else who will take you around into the bat cave.
Okay, so we can still go and climb to the
top.
It's like the Mogo Hill, the view.
Okay.
But it's a very small area.
Right.
And a little bit scarier than the Mogo Hill.
Oh, okay.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana.
The Ghanaian currency, cedi, was coined from the Akan word cedie, which means cowries.
So, let me just warn you, for people who are like me, you need to eat well before you come here because it takes a lot of energy to do this.
So when you get here, this is how you position your.
Okay.
So your right foot should be on the ficus foot here. Then your left foot should be here.
Okay.
Then you hook. Look at your hands here. Then you lift yourself.
What? People, if you don't have Vim, you can watch your friends do it from afar.
I hope you saw how I did it. No,
like that. Like this. Then I hold this.
Yeah.
Then here. Oh. We are going to the top of the hill. Okay, so this hill is higher than the Mogo Hill.
You can see the Mogo Hill from here.
Oh, that's it.
And so here is the spy point where the warriors sit in the olden days. Just to
guard
check
the
around.
place. Wow, this is a very good point.
But very difficult to get here.
Definitely. I'm sure it was also strategic because before the enemy comes here.
Yeah, then they know because they can see afar.
Yeah.
So they can better plan off. And there were the trees were very few, especially there was no neem tree. So you could see far than this. Neem
So
trees
this
were
entire
introduced.
place was clear.
Yes, it was clear.
So it was just vast land. Wow. Guys, it's difficult to get here, but if you're able to make it, I think it's worth it because the view is really, really cool. It's really cool. You can actually see, like he said, the Mogo Hill, which looks a lot smaller from here. So this is like a step higher. You should try this sometime. So that's the Sayi story, right?
Yes, yes.
Right. And so, where are we going to next?
So from here, we'll go to the Depot Rock. Then,
where they perform their final.
Yes, then we go to
puberty, right?
The farm, the animal
farm, and then the museum.
Yes.
Okay, so let's get the video going. We are at the entrance to the Depot Rock. This is where the girls who used to camp at the Mogo Hills, this is where they come to complete their puberty rites, and after here they can be qualified for marriage because they are seen to have gone through the puberty rites and have been successful. So Ishmael is taking us to see the place.
So you can actually see some broken pots, broken bottles, broken bottles all over here. So they mix it with the old drink, schnapp and others.
Oh.
They mix the water with it and then they use it to bath them. And you can see the grooves. So they pour the drink into the water. And then you can see the grooves all over here. And this,
whatever they were doing there, they were doing here.
yes, because of it not being used for a long period of time, that's why you see. But when it's raining, you see the whole place is full up, and this water is always it doesn't get dried. But we don't drain it for a long period of time, so many years.
What did they use this water for though?
So in those days, it was clean water where they bath the ladies, fetch it and bath the ladies with it. And then they put the beads, then the colorful things on them. So you can see here they just make it so like the grooves are more smaller in size. Yeah.
Because this is where they were making the items.
So after bathing them, then they grind and put it on them. And then they dance. The background is there.
Okay.
Where they dance for the final ride. But this water sustains for the whole of the year round, and it's always full. Because of the dry season, that is why you see it in this way. They sit on the stone, which they cover it with the skin of the antelope.
Is that it?
No, they took it away when they were sacked.
Okay.
And there are two indications. If you are virgin, you get up easily. If you are not a virgin, you get stuck to the rock.
They took the rock away?
Yeah, so when they were sacked, they took the rock away.
Oh, wow. Well, it was something that could be moved?
Oh, yeah, it's very small rock because you can just always they cover it with the skin of the antelope.
Oh,
so they took it away. Yeah. But the main focus was to test whether the girls are really virgins or not.
Oh,
and in that way, if you are not a virgin, they perform some rite, and when you get up, you are banned or sacked from the tribe.
Oh, wow.
Or you join the people within the tribe that have the mark that they were not virgins, but they passed through the rites. And in that way, you will not be regarded as one of them. Be it giving birth, marrying, or dying, they will not regard you as, they regard you as an unclean person within their setting.
Okay.
And it also creates, it's a form of honor for the younger girls.
Join us in the next and final episode of the Shy Hills Adventure as we explore the animal farm, museum, and visit the home of the newest additions, the African pythons, all on People and Places.
Our political parties continue to organize the kind of primaries that they do, the attrition rate in this house will never cease. And sometimes when you see some of our former colleagues, it's pathetic. And I just want to tell our colleagues in here today that yesterday they were like us. Tomorrow, if we don't work harder, we are going to be like them. So when you see them wretched and you don't ponder and think, yesterday they were like us. Sitting in front, sitting at those and carrying all the importance, chairs, ranking, what have you, ministers. Today you are seeing the wretched and you are laughing. If we don't work at it, tomorrow, maybe you and I may even be more wretched than those that we are seeing. I pray that we are able to break through this with sincerity on both sides, so that we start to work in the collective interest of our country, not one side. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Majority Whip, I'll give you the opportunity. Then I'll come to Senior. I'll come to you. Then Majority Leader will conclude. Yes. So Majority Whip, then Senior, then Majority Leader will conclude.
Speaker, I think this is not just an ordinary statement coming from our colleague and a brother, but I appreciate it as a very poetic statement. And many of the comments that have been made at a point in time, we all burst into laughter. But fact be told, it's not funny. This is a clarion call for us to reconcile truly many of the things my colleague, the Honorable Muntaka, has spoken to. I agree entirely. But I also tend to wonder if indeed these statements are coming out with a true sense of sincerity. Because in recent times, and I don't want to zero in on my colleague, I have witnessed very scathing comments from my colleague, directed specifically to the majority leader, continuously, repeatedly. And I have wondered if indeed, as we keep saying and harping at the fact that we are all from the one stock, one people, one destiny, and the lights. So it's a time for reconciliation, a true reconciliation. And for me, that is what will set the tone. Speaker, I commend my colleague, Deputy Leader, who initially has whispered to me that a statement is focused on the Honorable Esibe Yeboah, and usual of him, he used his dexterity and expanded it and broadened the horizon and the entire topic, elevating the discussion to a big and a much more higher level. I commend my colleague highly. Growing up as a young student leader, I've often run to Accra from University of Cape Coast, come to sit at the public gallery to catch a glimpse of celebrated and renowned legislators of this August House. Can we say the same today? No. We can't. Because all of us are parties to the current state that we experience. We have contributed to the current state we have. And it will take the two of us to absorb ourselves or take ourselves out. Colleagues have spoken to welfare issues, conditions of service pertaining to MPs and the likes. I think, not to oversimplify the matter, probably the Public Relations Department of Parliament will have to up their game. The story cannot be told by MPs. Welfare issues and all that we benefit as members of Parliament. Let's see the PR of Parliament speaking to this concern. I want to suggest that we may probably have to institute a day like this, where we will celebrate and recognize the rich contributions that members of Parliament have contributed to the growth of Parliament as an institution and the jurisprudence of legislation itself. We may have to find a day. I recall the former Right Honorable Okray had suggested the institution of an award for deserving members of Parliament. I don't know how this thing fizzle out. Probably leadership may have to engage further. That will be a source of encouragement for this House, for us to also put ourselves in readiness to reach the mark and also distinguish ourselves and lead and serve with true sense of credibility. Speaker, the three arms of government, suffice it to say, Parliament is the only arm of government that is greatly exposed to the public. When the executive meets a cabinet, the press are not there. At the courtroom, you don't find the press at the courtroom. But when we are deliberating, it is exposed to the public. In fact, Parliament has become part of the public. What it means to me is that we should also up our engagement and communication with the public. Because if we don't do that, we are only fomenting perceptions and fomenting the misconceptions that the public have about this House. For me, that is the trust and the crux of the matter. That is where we should focus on. Recently, for the fact that I was part of a number of members who filed a motion, I've come under serious attacks In fact, blatant insults. Thankfully, I engaged my colleague on the other side who had been leading this attack on me, that we need to talk as men. I think that we have contributed to the current state and the problem we are having. As members of parliament, oftentimes we make commentaries to appeal to our party base, and then we turn around and say the party base, our party support base, and they seem to be leading the crusade and the narrative, regardless of the constitutional provision and the law that exists. Thankfully, we were able to scale this wall, and the aftermath is that the leadership on the other side came under a barrage of allegations. They've been bought, they've taken money here and there. What are we doing to this institution? It's very sad. Now, the attrition rate that many of us have shown regret to, we have to, for once, both major parties will have to come to agreement. We have the solution in our hands. When primaries, there is an unfettered, primaries at various constituencies. Everybody will have a go at it. There is nowhere in the world where democracy is not guarded. So we must guard and guide our democracy. And that is dependent on leadership. And of course, all of us by extension. So if NDC MPP comes together and say that for this year, at least, we are setting this as a template or as a measuring rod to be able to decide how to manage our primaries. That will be the beginning for a lot of positive things to happen. Other jurisdictions that we are taking after and drawing lessons from America, the UK, Australia, their democracies are guarded. And for me, that is where we have to focus on and take up some lessons from. Again, Speaker, and this will be my concluding statement. We've mentioned notable names of MPs who have served with distinction. We've also shown regrets about some of them, their lifestyle after serving in this August House. Have we instituted the prospect of engaging these former MPs? We have not. And I probably want to suggest, if it's not too late, leadership and the Speaker, we have to start this engagement where former members of Parliament, a time with former members of Parliament, where current members of Parliament can engage and share experiences. I think if we are able to institute this, all of us will distill and take up very good lessons going forward as an institution to contribute in building this rich institution that all of us are proud of. So I cannot sit but to commend my colleague, the Honorable Afenyo Markins. It's been wonderful. This is a very poetic statement and is setting the tone for a true reconciliation if we so desire. If we are indeed minded to reconcile and to send a signal out there to our party base that it is not all about adversarial exchanges, but it is also building of an institution and relationship. We'll be setting a good tone. The Honorable Marcus Sibe-Yeboah, I have my own relationship with him. I recall when I was, even before I became the news president in the year 2000, he was then at Kwame Nkrumah University, as was intimated by the Honorable Muntaka. He was one of the people who had encouraged me to go to student leadership. Even afterwards, I became the youth organizer for Eastern Region. He was one of the people who encouraged me to go for the newly created Insaoma Dredgery seat. So, Sibe-Yeboah has been a wonderful friend. It's quite unfortunate that we have to lose him at his prime time. But only God knows what the future holds for him. We all take pride of him, what he did in the last parliament, even whilst he's not in parliament, what he continues to do. The engagement he still does with some of us. Sibe has been a wonderful person. We are very proud of him, and we hope and pray that we'll have more people like casting his image and building this institution called Parliament. So, Speaker, to conclude, I think that this should not be appreciated as one of the normal statements that is made in this House. And it goes down the drain. Both sides should be candid. You can't sit on radio and run down your fellow colleague, as was observed and intimated by the Honorable Mubarak. You run down your fellow member of parliament, and then you come here and we extend pleasantries. That is not good enough. So I hope all of us will draw lessons and open a new chapter, a chapter of positive exchanges, a chapter of believing that indeed, after all, we are people of one stock, one people, one destiny. So I thank you for the space granted. I'm grateful.
Yes, Honorable Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I wasn't here at the beginning when the statement was being made. I had a function with 3 other colleagues at Alice Hotel on decriminalizing petty offenses in the statute books of Ghana. We were there from about 9 o'clock to 12 before we left and then came back. But I have had the gist of the statement which was made. My information is that the genesis of the statement is trying to reconcile MPs together for the benefit of this House and then our individual selves. Having been in this Parliament in 1993, I thought that it would be a disservice. It would be a disservice if I did not share some experiences about how we used to relate that will foster unity of purpose in this House between MPs and for the government of this country. Mr. Speaker, the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic, January 1993 to January 1997, had several challenges, even though we were almost a one-party House. We could not prosecute some of our interests because we were one group. Thankfully, in 1997, about 67 or 61, 67 members from the MPP joined us in this chamber. I recall that in 1993, when we came to Parliament, the then Minister of Finance, Dr. Kwesi Bochwe, said that they were going to buy us some Toyota Corolla cars, about 10 million cedis apiece. And we were very excited. After a month or two, they came to say that because of public opinion, they would rather give us some small money to buy second-hand cars, because if we were driving new cars, the public would not be happy. We were disgruntled, but being one-sided, we had to kowtow. So we are given 5 million cedis each. I remember I bought a 12-year-old Opel record car, and every day we had to go to the electrician or the mechanic for some repairs. We were even so broke, Mr. Speaker, that we those who were living in Sakumino had to pool cars together. We said this week 4 of us will use your car, so you will fuel the car and then 4 of us will come to Parliament. Then next week it will be my turn and the rest of them to save costs and to save the lives of their cars. Fortunately for us, in 1997, our colleagues on the other side came. Even though they were fewer than us, just 67 of them, they made a lot of impact in this August House. J.H. Mensah, late J.H. Mensah, of blessed memory, somebody who could stand on his feet for 1 hour, 2 hours and talk to us, and everybody will be glued listening to him because of his knowledge and oratory. He, then minority leader, said that we are not going to ride a bicycle or an old car to Parliament, and that the dignity of Parliament must be maintained. At their instance, at their intervention, then we then had money to buy a new car, and that time was Vinto or some other small car, but at least it was new in the market. We supported him. Even though we were in the majority side, he was on the minority side, attacking government that we needed these things. We supported him. Honorable Chairman, a majority leader, is here. In 1997, he was my first friend from the other side. Every time I drove to Kumasi, I stopped there and called him, and we'll go somewhere and sit together and take kebab and then beer and the rest of them. We were together. In fact, we served on one committee, lands and forests, traveled outside and whatnot and whatnot. We were together. That was the bonding that we had. I want to submit that this August House is not taking advantage of the constitutional provision that majority of ministers must come from parliament. We didn't make this out of the blue. It was for good purposes that we provided. I was in the consultative assembly, that's why I'm saying so big about the spirit of that provision. We said they wanted to create a bond between MPs who are not ministers and MPs who are ministers, so that when they go to cabinet, they are able to understand the philosophy and the background of this and come here to help us. When they are in their office and they come here, I can just walk across to the minister and put my case across to him. Then you give me an appointment, come at this and we solve the problem and the rest of them. That was the idea. But we are abusing it more than we are practicing it. One lady MP complained to me last week that she went to a minister's office and was there for 2 hours without seeing the minister, even though he was in the office. 2 hours without seeing the minister. Meanwhile, MPs from the other side came and were going in and coming out. And the fellow was sitting down for 2 hours, 3 hours, to see a colleague MP who is a minister. Not just a minister, but a colleague MP who is a minister. Where is the bonding? Where is the respect? How will the people around the area respect the MP when they know that when you go to another MP's office who is happy to be a minister or deputy minister, you have no access to him? We are abusing the constitutional provision which we thought will bring us closer, will help us together. Mr. Speaker, last year I happened to be one of those that the Speaker and the leadership has nominated to meet some MPs from Kenya. And they said they were very happy with this our constitutional provision, that in their country, no MP can be a minister. But they have seen the wisdom in our provision, and that they are going to make an amendment to make sure that ministers must also come from parliament for obvious reasons or the reasons that we had. I want to invite our colleagues, particularly those from the other side. It is your turn today, it is my turn tomorrow. It is your turn today, it is other people's turn tomorrow. Let's forge that unity. Let's forge that respect for each other. Let's bring about that bond, so that when we are having that bond, then matters in this house can be taken more easily. Mr. Speaker, let us avoid the mutual suspicion. I remember when our majority leader, we had a similar case like we have now. At that time, NDC were 119 in Parliament, MPP they were 111, difference 8. I was a leader sitting there, and he was minority leader sitting here. At every point of time, there was constructive engagement between me and him. I'll call him out and we will meet and discuss. I'll go to his office and we'll meet and discuss. He is here. He was virtually the chairman of the Win-Win Committee. We will file many amendments. Then I'll say, go to Honorable Chairman's office, minority leader office, all of you, whether from NDC or MPP, and then they will do the Win-Win. I'm not sure that he is capable of making the minority leader or somebody from this side a chairman of a de facto chairman of the Win-Win Committee. They will not agree. He is here. He was. And I used to walk to him. And those who filed amendment, 5, 10 of them, he would chair de facto. It wasn't that we elected him here, but because of his interest in legislation, in making law, he was. He used to file more amendments than any other fellow. And we would take them on merit. Now, if you file amendment from the other side, it is war. They just disagree. They don't look at the merits of it. Why are we here? To serve the country, not to serve a party. We owe more allegiance to our party than to the Ghana government or to Ghana. We owe more allegiance to our respective parties than to Ghana. But it is Ghana that we are first and foremost. And my colleagues have said it. If we don't take time and close our ranks, members of parliament do not take and close their ranks. People are here, people calling for coup or saying this and whatnot. That is the last thing we should expect. Because when there's a coup, the first thing they will do is to dissolve parliament. We won't go home. Whether from the majority or minority, you won't go home. The loans that you have taken to do campaign and come back, you will not be able to repay those loans. You will not. So yeah, you may be locked up. You will meet at first you meet at Cantonment police station. Then from there you meet somewhere. I'm saying so because Parliament is the bastion of democracy. Parliament is the pivot or the symbol of democracy. If there's a coup, the executive remains, the soldiers or whoever comes from themselves will have ministers. They can call the ministers or secretaries or chairpersons and whatnot. They will be there. The ministries will be there. The judges and magistrates will be there. There will be no parliament. We will not be there. So the last thing we should hope for is for a coup. The last thing we should hope for is for a coup. But it won't help anybody. If we don't want that, then there must be constructive engagement between us. This is a hung parliament. But we are not demonstrating on the floor of this house that it is a hung parliament. If we are not demonstrating that unity of purpose, we have to reconcile our differences. I remember Peter Ajite. He was sitting where you were. We are in the minority, 201 parliament, 201, 204. We are there. But because we had formed government 2 terms and then we were there, we are more knowledgeable in government matters and the rest of them. This was a speaker who wanted intelligent debate. Nothing else. Peter Ajite wanted to assert the dignity of parliament. The parliament was independent of the executive and the judiciary. What happened 4 years later? When he came back and wanted to be a speaker the second term, it was his own people, MPs, including my very good friend here, who voted against him. Voting against your dignity, voting against your respect, your self-esteem, the dignity of this house. It was rather the minority side that were supporting him. What was Peter's crime? He wanted parliament to be independent. He didn't want a minister to take parliament for a ransom. Look at, he is there. I have been there before. The most difficult work to do is a majority leader. You program a minister, in fact, he even comes to agree with you that he is available on, let's say, tomorrow, Thursday morning to answer questions. You program him. Tomorrow by 8, 9, he will call and say, I'm sorry, I've been called to the Flagstaff House, or I've been called to Jubilee House or Castle. What do you do? What do you come and tell the House? How do you get another one to substitute at the same time? So Peter Ajite would not take that nonsense. He said that parliament before Castle, parliament before Jubilee House, parliament before your travels and the rest of them. He was asserting the independence of parliament. Do we support him? We are our own maker, we are our own evil. We the MPs, we are our own evil. Somebody who wants to liberate us, we do not support him. So I think that we have a sober reflection. Others have gone and come back. I have gone 2 terms and come back.
I shall return.
Yes. I thought that when they are eulogizing MPs and they don't mention some of our names, then you have not said anything yet. Mr. Speaker, I was here 3 terms and went out 1 term. Then I came back for 2 more terms and went out 1 term. I have come back. What else do I demonstrate? And we are talking without mentioning all of us. It's incomplete. It will be incomplete, and many others. Because, I'm saying so because we have the example of staying out without a salary for 4 years. And then fighting an election to come back here. Many of us here will not be able to do that. You will not have the capacity, you will have the temerity to be able to do that. There are many of us who are here who are returnees. In the near future, I will lead them to form an association of returnee MPs. We shall soon form an association of returnee MPs. And then we will also have a fight. The message that I want to give to majority leader is that we need a pension for members of parliament who exit the house. In Kenya, the Kenyan example, when they came and we discussed it, they said that if you come to parliament for 2 terms, at least 2 terms, then you qualify for a pension. That how can you leave parliament and then after 2, 3 years, you cannot even buy medication. You cannot. So, Mr. Majority Leader, take this very seriously. If the President says a committee on the emoluments of members of parliament, we need pension. I am entitled to pension, but I know what I've gone through, and I know what these people go through when they live here for 2 years, 3 years, not to talk about more. They are dying earlier than they ought to die because of lack of support. It's a golden statement that he has made, a golden opportunity that he has made. I think that this is a time that we should stop looking over our shoulders. If they see me going to his office, or Muntaka going there, say, he has gone there to do this and that. What is wrong with that? I was majority leader. I used to walk to his office. He used to come to my office. Mutual trust. The problem we have is that mutual suspicion, mutual mistrust. That doesn't help us. We are not competing against each other here. We are talking about the development of Ghana. So I want to congratulate the Deputy Majority Leader for the statement he has made. And then I want to pray that from now onwards, let's know that we are each other's keeper. We should love each other here, outside, and even when we leave Parliament. And when that happens, then Ghana will be the better, Ghana will benefit better than any single one of us. On that note, I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, senior citizen. Leader, here I come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I was not in the House when the statement came to be made, but I entered at the tail end to listen to the sermon from my deputy, the Honorable Afenyo Markins. I caught the drift, but I was asking him whether he came with a formal statement, and he indicated to me what he has written. And I could not make a head or tail of what he meant by that. However, as I said, I caught the drift. Mr. Speaker, I think it's about the effectiveness and efficiency of members of Parliament and what it is that should be our responsibility and our contribution to nation building. Mr. Speaker, the functions of Parliament as an institution and indeed of members of Parliament are set out for us. We represent constituents. We play representational. The Speaker, it expresses itself in the questions that we ask in Parliament, the statements such as the statement that has been made by my colleague, and we ferry the concerns of our constituents to the chamber, including perhaps in the form of petitions and so on. That's the representational function of Parliament. We deliberate on matters that come before us. So we have a deliberative function. But the deliberation over issues that we conduct in this House, the Speaker, we transmit information. So Parliament and members of Parliament have information transmission function. It is the reason why, if we should not corrupt the conscience of our country and of our citizens, our contribution should be based on research, not just talking from the top of your head. Many times people get up in this chamber and they are just, the Speaker, talking to their opinions and not grounded on any research. Today, our Parliament is evolving strongly, and now we are making space for the recruitment of research officers to influence the debate in the House. We have the power of pairs function, which we exercise by interrogating loan agreements, and in particular the budget that comes before us. Mr. Speaker, when we have allocated resources to state agencies, including Parliament itself, we must oversee the application of the resources. That's the oversight function of members of Parliament. But arguably, the greatest function is legislation, lawmaking. We approve and ratify agreements, including loans and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the functions of Parliament and of parliamentarians. How many of us in this House, Mr. Speaker, would say that they fulfill all these charges? I said to us that arguably the greatest function of Parliament and of parliamentarians is lawmaking, legislation. That's why we constitute the legislative arm of government. We come to
making laws in this house. And apart from the relevant committees, the leadership of which we may see in the house, we may have maybe sometimes not more than 5-6 people fashioning and crafting bills for the entire country. We don't do justice to our core as members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, so oftentimes I say to us that people stay for long periods in this house. They serve for long periods. Unfortunately, not too many of us allow Parliament to pass through us. We pass through Parliament. We don't allow Parliament to pass through us. So we leave, and when after 2 terms, 3 terms, 4 terms, we should be speaking as authority on matters that we have discussed, we see the shallowness and hollowness of some members of Parliament, including some former members of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, we should place emphasis on the capacity building of members of Parliament to make them relevant. The central figure that my colleague mentioned, the Honorable Dr. Marcus Beyeboa, when he first came, people who know him, and he had to serve under Dr. Anthony Akutosei as deputy ranking for finance. He didn't register on the radar. It was Akutosei who was always dominant. As Beyeboa was virtually unknown, but he spent the time learning and understanding the leadership of the finance committee. Of course, given his own training and experience that he gathered subsequently, he was able to illuminate the House when he became the chairman of the finance committee. We have seen in this House people who have served as committee chairman for 2 terms, and yet they get lost out when issues relating to their sector come to be debated in this House. Yesterday was different. And it's because he availed himself to learn. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, bring back the chamber. Bring back the chamber. Mr. Speaker, that is the lighter vein. Mr. Speaker, I think we should place emphasis on capacity building in this House. And given the vicissitudes of these days, I think it's important that at least twice a year we submit ourselves to capacity building. That indeed would include even continuing members. Let's face it, there are some first-time members of Parliament who are able to rise up faster than people who have been in the system for maybe 2-3 terms. So everyone needs capacity building. And when we have these opportunities, we should avail ourselves. Some of them who have served for 2-3 terms when we are engaged in capacity building workshops, they put in appearance and leave. They are not serious with the workshops that we organize. And it reflects in the quality of their own debates in this House. Mr. Speaker, so I think that my colleague, the Honorable Abuka, was saying that I would not have the courage to make anybody the chairman of the Widowing Committee. I'm surprised that he's making such a statement. He's not here. But anybody who knows me, what I've done with the Widowing Committee, will know that the previous one was populated more by members on the other side. My own side, we had Banda and the Honorable Ayimedu, who were rebels. The rebels on the other side were Yilechire, Fuseni Musa, and it's because of that austerity that they showed, that Fuseni Musa, for instance, has been drafted to the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs as a consultant. It's not Shaibu Muhammad. You don't know what you're talking about. Please, don't talk, don't bear false witness. Mr. Speaker, Shaibu, the Daboya Mankorago member, was also a very diligent member of the Winning Committee. Equally so, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo. And a later day saint, Honorable Roxin Lafiamako. On very few occasions, emphasis on few. And already, he knows I'm going to mention his name, so he's shaking his head. The Honorable Suhini, on very few occasions, and I realized that, the Speaker, I realized that those of them who were not very regular, perhaps it was for want of time. But whenever they came, they wanted to participate and participate fully. So, the Honorable Cletus, the statement that he's made is incorrect. It's factually incorrect to say that we're not allowing the minority to be there. It's most untrue. Mr. Speaker, maybe the honorable deputy minority that is drawing my attention that at the time he wasn't here. So I'll forgive him his trespasses. But you don't bear false witness in such instances. He's my friend, but what you know, you bear testimony to. What you don't know, you don't speak to. Mr. Speaker, Parliament ordinarily is like wine. The longer you stay here, the more useful you become to the system. It is the reason why I don't miss any opportunity restating the fact that the various political parties, including in particular MPP and NDC, should do serious introspection on their constitutions. Because this free-for-all that we allow at the end of every 4th year will not help to grow Parliament. There's no Parliament anywhere in the established democracies where at the end of every 4 years we open the sluice gates for all comers. You will not grow Parliament, you will not grow your party if you allow that situation. It is the reason why our Parliament is not growing. And Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Cletus mentioned some quality materials that we had in 1997 when we first came to Parliament. At the time, he says the number of the MPP members were 67. We're not even 67. The number was 61. MPP MPs was 61 in 1997. But we had quality debaters. J.H. Mensah leading our attack, the current president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We have the boundary dues, we have the Abdul Kufors. Later, on the other side, we had J.H. Champon himself, the master of the rules. And at every time, when J.H. Mensah wanted to have his way, he used the rules to shut him up. And the objection is sustained by the Speaker. But the Speaker, indeed, it is what inspired me to apply myself to the rules. Because J.H. Mensah, a most astute debater, and J.H. Champon, the master of the rules, always applying the rules to stop J.H. Mensah in his tracks. So I said to myself that I will learn the rules. And when I started a year into that, the then Speaker, Jasanan, traveling to New Zealand, invited me to join him. I went with Ama Benyoado and J.H. Mensah, J.H. Champon. J.H. Mensah was to have joined us. Unfortunately, he couldn't go because there was something that he needed to do. And when we went, the Speaker invited me to his room and said, "Young man, I've seen some quality in you. Continue this way and you'll go places." That was a huge encouragement to me. And I said, I will not disappoint him. Mr. Speaker, here we are as a country, two dominant political parties, and I think that is how it should be. Because the directive principles of state policy
imposes a national development agenda on this country. And I keep saying that in this country, all political parties are centrist parties. There are no extreme parties. Those of us in the MPP, we are only a little bit to the right of the center. The NDC, in spite of the noise, is just a little bit to the left of the center. They are not extreme. They are not an extreme socialist party or communist party. Just like the NPP is not an extreme capitalist party. They are liberal Democrats. The NDC, liberal socialists. So, Mr. Speaker, we are all centrist parties. We are all centrist parties. And the overall vision is imposed on us by the directive principles of state policy. What we are lacking today, which is dividing us, is because as a country, we don't have a long-term development plan. If we had a long-term development plan, around which the two parties will be forced to weave our manifestos, the difference among the political parties will just be in the implementation of policies. Unfortunately, we don't have a long-term national development plan. And it's because of the construct of the NDPC imposed by the Constitution. If you have a National Development Planning Commission that is composed of ministers of state, regardless of the quality of the product, as I said somewhere the other time, it will be seen as a chamber pot, excuse my language, which even when it's coming directly from the factory, nobody will want to eat from. So we have some materials bequeathed to us by J.H. Mensah and Professor Jambafo. The NDC inherited. They didn't want to have anything to do with it. What they have done, the NDC succeeded in doing eventually, under the auspices of Dr. Kusiboche and Dr. Newmoy Thompson. An extremely good material. Why are we stuck? We are stuck because of where it's coming from. As simple as that. And that is why I keep saying that we must have a holistic review of this constitution. Perhaps to have some experts constitute the NDPC such that the product, all political parties will buy into that. And it will inure to our development. The Constitution has processed to us that any development that is initiated by an administration, the next succeeding administration, to the largest extent possible, will have to follow that and follow it through. Why aren't we doing that? Because our own development plan is fashioned by our manifestos, which are not real long-term development plans. So, Mr. Speaker, that's where we are. And we should understand this and move on with our national development. Mr. Speaker, the issue about consensus building, I think we've been doing our best. And my dearest Cletus Abuka, the MP for Zebula, was saying that we are not doing much. And that anything that comes from a particular government, the majority party will always support it. Mr. Speaker, I don't consider that statement as a truthful statement or a correct statement. Why? Because we have bills that emanate from the executive. When it comes to amendments, it is always at the instance of the minority, most of it at least. And the majority party members would also offer amendments. So who says that anything that comes from the executive is taken lock, stock, and barrel by the ruling party members? That's untrue. Admittedly, though, If you talk about amendments, most of it will be sponsored by the minority party. It doesn't mean that the majority members don't agree. Mr. Speaker, so I think that we should be charitable to ourselves. And I agree with the proposition from the chief whip of the minority that we are not charitable to ourselves. We go outside and we are tearing each other apart. I'm happy he made an admission that if you say one thing against me, I will say 5. The Speaker, our elders say that when you see two people who are dirty, one is dirtier than the other. Let's admit to that. To wait what I said earlier. That if two people are dirty, one is dirtier, one is still dirtier than the other. Unless we admit that, and we all recline, we are equally drunk, it will not help to resolve the problem. It will not help to resolve the problem. That's the point. If somebody slips and you doubly slip and say that we in a shot say 5, it will not exhibit maturity and patriotism. You must understand that. That's why it's most unfortunate, because some people are making it a passion on almost daily basis, talking to the radio stations. Oh, this man is a liar. Proof, no proof, but blanket statements are made about each other. How do you want the other person to take it? I have made it a point not to be reacting to insults that are thrown at me. I speak to issues. We must critique issues, not personalities. That's how to grow our democracy. Honorable Eric, is that not the case? I know you have not talked, but we are nodding your head. So, colleagues, let's learn to be charitable to one another. The contest or the competition should be on ideas, not on personalities, not on how tall one person is, or how medium-sized one person is, how slim one person is, how pudgy one person is. It doesn't add value to the discourse. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm speaking perhaps longer than the maker of the statement. But to end on a note of humor, because somebody said they were going to attend the birthday of the first deputy speaker, and then they saw the cutting of e-levy cake. Yes, Speaker, that thing was to me, it was laughable. Let's face it. Some people think that the e-levy will not add value to the lifestyle. It will rather introduce hardships on Ghanaians. On a daily basis, they are on radio talking about that. I believe that the e-levy would provide some succor for us as citizens and for Ghana, and reinvigorate the economy. On my birthday, somebody brings a cake to me, which I didn't even know anything about. It's thrust on me. The Speaker, before the cake was even brought, I was spoken about the goodness in the e-levy. I didn't know that anything was coming. It comes to me. And Mr. Speaker, if I should use that opportunity to advertise the goodness in e-levy, what's the sin in that? What is the sin in that? And yet you had a certain Abongo, not the one in blue suit, go out there to say, oh, see what he has done with e-levy. Please, let's rationalize it. You say it's wrong. Somebody says it's good. And you advertise you are, lambasting it. Somebody is advertising it. And the one who is advertising it, you are saying is offending the sensibilities of those of them who don't like it. And those of them who don't like it, who are also going on demonstration, they don't think that they are offending the sensibilities of those who like it. Please rationalize it. And draw your own conclusions as to whether you are right in castigating and lambasting the person who is advertising it. Revered Abongo. I've said I'm addressing Abongo not in blue suit, but Abongo at large. That is it. I know. The distinction is between B and D. Mr. Speaker, so as I said, let's be charitable to ourselves. Let's discuss matters. We need to build consensus. So in the business of building consensus, if somebody raises issues which I think when I respond to would scatter the effort in consensus building, I refuse to comment on those matters. Because you see, you are the person leading consensus building. So if anything that people throw out, they have to respond to it, you'll be jeopardizing the enterprise. And when you don't respond to it, people think that, oh, why didn't he respond? It's true. I keep saying that truth is like cork. If you hold it underwater and you get distressed and tired and lift your hand, the truth will shoot up. So let it be. I will wind up the speaker on the note that we should factor the concerns of those of them who have passed through this house. And we are in the process of the instituting a pension scheme for all of us, that is members of parliament. We shall continue in that effort. I think the chief whips are in control of that effort, and I think very soon we'll see the dividends from that effort. So, colleagues and Speaker, we should commend the maker of the statement, but I think the horizon of the statement has been broadened and indeed deepened, and we are all winners for the statement that has been made by the honourable member for the honourable member for Efutu. The honourable deputy majority leader. The Speaker, he calls himself a bishop. I coronated him as an associate bishop, but he doesn't want to stay there for any long time. He now calls himself a bishop. So be it, and God should bless his efforts. The Speaker, thank you very much for the space granted.
Yes.
Speaker, with your leave, if we may now go on to page 16, and take item 32. And Speaker, let me seek your leave further for the Deputy Minister of Education to stand instead of the Minister, Ojai Sai.
As you can see, he's trying to make me look like a bad person. He hasn't discussed this with us. He told us that the minister was coming for us to do this. No, you didn't say the deputy minister was going to stand in for the minister. And you are calling for critical amendments. Mr. Speaker, well, we will oblige him.
Well. Honorable members, let's turn to page 16. Page 16, item number 32, motion, Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. I so move.
Yes, the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. And in so doing, I would like to present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the table office to capture the entirety of the report via SRE Essex. The purpose of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Student Loan Trust Act 2011 Act 820 was enacted to provide financial support for students in tertiary institutions in fulfillment of the constitutional mandate imposed on government in Article 25 and 38 of the 1992 Constitution to ensure that higher education shall be made equally available to all. Section 19 of the Act 820 requires students to provide at least one guarantor to be eligible to access the Student Loan Trust. This provision over the years has served as a barrier to many students. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move to point 7.1, that observations. The Minister informed the committee that the introduction of the free senior high school education policy has resulted in the exponential increase in the number of students entering tertiary institutions in the 2022 and 2023 academic year, commencing in January. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee has thoroughly examined the bill and is convinced that the proposed amendments are necessary to reduce the burden that poor and needy students who have gained admission into tertiary institutions go through in accessing finance for their education. The committee considers this bill as an urgent one. And the committee therefore recommends that the House adopts its report and approve the bill subject to the proposed amendments. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the report of the committee which the chairman presented, and I want to support, deals with the Students Loan Trust Fund Act of 2011, Act 820. And if we look at the object and functions of the fund, Mr. Speaker, I quote, Section 2.1, the object of the fund is to provide financial resources and the sound management of the fund for the benefit of students of accredited tertiary institutions pursuing accredited tertiary programs and to promote and facilitate the national ideals enshrined in Articles 25 and 38 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, what it aims at doing is to make sure that persons who don't have the resources available to others to take care of their education at the tertiary level should be supported from this fund. And over the years, this has been there. But the challenge of funding has become the problem. Funds to release by government or other agencies to the Student Loan Trust Fund is always in arrears. And it is making it difficult for students to access the fund to support their education. At times, what happens is that the academic year is almost ending,
before the funds are released. And that has been the story over the years. And it is our hope that this time around, when these amendments are carried and the guarantorship is removed, it will not be too difficult for students to access the loan, so that at the beginning of the academic year, they can access the funds and pay their fees. Because many are not able to enter the tertiary institutions because they are not able to pay the initial fees. And the fear is also there that as what happens in this country or other areas or in other countries is people find it very difficult to pay back facilities that they have been given, either for their businesses or for their education. So it is our hope that beneficiaries of this fund going under these amendments, where there will not be guarantorship, will be fair to this country and be honest to ourselves, so that at the end of the period, when you have taken advantage of the facility, you will pay back so that others can also benefit. Because if you fail to do that, then the fund may collapse. Because once there is no guarantorship, nobody will be held responsible in the immediate future. Because money, when it goes out, coming back becomes very difficult. Because there are many who have taken the student loan trust fund, student loan for their education. And until the person who guaranteed for them is going on a retirement, they are not forced or they don't take steps to pay back the loan. So it is hoped that this time, Ghanaians are being given the opportunity to take advantage of the loan without any guarantors. So we hope that in the future, we will do what is needful so that the fund will not collapse. With that, I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So I guess we have started debating the motion, first one to order 127. So, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that the Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, knowing very well that at the second reading, we debate the principle, the rationale, and then the object of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I intend to do the same. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill, as captured in the memorandum, is to amend the Student Loan Trust Fund Act 2011, Act 820, to dispense with the requirement of a guarantor prior to the disbursement of a loan by the board. Mr. Speaker, we must state the fact that the student loans are not for free. It's a loan granted to the student and it is required to be paid back. Mr. Speaker, one thing that ensures that these loans disbursed to the students are paid back is the guarantor requirement. Because with the guarantor requirement, you are forced to pay the loan back. If you do not pay, at the point that your guarantor is going on retirement, the guarantor may be made to pay or pay his portion. But now we are removing the element of guarantor. The requirement of guarantor will no longer be a legal requirement after this amendment is carried out. What provision are we putting in place to ensure that the monies being given in the name of loan are repaid? That is what we should be thinking about as we look at the various amendments to the bill. Mr. Speaker, once you dispense with the requirement of a guarantor, the tendency that the loans will not be paid back is there. Already, the Student Loan Trust Fund is indebted. the Student Loan Trust Fund is capped. Mr. Speaker, it is capped, earmarked and capped. So what their source of funds is already reduced. Meanwhile, the loan that they will be required to grant, if you do away with the element of a guarantorship, is going to increase, coupled with the fact that these loans will not be paid back. Being high, Mr. Speaker, we need to take into consideration the kind of policy that we are trying to implement. The fear is that it may get to a point that the Student Loan Trust Fund may not even be in funds to be able to grant these loans. Because the loans are granted, if they are not being paid back, where do they get money from? They are also capped. The releases are also not coming. Mr. Speaker, it is not too early. These are all factors that will have to be taken into consideration in deciding whether the amendment is supposed to be carried out or it is not supposed to be carried out. Because at the end of the day, we need to do what will be in the interest of this nation. It is because of this nation that is why we are here. Nobody is opposed to the grant of loan to students in tertiary institutions. But the principle being brought now, how does it ensure the repayment of the loan? Mr. Speaker, let me at this point indicate that at the consideration stage, the issue of the fact that if a demand notice is served on you and you fail to pay, it will constitute a judgment executable. Mr. Speaker, that will be fiercely resisted. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion.
Yes, let him come to a member for Asante Achimlov.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this.
Honorable, before you proceed, let me bring your mind to the fact that the time is 2 o'clock, and kindly permit me to extend sitting beyond the normal times. So you may.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very snappy. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion in support. Mr. Speaker, we have all been through this situation before, and going through education, we found that it was difficult to finance ourselves, and our parents couldn't also do so. So most of the times, we had to rely on people who otherwise are related to us to provide guarantee for us to be able to access the loans. It was not easy finding the guarantors, more so when history of it showed that most of the people who wouldn't pay had to be paid through the benefits of retiring public. It was also not an incentive for people to support us in accessing this loan. God so good. Now, we are going through the digitization program, and that identifies each person per your TIN number. So that guarantee, if it goes away, the beneficiaries will pay as they seek employment. So this fear of the beneficiaries not paying is whittled away by way of the digitized number of the beneficiary that will be connected to his employment records. So, Mr. Speaker, the need, nobody doubts it, for the students to be able to access and access freely without the strings that are difficult to disconnect. And if the fear is that the students will not pay, we want to use this as a guarantee that once the beneficiary has his TIN number connected to the application, and once the beneficiary will continue to enjoy employment within the economy, and once the beneficiary is accessible by reference to his TIN number, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ from my senior who says that the fear of not paying back should prohibit the access to the facility. Mr. Speaker, technology is now giving us access to everybody wherever you are, and this technology will also facilitate the collection process. So, Mr. Speaker, I am in full support of this motion so that our students can have unfettered access to the facility, for which I am convinced that this technological development will facilitate the collection of the loans as people go through education and access employment. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support this motion.
Yes, let me come to you, Honorable Crementa Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, many of us here in this chamber are beneficiaries of student loans. I remember very vividly that when I entered the University of Ghana in 1992, and in fact, the Honorable Apia Kubi is a mate of mine. The only way we were able to go through our studies at the university was with the support of student loans. Mr. Speaker, ideally, this exercise should have been completed. I say so because the Student Loan Trust Amendment Bill was taken under a certificate of agency. Rightly so. The intent was to make sure that the processes would have been completed to allow for the no guarantor policy to have been in place before the reopening of our tertiary institutions. That did not happen, and we all know why that didn't happen. But be as it may, there are many students whose academic life and survival is currently jeopardized because they have no access to the student loans. So I would like to urge this House that whilst we are looking at all the modalities to ensure that when this bill is passed into law, those who are going to be beneficiaries of the loan are able to pay back those loans, we should keep in mind that groups like the Association of Intelligent but Needy Students are waiting on the sidelines anxiously for us to execute this mandate of ours so that they can have access to the loans and to pursue their academic careers, to contribute to themselves, their families, and to Mother Ghana. On this note, I support the motion.
Yes, Honorable Member for Trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But, Honorable Member, before you move on, indulge me to suspend the House for 5 minutes.
This lecture is dedicated to Mause Oliver Baka-Vomawo, another junior brother of mine, for all his work in trying to #fix the country and to reform our constitution. It is also dedicated to my big brother Akoto Ampao and Justice Sremsai, another junior brother of mine, and all the other lawyers and activists who are working around the clock to secure his release from unlawful detention. I visited Mause in jail some 2 weeks ago, and the conditions under which he was being held are not fit even for your worst enemy. But for this lecture, I would have joined the legal team in court today. It is no coincidence that his first court visit was on the 14th of February, Valentine's Day. And his next court visit today is the anniversary of the 28th February 1948 shooting. We live in a spiritual world. Like the psalmist says, the fool says unto himself, there is no God. Sometimes God speaks to us by timing events, rolling the cosmos and the elements and our actions to coincide with particular times and seasons in order to give us a message. Those who have spiritual ears, let them hear. Let me end this part of my speech here before I am arrested or before they send the tax authorities to come and find fault with my law firm by force. Introduction. When I am introduced as the Dean of the University of Ghana School of Law, it makes it extremely difficult for me to speak the naked truth. As you all know, we all live a lie. No one speaks the truth. We all say what we are permitted to say or what we deem fit to say at each point in time and depending on our circumstances. So right now, what constrains me are my membership of the General Legal Council and my deanship of the University of Ghana School of Law. And so I would like to respectfully demand of you to imagine what I would have said if these two constraints were not upon my shoulders. I love my Vice Chancellor very much. And the last thing I would like is for her to call me in the early morning and ask, quote, Dean, what have you gone to say? Unquote. Worse still, I am dreading the words of my dear wife when I get home today and she says, quote, Akumbi, what have you gone to say again? Akumbi, a shortened version of my local, authentic spiritual name, is what she calls me when I am in trouble. I'm sure the men here can relate. My uncle Sam Jonah said recently, quote, it appears to me that in recent times, our fourth Republican dispensation, the courage to stand up for the truth and the determination to uphold the common good is lost. In our dark moments as a nation, it is concerning that the voices of the intellectuals are receding into oblivion. Sadly, it is a consequence of the deep partisan polarization of our country, such that everything is seen through the lenses of politics. It appears to me that the culture of silence has returned, this time not enforced by legal and military power, but through convenience, parochialism, hypocrisy, and a lack of conviction. Where are the Adubuahins and PV answers? Unquote. So, Uncle Sam Jonah, receive the below as a feeble attempt at partial redemption of academia. We wait for the clergy, the CSOs, the media, labor unions, and others who were so vociferous in condemning the past regime to redeem themselves. Down memory lane. I was conceived in a village called Nalerugu, near Gambaga, some 35 miles from Vice President Mahmudu Bawumia's hometown. At that time, we still retained in Ghana the traditional home science and knowledge with which to determine exactly when a prospective mother would bear the child. The science of traditional birth attending was fast being eroded. So a few days to the birth, my mother traveled to Bolgatanga, where her brother was a nurse, in order to receive higher than average medical attention during the birth. Soon after my birth, we returned to Nalerugu. Soon after my birth, we returned to Nalerugu, where I lived the very first several years of my childhood. I was born on the 1st of April, April Fool's Day. So forgive me when I say some foolish things during this lecture. It's the April Fool's thing working. Somehow, I carry very distinct memories of my complicated childhood. One of such memories is the regular visitations of the military MOWACs and trucks in the immediate aftermath of the 1979 coup. In the village, there were mechanisms of communication that appeared more effective than the mobile phone in speed and reach. And so, we will hear about the soldiers and that they were on their way well before they got to our home. My mother sold everything. One of the distinct memories I have is when she was arrested for selling pencils, I believe, above control price. By that time, my father had been transferred from Nalerugu to Boku and then to Damangu. Dr. Abu Sakara knows very well. The village where President John Dramani Mahama was born. Back to Nalerugu, near Vice President Baume's hometown. We always had a pre-dark, deep trench at the back of the house. And when word reached us that the soldiers were on their way, we would drape large sheets of plastic or cloth over the trench, fill it up with all my mother's wares, cover them up with the ends of the plastic or the cloth that stretched over the top of the trench, and cover the trench with earth, and then with anything that would obscure it. When there was time, we would then sweep the whole compound, including over the trench, so that it all looked evenly swept and undetectable. And so that the many footprints of the hiders of the wares will be erased, leaving only the even footprints of the sweepers across the entire parched earth of the compound. Many times, my mother would meet the soldiers across the compound before they walked up to our home, or sometimes before they got out of their vehicles. Often, she would succeed in turning them away with a combination of native wisdom, wit, and humor. Sometimes it helped that she was the wife of the first headmaster of the new secondary school in the village. Sometimes it attracted undue attention, suspicion, targeting, hatred, and reprisals. In those days, anyone with post was guilty until proven innocent. And the names of the offenses were hilarious: economic sabotage, engaging in acts calculated to cause disaffection for the revolution, government indiscipline. A few years later, when we lived in Boku, and after the 1981 coup, our family was targeted in this way. I still recall the morning our home was attacked and ransacked. Everything was carried away. We moved to stay with a distant relative farther from town. My father was put before a public tribunal and charged with offenses whose names I am unable to recall now. Throughout the period of his trial, he was without a job, without a salary, and in constant fear of his life and the lives of members of his family. When we relocated at night on various occasions, he carried a sharpened cutlass with him. The entire family had to live on the back of my heavily pregnant mother and subsequently nursing mother throughout this period. I have recounted before how my father was made to account for his stewardship of the school he headed, how he accounted for all of it but for one shovel, one pickaxe, and 4 pesewas. How the shovel and pickaxe were later retrieved at a building site, and how he refused to plead guilty to misappropriating 4 pesewas, and how the receipts of the 4 pesewas were later found. After he was found not guilty, he was restored to his post, paid his emoluments, and promoted. Others were not that lucky. Many Ghanaians who were not able to beat the system the way my mother did, or successfully fight the system the way my father did, were mistreated, beaten, even killed. We do not want a coup in this country. Yet I fear that if we do not act quickly, we may have one in our hands very soon. A former colleague, doctoral student at Harvard, wrote his dissertation also on Ghana. He now teaches at a war college in the US. Imagine the name of the college, War College. Whilst my topic was on the Ghana police, his topic was on the Ghana military. Naturally, our paths intersected, and we have remained friends since. My friend's PhD thesis was on the topic, quote, why certain coups succeed and why others fail. His case study was Ghana. My current assessment that Ghana may be ripe for a coup partly springs from the knowledge I gained from accompanying my friend through part of his doctoral research on this topic. It does not help matters if we consider Samuel Huntington's thesis on the snowballing effect of coups in the sub-region and the closeness of recent coups to whom. I urge my good friend, the Minister of National Security, Honorable Kandapa, to have a conversation with my friend at the War College. The economy of Ghana today. A big part of why certain coups succeed and others fail is the economy. What is the state of Ghana's economy today? At the level of the most irreducible idiomaticity, Ghana is broke. Your nation is radically broke. So broke, the Speaker of Parliament has publicly warned, gavel in hand, that we may not be able to pay the salaries of public sector workers in some 3 months unless a miracle happens. The Minister for Finance has weighed in very fine and polished English. He says something like, quote, the legitimate reality is that there is no money, unquote. At least he has confessed to us that there are some illegitimate realities. Here we recall the African adage, quote, if a crocodile comes out of the water and tells you that a fish is dead, do you challenge? Unquote. The Minister for Finance and other government officials add that soon Ghana will not be able to fund the free SHS scheme, pay the District Assembly's Common Fund, pay the National Health Insurance Levy, pay the Ghana Education Trust Fund, pay the salaries of government workers, pay lecturers in public universities, and end the debilitating strike action by them, pay the arrears owed various contractors, build roads and other infrastructure, and create jobs for the youth. The Finance Minister finally says that government may have to generate monies from fuel price hikes, which are already taking place, and leading to increases in transport fares. Costs are rising in Ghana. Housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuels at 28.7%, as well as transport at 17.4%, pushing the rate of inflation for January 2022 to 13.4%, according to the Ghana Statistical Service. The Ghana Statistical Service also revealed that food inflation recorded a rate of 13.7%, having risen from 12.8% in the previous month and for an average of 10.4% in the previous several months before that. So it's climbing. Non-food inflation also went up in January 2022 to 14.1%, compared with the 12.5% recorded in December 2021. So it's also climbing. In the words of President Mahama, Time is ticking for the crisis-ridden Ghanaian economy. There is no dispute that the Ghanaian economy is in deep crisis, a crisis marked by huge budget deficits, an unsustainable public debt, rising inflation, a rapidly depreciating cedi, ever-rising cost of living, and a loss of confidence by both domestic and international investor communities. The effects of these have been severe hardships and suffering for the people of Ghana, especially those within vulnerable groups. As a result of the horrendous low point we have now reached, it's very clear that urgent intervention is required to avert a total collapse of the economy, unquote. Ghana's cedi has performed abysmally since the beginning of 2022, despite the efforts of the Bank of Ghana to artificially hold it down. The Ghana cedi ranked second worst among 15 top performance currencies in Africa recently. In the last few months, the cedi has depreciated heavily against the major currencies, moving from 5-point-something cedis to 7-point-something cedis against the dollar in just a few months. When President Mahama handed over power, the cedi was 4-point-something to the dollar. Today, it is 7-point-something in the Forex Bureau. This morning, Joy Business, drawing from International Business News, reported that the Ghana cedi is now the worst performing African currency, having depreciated by 7.6% in January and February 2022 alone. And I hope we all now know that if the fundamentals of the economy are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Let us remember that the financial crisis is a byproduct of crisis in the real sector of the economy. Dr. Abu Sakara will tell you that. For example, cocoa production in Ghana dropped significantly last year, according to the figures of the International Cocoa Organization. Whilst Ivory Coast recorded a drop of just 4%, for some reason, Ghana recorded a staggering drop of 54%. What is happening? The International Cocoa Organization is still surprised and perplexed that purchasing of graded and sealed cocoa beans for the 2021-2022 cocoa year, as at 6th January 2022, were reported at 263,000 tons only. And please compare the 263,000 tons with 570,000 tons a year earlier. Our president himself has weighed in on the economy and is reported to be, quote, upset and anxious about cedi depreciation. Quote, I am aware of the anxiety there is in business circles and throughout the population about the recent depreciation of the cedi. I am extremely upset and anxious about it too, unquote. What our president and our government officials are saying about our economy is consistent with what the international financial community has said. Late last month, Bloomberg, Reuters, and Fitch all agreed that Ghana's debt has moved into deeper distress at over 80% of GDP. The Ghana Statistical Service, I keep to the Ghana Statistical Service because it is the official authority. The Ghana Statistical Service puts it at almost 85% debt to GDP ratio, rising from 31.4% just a decade ago when President Mills was president. And to compare, as at the time President Mahama left office, it was 55.94%. The rating agencies are that Ghana is at risk of a debt crunch, with interest payments alone absorbing about half of total government revenues. And this is the second highest ratio in the entire world of 200 countries. So we are number 199 over 200. Resultantly, Ghana was downgraded to B- with a negative outlook, and then to C. First time ever. The Bloomberg has added Ghana to the 5 fragile, indebted African nations who are at risk and on a precipice. The 5 West African countries. Ghana, Nkrumah's Ghana, is among them. So we can no longer borrow on the international financial markets except at horrendous interest rates. And our only hope, some say, is to go back to the IMF. After pretending to recant a little later, Fitch concludes, quote, general government debt reached an estimated 83% of GDP at end 2021. Who remembers the figure given by Ghana Statistical Service? 85. Including approximately 2% of GDP in debt held through the energy sector levy special purpose vehicle. 83 plus 2 is what? So the Statistical Service is right. We forecast government debt to remain on an upward path through 2025. I'm depressed to read the rest of it. Maybe I should skip a bit. Debt affordability metrics will remain weak. Ghana's debt constitutes 539% of government revenue, compared to other B medians of 325%. You are doing almost double. Let me skip that depressing part. What amazes me is that when things were not 1/10 as bad under the Mahama regime, Occupy Ghana marched on the office of the president, the then Flagstaff House, now called Jubilee House, on 1st July 2014. Many leaders, clergy, intellectuals, lawyers, journalists, many Ghanaians urged them on as they raided the premises of the office of the president, insulted the president to high heavens by the minute, by the hour, by the day, emboldened by a correct interpretation of the law to the effect that it is not a crime to insult the president. President Mahama asked that the security forces not react negatively and that no one should be hurt. I am talking from personal experience because I was inside Flagstaff House that day. Marching on the office of the president, a national security zone, is not a crime. Saying that you will do the coup using the definite article, a reference to the coup that the market women in Kumasi already say they will do, is a heinous crime. Some months after the march on Flagstaff House in 2014, I told the president that I was returning to Legon to continue my job as a people teacher. I explained in part that I was no longer able to align my lifelong activism with the state of things then. By 2019, I had sought out President Mahama and told him that he was a far better president. In 2016, the price of a liter of petrol was 3.75 Ghana cedis. Today, it has broken the 8 and is selling at almost 8 cedis a liter. I used to fill my tank with 400 Ghana cedis in 2016. Today, I fill it with 1,000 Ghana cedis when it is empty. When I was appointed dean, one of my junior brothers came to my house, took my RAV4 away, and left his Land Cruiser and said, the RAV4 doesn't befit your position. So now I'm saddled with a Land Cruiser, which I have to fill every week at 1,000 Ghana. A ball of kenke was 70 pesos in 2016. Today, it is 2 cedis at my last visit, and it seems to have shrunk in size. Trotro fare from Circle to Adenta was 3 cedis, 70 pesos in 2016. Today, it is 7 cedis. And yet, income levels have remained virtually the same, with only the usual nominal increases in government wages over the period. And so, Mr. Kwame Pianin, a renowned New Patriotic Party politician and economist, is reported to have said that it is a shame Ghana's Yale-trained finance minister has been a historic disaster. Today, things are 10 times worse, and all we hear is loud silence. As Adangba has said in his song Animal Farm, the country where I come from, the truth is an irony. Just like Animal Farm, justice means inequity. So, who go say the truth? Christian Council, silence. Islamic leaders, silence. Kings and queens, silence. Traditional rulers, silence. Who go say the truth? TUC, silence. Even journalists, silence. Enyansafo, Muohia. Then he tells the story of Nana Yankamasem, who kills and imprisons anyone who speaks against him. Quote, everybody is afraid. Nana Oseyamai. All this is from the Songo, not from me. But everybody is afraid. Right is right, wrong is wrong. No matter how you justify. You say you want to get rid of corruption. Someone wants to help you. Now the person becomes a target. Unquote. End of the song. It is sad that we have had to get here. For me, what is sadder is what the running down of our enviable economy has done to families and to people's lives. Recently, a band of armed robbers robbed some Kumasi-bound travelers in a VIP bus from Takrady, while saying to them, quote, pray for us. The system has made us so. In the words of a passenger in the bus, quote, after the robbery, they asked us to pray for them because it was not their will to stop vehicles on the highway and rob passengers of their belongings, but the system has compelled them to do so. They did not hurt any of the passengers. They just took their monies and properties and left. After a friend of ours was robbed at gunpoint recently, witness the following WhatsApp chat that we engaged in on our platform. This is getting serious. Commentator 1. Commentator 2. The national service lady in our office just told me she was also robbed at gunpoint last week. Commentator 3. A friend was robbed around Trasako Estate at gunpoint yesterday at 9 a.m. Just one WhatsApp chat of a few people has pointed to personal experiences of several gunpoint robberies. That's another person. The next person says, whoa, country hot too, 4 more to do more. Another one says, if you mind your business, you get robbed. I'm leaving this country. Another one says, if you complain, you get arrested. Another one says, no one is safe. Another one says, things are getting out of hand. Later on, I'll pass the chat to you for those interested. We must remember that our current president has always been worried about scenarios such as I have painted above. Speaking at the Ebenezer Hall Presbyterian Church, Osu Accra, on 29th May 2009, he said, quote, I am very concerned that sooner or later, militants on our side, convinced that the state cannot or will not protect them, may take measures to protect their interests. themselves and their loved ones. Events then will be out of control, driving all of us towards the point of no return." Unquote. Where are we now, and how did we get there? We all know that the episodic spectacularization of our economy by governments are strong, contrast starkly with the reality. Reckless election expenditure in 2020 undermined the economy greatly, as government had to rev up spending to match the opposition party that met it boot for boot in the elections and claimed so many parliamentary seats from it. Of all the monies that we have borrowed from the bond markets in the last decade, 71% of it was borrowed by the current government. Over their entire 4-year tenure, the Mahama regime borrowed less than 3 billion from the bond markets. Less than 3 billion in 4 years. In fact, it counts from 2012, so it's more than 4 years. In 2021 alone, one single year, the current government borrowed more than $3 billion in 1 year. In 2018, they borrowed $2 billion. In 2019, $3 billion. In 2020, another $3 billion. And in 2021, they actually added up to the $3 billion. So it's in excess of $3 billion. And this is from the bond market alone. We haven't counted the mopping up of domestic savings. Aside borrowing huge amounts of money, not for production, but mostly for consumption, the government consistently moved the country steadily away from growth-inducing investments and into consumption. I'll give you some examples. Many new ministries that would not qualify for administrative units in a viable country were created. A bloated cabinet, the largest we have ever had since independence. Free SHS. Creation of 6 new regions. 6 new regions. The last time we created a region before that was in 1983. Creation of 44 new districts, bringing the number to 261 in one tiny unitary microstate, which is not a federation. Adding 300,000 jobs, more than that, for party faithful to the public wage bill. This is what has gotten us to this crisis. You cannot consume when you have not created. That is the problem. Future outlook, Ghana now and in the next few years. I'm getting to the end. I had a party in my home some years ago. As usual, somebody came with a gallon of apeteshi. Real local content. Now, the red and white labels and cognacs were merely for display on the table. The apeteshi, in a white gallon, was placed under the table. I do not know why we do that. And the apeteshi got exhausted quickly. Not the exotic drinks. They go quarter way down, I return to the cabinet and await another party. The way we treat the apeteshi is the way we treat the real state of our economy. We hide it. In real African tradition, we believe that a good economy, and certainly money, doesn't like noise. So forgive me when I say publicly that Ghana is darn broke. There is no other way to say it. We are not suffering passing illiquidity. We are not experiencing temporary financial distress. We have accumulated debt stock that is crippling the economy. Unless we allow the reality of this current situation of our economy to sink in, so that we can, with cool heads, calm hearts, and steady fingers, pull ourselves, in the words of Kwesi Botwe, back from the precipice, we are economically doomed. And as you know, it is the economy, stupid. The sad news is this: we are not just broke. Unless we do something about it immediately, we are going to be in economic and financial ruins. Is it ruins or ruins? Ruins for the next 12 years. In the next 3 years, we all know that the government is capable of doing only one thing: borrow more, domestically and internationally. In order to pay the public wage bill, barely keep up with interest payments on loans, the principal will remain intact, depend on donor funds for most goods and services, and borrow even more to start some infrastructure projects just for show. So 3 years gone. Domestic borrowing will starve the economy of needed capital to grow, completely suffocating it. Increasing cost of living will fuel labor unrest, and government will further empty all local coffers, mopping up any available excess liquidity and borrowing more internationally to pay up. Then, having laden us with even more crippling debt and securing an economy on life support, and amidst fanfare, they will gladly hand over to a new administration on 7th January 2025. The processes for doing the above will not be smooth sailing, especially with a hung parliament, unless some minority MPs are locked up in jail or forcefully kicked off their seats through civil suits in accordance with the plan for these that are now underway. There will be stiff opposition to government's quest for approvals for loans and critical initiatives by the minority caucus in parliament. But this will not be a good thing, because it will lead to increased transaction costs for those loans, higher kickbacks, and poorer deals, all of which are ultimately debt for we the people to carry on our backs. So, Mr. Sosu, when you're opposing these loans, remember that we are just increasing the 10% to 20% for the initiator of the loan, because it's more difficult for him to get it. And so his cut will be higher. And the deal will be worse, because they have to negotiate down. And then we are all in deeper debt. The next administration, I pity the next president and administration, would immediately be faced with the following. 1, a huge election bill to service, as the coming elections will be expensive given the third forces that are emerging. So they have to buy them in or do deals with them. 2, huge interest and principal payments for the previous 8 years, some of them due in 2025, weeks after the new president assumes office, and some in 2026, not just interest, but what? Principal. 3, angry and hungry supporters who have been kicked out of the public service and financially emasculated for 8 years at rates and to extents never experienced in the last 30 years, and who have laid down their lives, limbs, and empty pockets for the win at the elections. And the last thing the new administration will be faced with is an economy on its deathbed. If we allow the above scenario to unfold, the next administration will have no choice but to run to the IMF. And we all know that the IMF does one thing and one thing only. It does not take a do not resuscitate order And so, Professor Jumambedu Akosa would understand what I'm saying. And so with the two electric shock pads in hand, the IMF will shock our economy back to life. We will, however, remain on the sick bed and in the sick bay as long as the IMF is with us. Once they get in, they will not leave until after 4 years of that administration are over. So 3 years of more borrowing and crippling the economy, 4 years of IMF. How many years? It is only in the next 3 to 4 years that the same or another administration will now begin to draw us back completely from the precipice. That will be 11 to 12 long years lost to the Ghanaian economy. Most of us sitting here, young, virile, would have retired by then. We cannot allow this to happen to this nation. Finally, what should we do and what should we not do? I have stated all the problems. I'm now trying to proffer some solutions as the last segment of the speech. There is only one thing to do now: prevent a coup in Ghana. Since the climate and the environment, national and immediate international, are conducive for one. Preventing a coup in Ghana today is not very difficult. In fact, it is pretty easy if we put politics and male egos aside. It is an easy 3-step process. However, before we get to what we must do and the 3-step process, let me consider what we must not do. First, we must compel the government to acknowledge the current economic mess they mostly, and previous governments to a lesser extent, have driven us into. Denialism should not be allowed. I am glad that the government and the Minister of Finance, my friend Ken Oforiatta, has acknowledged our dire economic situation. So the first thing not to do is denialism. Second, we must not accept the lie that the current economic crisis is due to COVID. The injection of cash into the economy from various financial institutions during COVID and the forced import substitution economy could have actually improved our economy if it were better managed. And especially as we took a comparatively light hit from COVID. Ghana's economic problems started before COVID-19. On balance, COVID-19 was a good thing for Africa and Ghana. Not many people died, and yet huge opportunities opened up in import substitution and reduction of the import bill, and even in the digital economy, from whence e-levy, ironically, cometh. The current administration in 2020-2021 received very large bailouts. $1 billion, not cedis, concessionary facility from IMF. Another $1 billion in special drawing rights allocation. Almost $500 million from the World Bank. Additionally, Ghana took $250 million from our stabilization fund and 10 million cedis from the Bank of Ghana, totaling 30 billion Ghana cedis. We didn't get as much money before COVID. So financially, COVID was a good thing for government. The conclusion of the joint World Bank-IMF debt sustainability analysis on Ghana in December 2019, months before COVID hit Ghana, had this to say, quote, before COVID, they told us, quote, Ghana is at high risk of external debt distress, with threshold breached on the present value of external debt to GDP ratio, the debt service to export ratios, and the external debt service to revenue ratios, with the latter exceeding the threshold throughout the forecast horizon. So we should not accept the lie that our current economic situation was created by COVID. It is not true. Third, we must compel the current government to fix its own economic mess. Carry your own shit, excuse my French. We will not be your night soil carriers in the future. At the end of June 2020, Ghana's debt stock was approximately 258.4 billion Ghana cedis, an increase of 118% in just 4 years. Haba. Fourth, we must ensure that the government does not run to the IMF for a bailout. Like Minister for Finance Ken Ofori-Atta has said, quote, whatever we do, we are not going to the IMF. The consequences are dire. We are a proud nation. We have the resources. We have the capacity. We are not people of short sight, unquote. Whilst I do not agree with his mode of managing our economy, I agree with the Minister for Finance when he says we should not go to the IMF. I told you already the IMF shocks economics back to life. It was not set up and has no success stories for making economies flourish and thrive. And we don't want to be merely a bed-ridden economy. I am also afraid that an IMF program will start with an audit of COVID-19 expenditures. And given what has happened with some other audits in other African countries, I shudder to think what will happen if we are audited for our use of the double-digit billions of Ghana cedis the IFS gave us as COVID support. So the final portion of my paper, what should we do? 3 steps for putting Ghana's economy on a firm footing for the future. In concrete terms, we need to implement the following steps in order to prevent a coup and the collapse of our economy. The first step is to pass the damn Farah-fucking e-levy bill immediately and implement it effectively. Yes, you heard me right. The e-levy is both done and a Farah-fucker. However, to prevent the collapse of the economy and a return to the stranglehold of the IFIs, we have no choice but to pass it. As someone has noted, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will go down in history as, quote, the president of public debt, or, quote, the president of austerity, or maybe both. E-levy is the part of the presidency of austerity. The starting point for successfully passing the e-levy bill is for government to stop lying to us, the citizenry. Come clean. Confess that you had thought the job of managing the economy was simple, but that you now know better. Abate the arrogance and high-handedness. Ask the people of Ghana for forgiveness. And pray the people of Ghana that we have limited options right now. We either allow the economy to collapse and we all suffer and get back into the grips of the neo-colonial IFIs, or we use the e-levy to prevent economic recession and depression. Ghanaians are smart and empathetic and will gladly support the e-levy if this is done right. Fellow Ghanaians, if we do not support the Dan Farah-fucking e-levy, government will simply tax something else, such as fuel. They're already doing it, leading to a hike in trotro fares. And they will additionally steal for central government from the District Assembly's Common Fund, the GET Fund, the National Health Insurance Levy, the Road Fund. They are already doing it. Just like Kwesi Botchwey discovered taxes on fuel during the Gulf War, Ken Ofori-Atta discovered taxes on Momo during COVID. We have in Ghana over 40.5 million mobile phone subscribers and over 17.1 million active mobile money subscribers. The total value of transactions on mobile money grew by a cumulative average growth rate of 65% between 2016 and 2021. Significantly, it rose from just 78.5 billion Ghana cedis in 2016 to almost 1 trillion cedis in 2021. And so the e-levy, depending on the rate and the patronage, could rake in billions of cedis every year. And the e-levy is easy to identify and cheap to collect. The bond markets say they won't give us money anymore, or at excessive interest rates. Domestic savings have been mopped up. What do you want the government to do? We can no longer borrow on the international financial markets except at horrendous interest rates, because our current debt to GDP ratio of over 80% has led to investor fears of our ability to pay or sustain payments of loan interest or principal at some point. Further, increased inflation in developed countries is expected to lead to an increase in financing costs in the international capital markets and consequently affect interest rates. It is no surprise that government has decided to suspend borrowing from the international capital markets. The Varadafin e-levy, as horrible and as wicked as it is the only way to save our economy from collapse in the near term. Fellow Ghanaians, the power is in your hands. Let us embrace the Varadafin e-levy and save our economy and our nation from collapse. This is the sad reason why I have become an ardent supporter of the Dan Varadafin e-levy. Because without it, the economy will collapse. As Ghanaians, we should, however, ask for one thing: absolute transparency every step of the way, in the way and manner the e-levy is collected and used. Occupy Ghana has called for this already. This is the place to establish a special e-levy commission, not in those other areas. History is beautiful and history matters. On 1st April 1852, the Gold Coast Poll Tax Ordinance was proclaimed. It failed and was finally scrapped by the colonialists in 1861. The problems were: 1, misapplication of proceeds; 2, embezzlement of tax proceeds; 3, weak monitoring; 4, poor patronage; 5, lack of consultation; and 5th, failure of the British to protect the coastal states from the Ashantis. In this case, a possible failure to protect low-income workers. This is 1852. The same problems the e-levy is facing today. The e-levy commissioner and commission have their job well cut out for them if they are to make the e-levy succeed. It is sad that we have had to get here, but it will be sadder if we do not pay it in the short run and start holding government by the throat to account for every little peso we pay. Citizen groups must actively audit the e-levy account as a backup to the work of the e-levy commission. After we pay the Varadafin e-levy, we need to immediately begin the process of redeeming our economy and our nation. And now I'm moving to the second step of the 3-step redemption style. That step is to exploit COVID-19 to shore up domestic production and import substitution, saving the cedi from its endless run at Hussein Bolt speed against the major currencies, and create the needed decent jobs to keep the youth busy so they don't join the coup. This process will include rationalization of the tax exemptions we offer in this country and reorder them to support domestic production. Our president, in his 2019 State of the Nation address, painted a dire picture of the tax exemptions regime, calling it, quote, a growing threat to fiscal stability and revenue generation, unquote. Again, Using rapid COVID-induced digitization of the economy, we can easily reduce the cost of doing business and general transaction costs, even the cost of goods and services generally, using technological developments in innovations spawned and spurred by COVID. Rough as it may sound, the second step may also involve auctioning our bauxite or other mineral reserves to the Chinese, for example, for many billions of dollars that will be used exclusively for rebuilding and extending our roads, railways, irrigation fields, power plants for export of power to the West Africa power pool and beyond, and so on. The production from these investments will then pay off our loans with change to lend to other countries. The third and last step is to constitutionalize our development. As a nation, we should be ashamed that my private firms plan for 4 to 10 years, whilst our entire nation has functional plans and budgets for only 1 year. The longest we plan for is 4 years as a country. And most of the times we don't get there. Are we all right? This is why we need to constitutionalize our development, so that the broad strokes of our development are contained in the directive principles of state as enforceable provisions, with a constitutional directive for an independent National Development Planning Commission to detail out from that a 40 to 50 year development plan. As I have just said, all I have just said are contained in the recommendations of the Constitution Review Commission set up by President Mills and in the 40-year development plan that President Mahama commissioned and completed, titled Black Star Rising, Long-Term National Development Plan for Ghana, 2018 to 2057. Kudos also in this last respect to Dr. Nimoy Thompson, one of Africa's veritable economists, and to Dr. Kwesi Bochwe, who were Director General and Chair, respectively, of the National Development Planning Commission that spearheaded the 40-year development plan. Professor Fiajo, the Chair of the Constitution Review Commission, under whom I worked as Executive Secretary to the Commission, and the members of the Commission, which included the New Patriotic Party stalwart, Akenten Appiah-Menka, also deserve mention. These same proposals are contained in the Agenda for Constitutional Reform, spearheaded by Dr. Abu Sakare's National Interest Movement. As Vice President Mike Pence stated recently, if we lose faith in our Constitution, we will lose our country. The constitutionalization of our development plan will make it compulsory for each successive government to implement the plan, taking off from where the predecessor government left off. Our Constitution is largely a political document. It is necessary to amend it to meet our developmental needs and objectives, moving it from a political to a developmental constitution. A comprehensive, long-term, strategic, multi-year and binding national development plan covering the hard and soft aspects of governance and flexible enough for each administration to determine the methodologies for implementing the plan, but not the core objectives and targets of the plan, is well overdue. Conclusion. We are living in a really fucked up world today. Again, excuse my French. A third world war is imminent over Ukraine, of all places. The COVID-19 pandemic is ravaging the world. Repressive regimes are now the majority the world over, most exploiting COVID to expand their powers and repress their citizenry. Canada, of all places, is clamping down on citizen demonstrations. And the United States experienced their first attempted coup d'etat in centuries in January last year. As for Africa, literally every government is being toppled or sitting on tenterhooks. The picture does not look good. The world cannot continue like this. And Ghana, always the pace setter, must show the way. It can be done. Like I said many months ago, from this very platform, and paraphrasing Reverend Father Stephen Kofi Sakwaku, who gave the opening prayer that day, quote, "May it not be said that we live by a stream of water and yet are thirsty. May it not be said that we live in a land of milk and honey and yet go hungry." This is the reason Solidarity Ghana was formed. May she continue to use her joint intellectual resources to ensure that all Ghanaians drink from the streams of milk and eat of the honey that Odumankuma has given us, and which Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah retained and maintained for us. And may our government always remember the final words of Adangba in his song, Animal Farm. Quote, "Jobless know the mean senseless. Poverty know the mean useless. One day they go resist." Unquote. I thank you for your attention, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong.
Page 1 of the memorandum, paragraph 3. Mr. Speaker, it has explained that Section 19 of the Act requires students to provide at least one guarantor to be eligible to access the fund. It will not hurt, after saying this, if you reproduce what Section 19 says, so that we know exactly what we are deleting. If you are repealing something, to take everybody along in one document, you have explained. So it is very elegant in writing to state what you are repealing, so that you can take everybody along without referring to the Parent Act. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, I think they've just raised an issue.
Yes, with all due respect, let me place on record that any time a piece of legislation is being amended, to be able to follow the amendments being proposed, you need the Parent Act. Yes. Therefore, there is no need reproducing what is contained in the Parent Act on the other paper. So the two will have to go hand in hand. Once they are saying Section 19 is repealed in its entirety, with the Parent Act, you quickly go and look at Section 19. Other than that, when it comes to amendments, our other papers will be so voluminous. The Parent Act is available. So, I mean, by practice, that is what we do. We don't reproduce what is being amended on the other paper. I have not seen it in this house before.
Very well. Honorable members, you are concerned.
With all due respect, this is not another paper. This is the bill that you brought to the House with a memorandum attached to it, explaining in copious terms why Section 19 must be taken out of the parent enactment. And my brother said, show me the procedure that says that you cannot reproduce that for members to see. No, this is not a drafting staff. It's a matter of procedure. I am saying, show me one bill, one amendment bill. You haven't shown me any, and I'm saying that it cannot be the case. We may not be doing it, but it cannot be the case.
Honorable members, your concerns.
With all due respect,
the concerns are well noted. We will take it on board henceforth. So the ministry will also take it on board. So, honorable members, the question to clause 2 is, as many as are in favor of clause 2, say aye.
Those against say no. Honorable members, clause 2 stand part of the bill. We move to clause 3.
Section 23 of Act 820 amended.
Honorable members, those in favor of clause 3 as part of this, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, clause 3 stands part of the bill. We move to clause 4.
Section 25 of Act 820 amended.
Honorable members, all those in favor that clause 4 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, clause 4 stands part of the bill. We now come to clause 5, where you have the amendment.
Section 26 of Act 820 amended.
Hold on, leader, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I stood up, but maybe I did not catch your eye. That clause 4, section 25 of Act 820 amended. The principal enactment is amended by the substitution for subsection 1 of it. I think that there must be some reason why this entire clause 4. Clause 4. Why are you amending or clause 3 has been, we've taken the clause 3 already. We are not clause 4.
We are only amending 5.
I'm thinking that clause 4 of the amended bill, clause 4 amended page 3, is saying that the bill is amended by the substitution for subsection 1 of, so the entire section 25 of the principal enactment is being amended by the substitution with this. And I'm saying that we should have reasons why we're doing that. We have reached there. We are not to say we haven't reached there. We are there.
Chairman of
Mr. Speaker, just so that we save time, the deputy leader did not even mention clause 3. The principal enactment is amended by the repeal of subsection 2. We haven't, he didn't even ask for the reason. The reason for that, just so that we don't come back, is this. Section 23 of the original provides, 23.2 says, where the borrower fails to pay the loan granted by the board, the guarantor of the loan is liable to pay the loan, and the board shall issue a certificate of payment to the guarantor on full payment. That is what is sought to be deleted in clause 3. Now, clause 4, it says the principal enactment is amended by the substitution for subsection 1 of, and then they list this. That refers to section 25. The Speaker, the 25 also refers to the guarantor. The original provides, if you read what is there before you, the original provides, the board may, in writing, require an employer or a person of an institution to provide the A, then his name, B, residential and postal addresses, C is workplace and workplace address, then telephone numbers, E is email address, F, national identification number, G, national health insurance number, H, social security and national insurance trust number, or any other recognized national pension scheme number, and I, any other relevant information on a borrower or guarantor. So they've sought to delete all guarantor at the end, and then clean up the preamble in the one, which now then reads, the board may, in writing, require an employer, a person, or an institution to provide the following information in respect of a borrower, and leave out the guarantor. I think that's the essence of it.
Leader, I hope you're okay.
Very well. So we move to clause 5, Chairman.
Clause 5. Just a little bit of editorial work for the 4. I think there should be a comma after may. The board may, in writing, comma, require an employer, a person, so then it flows. There should have been 2 commas there. Otherwise, it may alter the meaning of the preamble statement. The board may, in writing, require an employer, and then it should follow. But that one can be handled by the draftspersons.
Speaker, my worry is with item listed in 4.1, the new one, 4.1F. That's the national identification number. Now, is it the national identification number or national identification card? Because my understanding is that it's in respect of identity, the proper identity of the applicant. Now, if you are simply asking for a number, okay,
I think the card you may have your number. Your number.
Okay, so that's the intendment here. That's the intendment here.
Yes.
Now, so it means that if you have a passport, it cannot be relied on in this case.
The passport number. The passport number. Sorry.
There will be a passport number. Okay, okay. I'm guided.
Yes, member for trouble.
Mr. Speaker, so following from what he said, you realize that Jean mentions the National Health Insurance number, just for the consistency. Yeah, Social Security number.
It's 4.
The H as well. Yeah, the H as well.
So, Chairman.
Section 26 of Act 820 amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 5, amendment proposed, paragraph A. Yeah.
Did you? No, he didn't.
You didn't?
He didn't. He didn't.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 5, amendment proposed, paragraph A, subsection 2, line 1. After notice, insert of demand, and in line 2, after address, insert of the borrower. That's also. Then yeah.
Yes.
Borrower, and published twice in a daily newspaper of national circulation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the second part of the amendment, but disagree with the first part of the amendment. Mr. Speaker, always we say demand notice. It's not notice of demand. Everybody will agree that the terminology is demand notice, not notice of demand. Just because this is the only concern that I have. Apart from that, I agree to the amendment being made. So it should remain demand notice.
Mr. Speaker, he was at the meeting. We met. We met the attorneys, and he raised the same thing. And they said, no, it is now
not demand, a notice of demand, not demand notice. You were there, you raised it, and they answered you, and you accepted it. Why are you raising this on the floor again? These are some of the things that do not.
Mr. Speaker, there is a principle known as Bagby's principle. At committee level, if you raise an issue that the committee members do not agree with you, and you feel strong about the point that you are making, nothing prevents you from raising it on the floor. All lawyers here will agree with me that the terminology is demand notice, including yourself. You agree with me, it is demand notice, not notice or demand. So if I raise this issue and my chairman did not agree with me at the committee level, this is the appropriate forum for me to raise it. Mr. Speaker, I recall, even after the committee's meeting, I came to chairman that the first and second proposed amendment, I would want him to drop it. Because the terminology is demand notice, and the drafters are right in doing so.
Honorable, don't you think that was the language in the original text? Yes, leader.
The Speaker, what they are used to saying really is slang and not the official construct. It's notice of demand. Yes, you used to saying demand notice, but that is not the official construct. The official construct is notice of demand. Mr. Speaker, it is the reason why, if you look at 26, and it takes its root from 26.1 provides, where a borrower defaults in paying the loan for 6 cumulative months, the board shall send notice of demand to the borrower. So consistently, when you come to 2, which then turns into demand notice, you are saying that just apply yourself to the official construct in 26.1 so that it flows. If you want the corrupted version that you use and which you have become used to, perhaps then you have to go to 26.1 and use the same construct so that it will follow. But don't corrupt the official document with your corrupted version of your daily usage of the terminology. Mr. Speaker, so
I want leader to look at 26.2.
That is
the appropriate terminology demand notice is there.
That is what you are talking about. They are only saying that you should be consistent with the official construct, which is notice of demand. So it's about the same thing, though, using demand notice. I just so that nobody would misinterpret it after you are gone, right? So that you be consistent with one. That's all that there is to it.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The problem was created by the proposed amendment. Because if you look at it, it's a copy of the notice. So we refer to 261. Then when you look at 262 again, it changed. Well, we agreed that we should just go by the first one, 261,
precisely,
so that we will go forward. So that's how it came about. So I think we can go by the 261, and then all others will follow in that manner. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that the Act itself used the inconsistent language, because if you come to 26.1, it says notice of demand. And if you come to 26.2, the Act used demand notice. So if we realize that the appropriate terminology should be demand notice and not notice of demand, then we should rather be amending 26.1 to let it be in. Oh, you have named me as an eternal litigant, so I agree. I'm an eternal litigant.
Speaker, I'm in support of the further amendment proposed by the Honorable Ahiafo. It shouldn't run away from it. The demand notice is a term of art. It's a term of art. It's even assumed judicial interpretation. Mr. Speaker, I have about 3 judicial decisions here where the term demand notice has been defined by the courts. It's even in our rules of court, CI 47. So it is not out of place that the Parent Act quickly ran away from the use of notice of demand to demand notice down the line. So my point is that the fact that we use notice of demand in some other provision in the law does not obviate from the fact that the proper term, legally speaking, that we know, is demand notice. So I pray that members would. There's no inconsistency in terms of its meaning. But I think what we want to do now is to stay consistent to the use of demand notice going forward, and not rather go back to notice of demand. So I am in full support of.
So are you proposing another amendment?
No, he has proposed a further amendment to the amendment proposed by the committee, and I'm in support of what the Honorable Anyako has proposed, that we should stick to demand notice. It carries a better and further meaning of what the intent of demand notice is supposed to serve, the notice of demand.
Leader.
Speaker, I think you have explained that the official construct is notice of demand. Yes. However, in usage, you will say demand notice. Mr. Speaker, to cure this, I thought this Roxonic intervention was going to lead us astray. But just so that we stay consistent, one can just say that we can send it to interpretation. Notice of demand means demand notice. It cures it. It's about the same thing. Or if you use demand notice, it will also say that demand notice is notice of demand. And it cures it. I'm not sure that we have to be splitting hairs over this.
Has British laws of England. Every lawyer's Bible defines demand notice to mean a notice that you owe an amount is owing and due, and so you must pay. In other terms, they even say demand letter. But we move away from using demand letter because the demand notice that we are seeking to use here is in terms of giving notice to you at large that a certain amount of money is due and owing, and you should pay at a certain appointed time. So if you go to the Black's Law Dictionary, it also defines or explains the term demand notice to mean the interment that this house wants to carry today. So we should rather stick to the demand notice and move away from notice of demand. Leader respectfully submitted.
Mr. Speaker, there was a member of this House, Honorable Electorate. Honorable Electorate, there was an argument of this nature. He said that by even deleting one word, you have saved some time and ink. So, notice of demand notice, you have saved off. So I will urge the Speaker that the Honorable Anyako proposes a further amendment to the motion so that we can take it and then move forward. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Damango, do you want to say something?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm just a bit at a loss. The difference between demand notice and notice of demand. Mr. Speaker,
but in your practice, how have you been?
Oh, they mean the same. There's absolutely no difference between the two. The demand notice is a very straight, summarized form of making a demand of somebody. And notice of demand It's the same notice of demand, making a demand of somebody. There's no difference, Mr. Speaker. There's absolutely no difference between notice of demand and demand notice. They are the same import and meaning. Mr. Speaker, so that's just the clarification I want to make, which is that, for the records, there's absolutely no difference. They mean just the same. Notice of demand and demand notice, both is a demand you make of somebody, giving notice of the person of your demand, whichever way you couch it. Thank you.
Yes. Take your mind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The more reason why we have to use demand notice. Demand notice is what has been used over the years in our law courts. Demand notice is what every lawyer understands without any interpretation. If it is there, if it's not creating any problem, why should we change it? And so I think that, in all fairness, the demand notice must stand because it is that which we have used over the years. It is that which the courts have interpreted. It is that which the dictionary uses. So now that we are happy to be doing the amendment, I think that it is proper to stick to what we already know, which has not created any problem. If there is no problem, don't create a new one, please.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I want the Honorable Minister for Lands to know that in drafting, sometimes you have to be very careful using synonyms. Why do you have to be careful using synonyms? You go closer to a terminology that is generally accepted. So once the generally acceptable terminology is demand notice, if you use notice of demand, in interpretation, it could mean, are you referring to something else other than the demand notice that is popularly being referred to? That is the reason for which we are saying that you stick to the use of the demand notice. That is the reason. Now, the Speaker, amendment proposed. A copy of the demand notice shall be sent or delivered to the borrower at the last known place of abode or address of the borrower and published to us in a daily newspaper of national circulation. As so moved.
Okay, let's hear you. I'll come to you. Mr. Speaker, I throw my weight behind the present amendment. I throw my weight. Use the I second the present amendment. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I say that just for the avoidance of doubt, because we are talking about amendment in one provision or the other. The 26(1) is using the phrase notice of demand, and then 2 uses demand notice. We should be consistent. If it's demand notice, then 26(1) should be amended appropriately to demand notice. Conversely, if it is notice of demand, 26(2) should be so amended. Because I believe this really is a distinction without difference. And I'm wondering why we are doing this. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, what we really need to attend to, if I look at the 5A, there's a change in terminology. The 2 says a copy of the notice of demand or demand notice shall be sent or delivered to the borrower at the last known place of abode. That's the first time we are using that. 25 uses place of residence. So I thought that we were really going to attend to that, to say place, the last known place of residence. That is what it should be, to be consistent with 25. But you are splitting hairs on matters that really should not concern us. So, Mr. Speaker, we rather should amend that one. The place of abode should read place of residence. Chairman, it should read place of residence. Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing a minor amendment to that. There's a place of 26 to the A2. That should be a place of residence to be consistent with what we did in 25.1, the residential or postal address. Yeah, I'm just saying that it rather should read the place of residence instead of place of abode.
Somewhere. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, for the record, the leader seems to have settled the matter. But just because I raised the issue, I think it's important that I set the record so that the Hansard will capture it properly. Mr. Speaker, I agree with leader clearly that if in the bill, there are different parts of the bill where demand notice and notice of demand are used interchangeably, then you open yourself for issues of controversy when it comes to interpretation. But Mr. Speaker, I want to maintain the point I made, that there's no difference between notice of demand and demand notice. And Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, to conclude on that, my honorable friend, the lady, made a point about a distinction between notice of demand and demand notice. Mr. Speaker, whether the courts are pronounced on it or is the generally accepted way of using the concept of demand notice and notice of demand, in our country, there is a statute of interpretation. There's an interpretation act. So where there are disputes on interpreting word terminologies, is the interpretation act which settles it. And I'm submitting that in the interpretation act, there is no distinction between notice of demand and demand notice. Mr. Speaker, it's just like the State Proceedings Act. The State Proceedings Act, which says before you commence an action against the state, you have to serve notice to the Attorney General. How you serve the notice, whether it's through a demand notice, a notice of demand, or notice of commencing proceedings, or commencement of proceedings notice, in substance, there is no difference. So, Speaker, but I will concede to the majority there to say, if in the bill, the terminology is used interchangeably, demand notice and notice of demand, then on the basis of a canon of interpretation, one will suggest that this House place different interpretations on notice of demand and demand notice. But in substance, which is the point I made originally, there is no difference between notice of demand and demand notice. If anybody were to point a provision of the Interpretation Act to me, which distinguishes between notice of demand and demand notice, I will concede on that. But otherwise, there is no difference. And that's my point, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thought you've gone over this. We are not talking about substance. We know the meaning, they say. But we are talking about, in practice, what you've been using. So I think we've gone past this somewhere. So let's...
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, these are matters of record. My brother just said that, pursuant to the Interpretations Act, notice of demand is interpreted to mean demand notice. Oh, but that's what he said. It's a view you are placing on the expression. But I have anchored my submission and that of the proponent on the definition as contained in Hasbury's Laws of England, on the Black's Law Dictionary, and 3 decisions of our courts, of our Superior Courts of Judicature. You know, I can refer the House to Brown and others versus Voice Limited, 1977, 2 Ghana Law Reports, page 15 to 20 at page 18. Pursuant to
the decision by Griffiths Randolph J. And again, Brobe J, as it then was, in the case of Ajay versus Amebe, 1989, 1 Ghana Law Report 351. Mr. Speaker, I did this research because of the amendments I have proposed. So the point we are saying is that leader may be right in saying that no. These are matters of record. You have mentioned the Interpretation Act and said that they are interchangeably used in that act, and I'm saying no. It's an opinion you are proffering. I am saying in support of the Honorable Anyafo that leader says we should stick to the notice of demand. And we are proposing that pursuant to these other sources of legal information, it will be prudent, it will be proper, it will be more safe to stick, consistent, to stick to demand notice. Because it's become a term of art in law, in practice. And it's been interpreted, and there's no problem. Humbly submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Now the medical doctor will also want you.
Mr. Speaker, the lawyers cannot bully us here. Now we go to the Queen's language. There are two operational words here, demand and notice. When you say demand notice, demand here is an adjective and notice is a noun. And when you say notice of demand, it means notice of is adjective and demand is a noun. So which one is important? The notice or the demand? The one which is primary is what we should put emphasis on. Thank you.
So, honourable members, leader also proposed the amendment to the abode into residence. So
now, clause 5A, amendment proposed. A copy of the notice of demand shall be sent or delivered to the borrower at the last known place of residence or address of the borrower and published twice in a daily newspaper of national circulation. I so move.
honourable members, the question is those in favour of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 5 as amended is agreed to. Let's move to I. Chairman.
Clause 5, amendment proposed, paragraph B, subsection 3, line 2, delete demand notice and insert notice of demand. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought with all these arguments being canvassed regarding the use of the appropriate terminology, demand notice, Chairman would have abandoned this amendment.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable Roxanne Dafemako and Ahiafo were listening to the question that you proposed the question on notice of demand. And the response was yes. So, Mr. Speaker, to be consistent, let's go through. But, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I think that on that, we can leave that one to the draft persons, so that we move ahead. The notice of demand and demand notice, let's leave that one, that construct, to the draft persons to advise better.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Now the new revision is clause 5B, amendment proposed.
where the borrower fails to pay or make a satisfactory arrangement to repay the loan in accordance with the notice of demand, the board shall publish the name of a borrower in a daily newspaper of national circulation. I so move.
The Speaker, leader suggested that we leave it to the drafter, so he should not be giving us the new rendition. You said?
Yes, I.
So they will refer it to the drafters, so the drafters will be able to help us, not for him giving us.
So how do I put the question? So should we move to I? Well, let him put the question on the I. Since leader has already indicated that the drafters will address that particular issue. So, yeah, to form part of it. So, those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. So we now move to I.
Clause 5, amendment proposed. Paragraph C, subsection 4. Opening phrase, delete sub-regulation and insert subsection. I so move.
Yes, any second.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment.
Honorable members, those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against the amendment say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Chairman, let's move to IV.
Assembly a motion for an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm the sponsor. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to move my amendment. Mr. Speaker, item number IV, clause 5, amendment proposed. Paragraph C, subsection 4, subparagraph A, delete and insert the following. A, the amount owed. B, time within which to pay the amount owed. And C, failure to pay the amount owed as stated in subparagraph A shall attract a monthly penalty interest of 5% until the date of final payment. Mr. Speaker, may I seek your leave to prefer further amendment to this? And that is that the amendment as in A and B should be maintained and C goes away completely. So the new rendition will be paragraph C, subsection 4, subparagraph A, delete and insert the following. A, the amount owed, and B, time within which to pay the amount owed. Thank you.
I'm really going to take one of yours on delay process.
So now we've done away with the C. Process. Now we've done away with the C.
That is one. The penal provision through.
Yes. Any second.
Mr. Speaker, looking at the amendment, once the C is being deleted, I do not see any difference between it and what is on the original bill. Because the original bill is saying that the amount owed and demand that the amount owed shall be paid within 1 month after the publication. So the amount owed that he is stating here in A is already here. Time within which to pay the amount owed is also stated here. But over here, it is specific. The time period is stated in the law that within 1 month, but he is leaving it at time within which to pay the amount owed. So given the opportunity, the law that stipulates the period, I will go in for that one rather than the law that leaves the period open. What of if in writing the letter, they said come and pay within 3 days? It is also within the law. That is why the premise of the amendment are indicating that it should be 1 month, which is certain. So for the sake of certainty, I will go with the original rendition rather than the amendment proposed.
Yeah, the owner of the amendment, will you with
Speaker, with all due respect, I disagree with my learned senior, both here and out there. Mr. Speaker, the original amendments in the bill, there are differences. My amendment is in respect of the amount owed. The amount owed. Now, my other amendment is in respect of time within which to pay the amount owed. This is because we speak of administrative steps. These are publications to be effected in a newspaper of national circulation. It means there are exigencies. The person whose condition or outstanding amount is falling into a default is in some difficulty. So if we legislate in respect of the time within which is to pay, we may be tying the hands of the administrators. That is why, given the peculiar circumstances, they will determine that, well, then we are giving you 90 days within which to pay. But if we legislate, then they cannot extend such a time, given the peculiar circumstances of the person whose condition as a student recently graduated and finds himself in unemployment is being called upon within 1 month to make this payment. It may place him in a certain, or he may be in a certain state of impecuniousness. And so I think that we should give that latitude. We should give that latitude to the administrators or the commission, to the managers of the fund to determine. In any case, there will be a regulation. In any case, Mr. Speaker, there will be a regulation to operationalize the law. So we can give the time frame and state them in the regulation. So I disagree with my senior on this matter. I thank you.
Very well. So let's come to you, the ranking.
Mr. Speaker, if you come to 5.3 of the amendment bill, it is there that where the borrower fails to pay or make a satisfactory arrangement, you see, to repay the loan in accordance with the demand or notice of demand. That is where this will come in. So there's provision for it already in the bill. So there's no need to state it again in your amendment as you are proposing. So it is clear, because you must make the provision that, oh, okay, I know I have defaulted, but I will pay with this, so probably with your employer or the managers of the trust. So I think there's no need belaboring your point that it should be stated categorically over there. So it is already, it is clearly specified in 3 above. That's how I see it.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I didn't understand the ranking member. But the gravamen of my amendment is this. I have restructured the A and subdivided into 2 sub-provisions. The amount owed in the notice of publication must be clearly stated. This is how much I owe. Then I am saying that in B, the time frame within which I am supposed to pay that should also be stated in the notice. But the amendment as stated in the bill, the provision in the bill, is giving a time limit of 1 month. And I'm saying that we speak of somebody who is in a certain peculiar situation, who hasn't been very committed to paying this money. That is why we are spending money to send out notice to him and make a demand on him. So he's in a certain situation. So I think that the fund manager should have some latitude to determine time given the peculiar circumstances. And also it's important depending on how much is owed. If a student owes, if it's committed to repayment and the amount outstanding that's falling into that is a default, it's say about 50,000. Are we saying that we should legislate and ask him to pay within 1 month? We don't even know his situation. So the fund manager should be able to have this, and then they will determine. So when they are publishing the notice, there will be some leverage, some latitude. So they can expand the time or limit it. But we shouldn't tie their hands in legislation. That's my humble view on the matter. So it is markedly different from what is stated here. My amendment is markedly different from what is being stated here.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the 4C, the 5C is flowing from B. The B says that where the borrower fails to pay or make a satisfactory arrangement to repay the loan in accordance with the demand notice. Here, demand notice is used here. The board shall publish the name of the borrower in a daily newspaper of national circulation. So, Mr. Speaker, the borrower here has failed to pay. He has also failed to make the necessary arrangement to pay. Probably, this borrower is one of those students who has completed 5 years without job. Now, you are saying that the publication should be made stating the amount owed and then demand that he comes to pay within 1 month. So let's look at it from that angle. There must be a reason why he failed to pay and also failed to make arrangement satisfactory to pay. So in that case, the administrators, the board will then determine what is the reason for this borrower not paying. So give it a time limit of 1 month, which is legally now going to be bound on the administrators to enforce, will be too much for this borrower, this student. Probably he's a member of the unemployed graduates. Okay, if the person is working before, but it's not clear here. That's the point I'm saying. I'm ready. Okay. Now, assuming that he's working, and he's working as a NAPCO, where his salary is around 700 a month, can he? So let's look at it from one guy. So give me 1 month. No, give me 1 month. I think that we should leave it open for the administrator to determine. That will help.
Peter, I think, Honorable Nelson, will you be minded to abandon this amendment?
Mr. Speaker, not at all. Mr. Speaker, I will explain why. There's a presumption of regularity, that I have gotten a job, and so I have discretion, so much discretionary income, and I'm out of willful stipulations, refuse to pay an amount that is due and owing the fund. There's that presumption. Then it can be rebutted by the circumstances of the borrower. It can be rebutted. Look, it could be that I have just gotten a job. I may even be on probation. And the law is saying that in trade, all this information should be obtained from my employer. So all I am saying is that, yes, we want to recover our money, but let's give the fund managers a bit of discretion to make that determination with the time within which for this borrower to repay what is outstanding. My difficulty is legislating in respect of time in this matter. The 30 days period is too draconian, given the circumstances that the person has fallen in default, and we are presuming that he's gotten a job. So we must serve notice, and he must come and pay.
Please, let's conclude on this. We'll put it. Let's hear it somewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I truly appreciate the compassion being exhibited by my honorable friend, the Honorable Lafia Mapo, and also the concerns he's raising. But Mr. Speaker, globally, when you support or you deploy a welfare scheme through a fund, the survival of the fund rests on how much the fund revolves and how much the rate of repayment and how the fund gets replenished and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I think we have to be mindful of that. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, whenever you introduce the element of discretion, then you are running into problems. Mr. Speaker, and it's also because you want to out the element of discretion. That is why in many times we say legislate, have an act of parliament. That's why in many parts or in many aspects of our national life and our public life, discretionary powers are ousted through legislation. And that is what we are trying to do here. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, anytime you also give a sense of laxity and people have a certain room to maneuver, have liberty to determine when they repay loans taken and the rest. There also, Mr. Speaker, you run into problems. So, Mr. Speaker, I would think that the 1 month period given, I think is reasonable and it's a condition or it's a time frame within which I believe the fund can revolve in a manner that will make the fund sustainable. I think it's extremely important that this time frame is maintained. Mr. Speaker, those of us who have had some association with student loans in this country, the biggest problem that the student loan scheme has had to deal with over the years is the question of repayment. Anybody who has had any association or experience with student loan scheme in this country will attest to the fact that the biggest challenge for student loan scheme, the student loan scheme of our country, has been the issue of repayment. So if we have the opportunity to legislate and to give a time frame within which people have to pay and impose 1 month, if the 1 month is too short, perhaps we can look at the time frame and say 1.5 months or 2 months. But that, it should be at the discretion of the fund managers or administrators. So, Speaker, I respectfully disagree and insist that this be maintained. So, Speaker, the question about people being employed and NAPCO and all of that, hope and aspiration all of us are working towards is that we get to a point where the unemployment rate in our country comes down so that we get into a circumstance where a considerable number of our population are employed and be able to support such funds, whether it's the student loan scheme fund or it's the National Health Insurance Fund or pension fund or whatever. But at least, Mr. Speaker, we can all be comforted that at least the unemployment, the Graduate Unemployed Association of Ghana, at least been disbanded since 2017. And that is a path that we can proceed from to disbanding at least. There's NAPCO with 700 Ghana cedis. All of it is well and good. But Mr. Speaker, a discretionary power should not be entertained. Thank you very much.
Nelson, you see, the guarantor system is being phased out. And you are going to give discretion to students or people to decide, and I don't think. So let's maintain the original.
Speaker, let me kindly hear me, Speaker. Speaker, I am in no way saying that or proposing an amendment that will stifle the fund of sustenance. No. I am looking at the circumstance of the person whose payment has fallen into a default. In any case, after the 30 days, if he fails to pay, what happens? We are going to litigate that matter down there, because I'm saying that the amendment being proposed says that the amount owed, amount due and owing should be deemed as a judgment debt, against which the fund will proceed to levy execution. But I'm saying no. I am saying that no. You must rather go to court to have a judgment. Exactly. You can't say that because I owe you money. No, we have it. Yes, exactly. But if you understand the trajectory of the scenarios, then you see that I am not saying anything out of the ordinary. I am only saying we should give latitude to the person whose payment has fallen into a default the opportunity to repay. He hasn't demonstrated non-committal. No. He's been committed, but the outstanding is what has fallen into a default.
Well heard. Leader.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, there should be an end to pursuing who to pay and what to pay at what time. Now, the proposal from the Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafemupo, it says that we should have the time within which to pay the amount owed. And he is saying that we should not confine ourselves to 1 month. Let us assume that by way of negotiation they determine that should be 2 months or 3 months or even 6 months or 1 year. What if we get to the expiry of that period is not able to redeem it? What happens? You certainly will have to recover. Mr. Speaker, the terms and conditions of administering the fund will provide for this. And those terms and conditions will be provided for in the regulations. In the regulations, this is the body of the bill. The regulations will provide for the terms and conditions of administering the fund. It will be part of this. So please, we are not there. So let's leave it going into the time frame. Let's say you are saying that 1 month is inadequate. What time will be adequate? Because this time that you are proposing is also too open-ended. In any event,
that's why I'm saying we should indicate time.
Oh, are we at Makola? We are not at Makola School of Law. And you don't even get up, Rossing. You don't even get up, and from your table you are speaking to the microphone.
Yeah.
And you know it's unparliamentary. I'm not saying that you are a Makola man. I'm saying that we are not at Makola. Yes. So please, Rossing, you must learn to take jabs. This is not an uppercut. It's just a mere jab, and you will not even duck. Yes, so I think that the amendment really we can do without that, and let's make progress.
So, honourable members, the question is: those in favour of the amendment say aye. No, sir. No. We are expecting people to say no, so that.
Yes, we have one clarity.
James, we've spent so much time. So, honorable members, those in favor of the amendment proposed by Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafiamapo, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the amendment proposed is not agreed to. So we move to V.
The Speaker, especially just a minor one, which I guess we could leave to the drafters. We just gone beyond that though. It's in respect of the three, which provides that where the borrower fails to pay or make a satisfactory arrangement to repay the loan in accordance with the notice of demand, the board shall publish the name of the borrower in the daily newspaper of national circulation. I just want consistency of language. Is it the case that we are using repayment of loan or payment of loan? Mr. Speaker, I think that we should be consistent because the first line says where the borrower fails to pay. As it fails to repay, the rather should read to repay, or make a satisfactory agreement to repay. That's the same loan. So we should be consistent. Either pay the loan or repay the loan. And I think that it should be repay the loan. Yes. Because the arrangement, the satisfactory arrangement, relates to the repayment of the loan. So we should have a common language to repay the loan or make satisfactory arrangement to repay. So just that.
I think this is a matter of drafting, so let the drafters take note of that. So we move to V, the chairman of the committee.
V, clause 5, amendment proposed, paragraph C, subsection 4, subparagraph A, line 2, delete should and insert shall. As we move.
Yes. Who's seconding it? So I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is hereby agreed to. VI, Chairman.
Speaker, that's my amendment.
Hey, that's yes. Also yours.
Yes. Speaker, thank you. Speaker, item number VI, clause 5, amendment proposed. Paragraph D, subsection 5, line 2. Delete, execute or enforce the judgment for the recovery of, and insert the following: institute legal action to recover. And Mr. Speaker, the basis of this amendment for me is the effect that even though we may have agreed that I owe an X amount of money and I have defaulted, for that to be considered as a judgment against me, for which execution, the enactment will be prescribing execution to be levied against me, has to be a subject matter before a court of law. A court has to determine that indeed I owe that amount of money, and that even when judgment has been entered against me with the applicable penal interest or interest applicable, I have still failed to commit to paying same. So execution could follow. And that it should not be a matter for Parliament to legislate straightforward. That when such an amount of money, we could be litigating the amount of money in dispute. We could be litigating the amount of money in default. There could be a dispute over it. So my prescription is that we should leave that third leg for the fund to take legal action to recover that. And there are consequences when that happens. Because, Mr. Speaker, I anchor my submission on Article 125, subclause 3 of our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, and it reads as follows. The judicial power of Ghana shall be vested in the judiciary. Accordingly, neither the President nor Parliament, nor any organ or agency of the President or Parliament shall have or be given final judicial power. Yes. Yes, I agree. So, where we are intimating that we should execute or enforce the judgment for the recovery of. Judgment can only be entered by a judicial arbitral body. The Parliament cannot ascribe the power of entering judgment in respect of liquidated sums. So, and I know that my brother in whom I'm well pleased, but our relationship is now strained, will support me in this matter. Time will heal wounds. Time will heal wounds. So, and I know my brother Abu will support me in this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should be very careful how we legislate on these matters. When there are intransigence on the part of the borrower, let the courts have the final say. Thank you.
Samuel, let's hear you. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I really wish I will be in a position to support my honorable friend. Mr. Speaker, but the first point I want to make is when you, in these matters, we always have to contemplate the worst case scenario and then also look into the future. And really, Mr. Speaker, I think you intimated the point a bit, which is that the arrangements we are seeking to make will mean that the ability of the fund managers to recover the loans will be very crucial. Because here we are taking out the number one safeguard measure in respect of student loans, which is doing away with the concept of guarantors and so on and so forth. And that will mean that when the loan is advanced, the ability of the fund manager to recover the loan, the law we pass here will have to pay particular attention to that. Otherwise, we'll run into a lot of difficulty. Mr. Speaker, but on a substantive point, and again, I believe the Deputy Majority Leader will have the opportunity to have the final bite on this matter and we'll all be guided in terms of the law. But I do know that there are several legislations of this House which, though doesn't make it conclusive in terms of liability or in terms of enforcement, but makes certain occurrences tantamount to judgment. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act, for example, where the awards given by an arbitral panel through an arbitral proceedings is equivalent to a judgment of the High Court, which is equivalent to a judgment of the High Court, Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House again also to the Chieftaincy Act, where if you submit to the arbitral proceedings of a chief's court, the award or the ruling of the chief in respect of that matter constitutes a judgment. The only difference, Mr. Speaker, and I would imagine that is why the drafters of this bill use the language execute or enforce the judgment for the recovery is that even in the case of an arbitrary award, you still have to go through the legal proceedings or processes of enforcing the arbitrary award, just as it is in this case. The Speaker, just as it is in this case. So, where in respect of paragraph D, subsection 5, the non-repayment of the loan is construed by the bill as a judgment. Nonetheless, you still have to take measures. You still have to go through legal processes or proceedings to execute or enforce the judgment. Mr. Speaker, in that language, my honorable friend should note that the constitutional provision he quoted, Article 1255 of the National Constitution, is satisfied by this provision because it doesn't constitute final judicial proceedings or final judicial power, because you still have to go through the court to enforce it. And the matters of the amount, whether or not it is justified and so on and so forth, will be determined. So, Mr. Speaker, my point really in conclusion is that whatever arrangements we make, we have to be mindful of the fact that the power of the fund to recover loans is extremely important. Act 995, Mr. Speaker, I'm grappling with Act 995. Act 995 in relation to excavators, where there is this laborious, cumbersome, almost impracticable process for the recovery of excavators, for the disposal of excavators. We should be careful not to put ourselves in that kind of situation where people who deliberately not repay these loans will take the state through a very laborious, cumbersome litigation. So, Mr. Speaker, this will be my comment on this matter. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity, and with all due respect, I beg to differ from the Minister using arbitration. Mr. Speaker, the difference here is that failure to pay the debt will amount to an admission and will be deemed to be a judgment debt. In arbitration, consent of the parties are required, and there is a hearing given to the parties. So there is a procedure to avoid breach of natural justice. But in this case, if you look at the law, the way it is, it means that I owe, and the fact that I failed to pay, it amounts to admission, and it will become a judgment debt. A judgment debt of which panel, when it is arbitration, or of which court. So clearly, we should all accept the fact that before you even kill an animal, you offer that animal water to drink. In this case, where lies the opportunity of the person who owes to be heard? Clearly, there is no element of opportunity. And nowhere in the world that an amount owed will naturally and automatically become a judgment debt without listening to the parties involved. This cannot stand the test of time, because in every matter, for there to be a judgment, whether arbitration panel or a court of competent jurisdiction, both parties will be heard. So in this case, you even obtain the consent of the person as required in arbitration. Then you said automatically the amount owed becomes a judgment debt. This clearly cannot stand. It is on this basis that I will support Honorable Roxon and ask the House that we should even look at the B, the wording of B, very, very carefully.
Yes, Honorable Member for Futu.
Mr. Speaker, the motion on the floor from my respected colleague is inviting us to accept a new amendment. I follow the argument by the applicant, and I think without doubt, on all fours, he has a point. However, having read the full rendition...
Leader, hold on. The first deputy speaker will relieve me in a bit.
Mr. Speaker, the wise man. Mr. Speaker, the wise.
Sorry, what did you say?
Mr. Speaker, the wise man. Mr. Speaker, the wise.
You are ignored.
Etc., etc. Barrister law.
You are ignored.
Mr. Speaker. You are ignored.
We're on clause 5.
Very well. So, Mr. Speaker, I was making a point that the view expressed by the applicant to this motion is well grounded. However, in context, having read in full the clause he seeks to impugn, I think we can do something much more elegant. Mr. Speaker, first, let me read in full the clause he's attacking. That the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt, and that the debt shall be deemed to be a judgment debt for the amount in addition to the costs of 5% entered by a circuit court against the borrower. So my understanding is that for us to move to the D, the board would have to, with the benefit of all the documentation, go to the court to make an entry. So it is the court circuit court that would make that entry. But that is not final. You see, so the point is that, contrary to the constitutional provision he read, which argument sought to create the impression that the court's jurisdiction is being ousted by this provision and that we are trying to create a finality. That provision talks about final judicial powers. This is not a finality. This provision, in fact, if you carefully read it, is still giving that judicial power to the judiciary as it called raison d'etre. Nothing is being taken away from the judiciary. Perhaps you may also pay attention to the fact that a defendant, for want of a better word, or a beneficiary, who a judgment is being executed against or enforced against, would have the right to appeal. So that argument of yours, to the effect that, he may disagree with the amount, can still be catered for. However, if you think that we shouldn't use the word judgment, but that we should find something to replace judgment, then we can look at it. But even so, my honorable colleague, since the matter will go before a circuit court, and the circuit court judge will make the necessary entry. No, wait. You see, my respected senior colleague at the bar, a circuit court judge, upon receiving the document, will not say that by necessary implication of this enactment would just go and enter judgment. No. A judge sitting as a judge of equity will look at the necessary documentation. When did you take the facility? Is there any evidence of non-payment and all that? I believe that the judge would have the opportunity to validate the records. In all of these, perhaps we may also have to add that the defendant or the beneficiary must be on notice. It shouldn't be an ex parte. So let us look at that one, because I am unable So recline to that position by him. If it is going to be on notice, it will be sufficient. If it is going to be on notice, it will be sufficient, because then when the circuit court judge receives the document, the affected party will have the opportunity to be heard. The affected party will have the opportunity to be heard. So I think we may have to propose an amendment more elegant, which will address the question of whether or not a person in this situation must be heard in accord with rule of law. Then we can put in that it must be on notice. Once it is on notice, the affected party would have no worry at all, and then the judge would have the opportunity to hear from him before he enters final judgment. Having said all of this, it is my conclusion that the respected legislator, Oseche Mensah Bonsu, Leader of the House, etc., etc. The Speaker, he has his own way of intimidating you, and he has his own way of getting you to agree to his view. Mr. Speaker, you and I know, but Mr. Speaker, I will agree with him in another way. Mr. Speaker, he makes a point to me off record that there would have been a demand notice, but I would respectfully contend that that is the first step. That demand notice is the first step. It is a failure that will lead to the final entry. But I'm saying that when the documents are going to the circuit court, it shouldn't be ex parte. That would address the concerns of my respected colleague who is taking advantage of the length for reconciliation, and he has to come properly. Yes, he would have to come properly, because we are having the benefit of length. So, Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by saying that he must abandon the proposed amendment and then introduce an amendment which will have an express provision requiring notice to be served on the beneficiary or the affected party or the judgment debtor in the said entry. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, let me be guided. Please, let me be guided. I see that all the proposed amendments are in relation to 26(5) of Act 820. Has anything been done to 26(4) already? 26(4). I see. Very well. Yes, available leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, we can all look at the language of B very carefully. It's in twofold. That the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt, and the debt shall be deemed to be a judgment. The first leg. Then the second leg is in addition of 5% entered by the borrower. Now, the issue that we are arguing here is that how can failure to pay a debt be a judgment debt? Be deemed to be a judgment debt. It means that of that failure to pay being deemed to be a judgment debt, it will definitely be in breach of natural justice, because no opportunity would have been given to the debtor to be heard before saying that the debt is deemed to be a judgment debt. And Mr. Speaker, we all know that in obtaining judgment, you are either obtaining a judgment from a court of competent jurisdiction or acquittal
judicial body. And one of the key elements before getting to the judgment table is giving hearing to those parties. So where a debt is deemed to be a judgment, it means that there wouldn't be any hearing to the parties. And if you make the law this way, it will be in breach of natural justice. Now, the further provision is saying that the board shall, without any further recourse to the borrower, proceed to execute or enforce the judgment for the recovery of the loan or any balance outstanding in an appropriate manner. How? Mr. Speaker, even in a court of competent jurisdiction, if you obtain judgment from a Supreme Court, you are enjoined to serve entry of judgment on the person before you can resort to execution of that particular judgment or enforcement of that particular judgment. And justice emanates from the people of Ghana, and it is administered by the judiciary. If that is the judicial process, how can Parliament enact this provision? Mr. Speaker, that is what we are talking about.
I'm wondering how you would enforce it. Are you going to use a court system? If it is intended to use a court system, how will a judgment deemed from a notice enter the court system to be enforced? I think that's what we should consider. Let me listen to the proposal and then I'll come back to you. Yes.
Speaker, indeed I listened carefully to my deputy majority leader. That is why my earlier amendment, which was defeated, sought to get 4B completely taken out. Because the impression being created there is that, in fact, they are considering that deeming of the amount due and owed, which has fallen into a default, as a judgment of a circuit court, not even a magistrate court. And we know that the courts, they are jurisdictional matters in terms of liquidated claims. And now the jurisdiction of the magistrate courts is being extended to 50,000. 500, I'm guided. So, the matter we speak of is such a serious matter that somebody who owes part of a student's loan that he took in the course of his tertiary education and portion has fallen into a default. It's so huge that it will be deemed to be a judgment entered against him at the circuit level. But we know that an admission is another 23 matter, CI 47. So even if you proceed against the matter in a court of law, he ought to have come to court under order 23 to admit that, yes, I admit I owe the pledge against me. And so I pray that I be given time to pay. And again, we are saying that they will enter the judgment against him. So these are very serious matters, serious civil procedural matters. That is why my leader ought to have averted his mind to the next provision, which I'm actually attacking. That where the board is being asked not to have no recourse to the borrower, they ought not to be deeming that to be a judgment. They now have the power to proceed to a court of law. To proceed to a court of law and obtain judgment so that you can recover the amount due. That is why the 5% penal interest being applied in the provision immediately above this, I don't have a qualm with it. Because it appears we are intransigent. You've taken the money, you don't want to pay. They give you all opportunities, you don't want to pay. So I see the hesitancy, but these are real situations. Mr. Speaker, you could be in your vehicle on the highway and they are levying execution, they are enforcing it, they will stop you and take your car. So it can be subject of abuse. So we ought to be careful there. That's why I think that my proposed amendment should be carried. I thank you.
Leader.
I'm enjoying the argument, but there are certain things that must be clear. The court would determine the judgment debt. No.
Where,
No. Mr. Speaker.
Where in the
okay, sure. Mr. Speaker, may I read? Mr. Speaker, permit me to proceed to read it aloud. That the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt.
Which
Mr. Speaker, with respect, D. We are dealing with the D.
5D.
Yes. B. 4B. Yes. 4B.
Mr. Speaker, if I may clarify, the amendment 5D, but yes, but we are making the argument flowing from 4C. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, so if you read B, that the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt, and that the debt shall be deemed to be a judgment for the amount, in addition to cost of 5% entered by a court against the borrower. Mr. Speaker, clearly, this provision is not talking about the board on its own assuming judgment debt. No. Let's understand that we are starting from somewhere where you've been served notice, a demand notice, failing which the board will now proceed with all the evidence. Wait. Don't let us forget the rule in strict liability. We have a strict liability provisions in our laws where the burden shifts. What this provision is simply saying is that when a demand notice has been served on you and you have failed to redeem it, that becomes a debt you owe, full and final. However, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, in a strict liability situation, that will become a presumption that you owe, and unless you prove otherwise, judgment will be held against you.
Mr. Speaker, that is correct.
An action would have been instituted. What is Mr.
Speaker, the difference here is that on this occasion, the whole proceedings emanates as an administrative proceedings. Now, the board will not proceed to make that pronouncement except to take it to the circuit court. So, Mr. Speaker, all that they are saying is that the final determination of the matter will be made by the court. And Mr. Speaker, that is why in my earlier submission, I said that what is not clear indeed is whether or not the affected party will be on notice. That's when I concede that there is no clarity as to whether the affected party will be on notice. So perhaps we may have to look at this B provision to say that whatever proceedings at the circuit court will be on notice. Once the affected party is on notice, then you will be able to make a case that the document that have been submitted to the court for same to be entered as a judgment there is a problem with it. I disagree with the figures. 2, because he is on notice that this has been entered against him, he would now know what to do if it gets to the execution. In any event, if he is on notice that such records are being sent to the court for the court to make an entry of judgment against him, he will be able to engage a lawyer if he disagrees with whatever was served on him earlier as a demand notice. So I think that we should rather make an express provision in B for the proceedings to be on notice. In fact, Mr. Speaker,
in the meantime, where is the law providing for proceedings in the circuit court?
But B says so. If you look at B.
But let's read B.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm reading again. That the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt. And that the debt shall be deemed to be a judgment for the amount in addition to the cost of 5% entered by a circuit court against the borrower.
Right. Yes. So when did we start the proceedings?
Mr. Speaker, the proceedings commences at the very point where such records are entered in the records of the circuit court. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that we're saying that when the final demand notice is served on you and you fail, the matter will go to court. So, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we may have to.
Where does it say to go to court?
Mr. Speaker, if you read that provisions clearly, one thing which is obvious. Okay, Mr. Speaker, before we even go to the 4B, let's deal with 523 B3, where the borrower fails to repay or make a satisfactory arrangement to repay the loan in accordance with the notice of demand. The board shall publish the name of the borrower in a daily newspaper of national circulation. Then it goes to C. The publication shall state the amount owed and that shall be paid within 1 month of publication. Then the next leg is the fact that such records of your liability don't have to go to court. Mr. Speaker, perhaps we may have to draft the B well for clarity.
Can we save time? It's obvious that we want the procedure to follow a certain that after the publication, we will go to court. But at the court, we don't have to prove anything. Right. So that's where I say...
Then let the draft persons clarify, to ensure clarity.
Amendment proposed here said that delete all this and issue legal action to recover. It covers it. So I think that amendment is legitimate. Let's save time.
That with respect. His amendment, Mr. Speaker, his amendment has to do with the D5. So I think that if we tidy up the B, as you are saying, and there's clarity of notice, there will be no need to touch the D5. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that draft persons must ensure clarity on the B so that we can make progress. I thank you, so that we don't waste time. I agree.
Yes, birthday girl. How was the birthday yesterday?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, I think the bill should state by what means you go to court. Because you cannot just go to court with these processes. It has to emanate from a rate. And so I don't see how the bill is even helping the trust to do anything. If you serve notice that somebody should pay money and the person does not pay, you cannot go to court by any process or letter unless you institute a proper legal process of issuing a rate. Anything short of that will not suffice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that should be incorporated properly.
Yeah, we don't only go to court through a rate.
No, for the purposes of liquidated demands, you must issue a rate.
No, not necessarily. I beg to disagree.
Okay, let's the draft person is advising that we should defer that so they'll tidy it up so we can proceed. Right. So I propose to defer consideration of item VI. Is that acceptable? That is where the proposed amendment is. Is that right? Item VI. Very well. So consideration of item VI is deferred. VII.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Item VII, clause 5, amendment proposed Paragraph E, subsection 6, delete and insert the following. Subject to any other relevant laws, the board in the execution of a court judgment obtained against a borrower may attach the contributions of the borrower made to any scheme under the National Pensions Act 2008 Act 776 or any pension scheme operated and managed by any institution in the country. Mr. Speaker, the basis for this proposed amendment, which is quite different from the one carried in the bill, is to the effect that in the amendment proposed in the bill, the role of the court is missing. And so I seek to the role of the court in this one, and to also suggest that once that is done, then they can attach by way of levying execution contributions from other schemes of the judgment debtor, properly so called in this matter. Then also, I think I propose amendment in respect of the controlling, the opening phrase, subject to any other relevant laws. What is being proposed by the proponents of the bills, despite any law to the contrary. And so that's where the differences are. I thank you for the opportunity.
But why do you want it to be subject to and not despite, and not in spite of?
Mr. Speaker, this is because we have a substantive law on matters of this nature, Borrowers and Lenders Act, which is in effect. So if there are any relevant provisions in that act that will affect the processes at this stage of recovery, they will become applicable. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with him, but I have a proposal that we equally defer this one too, because consequent upon the drafting language in the previous one, this one can also be tidied up.
Very well. I would have, you want the recovery of this loan to be a priority. And so if this is subject to any other law, then rather than making it a priority, you're subjecting it to other laws. So the language as it is now, in my view, may be better, in spite of any other law. This law should have priority.
And my suggestion is premised on the fact that there are already laws as to how execution should be levied. Movables before the immovables. So those guidelines are also there, which will go a long way to guide the drafters in coming out with the appropriate renditions.
Very well. You agree to your proposed amendment?
Yes, particularly if you look at the 45 of CI 47, because we are saying this will be a judgment delivered at the circuit court. So it's CI 47 that's applicable. So the procedure in levying execution, when you obtain judgments against a judgment debtor, will become applicable. And yes, so those procedures you have to follow in order to levy execution. And so.
Very well. I agree to the, I'll defer consideration of item VII. Now we'll proceed to item VIII. Also in the name of the Honorable Member for South Day or North Day. South Day.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, item VII plus 5, amendment proposed, paragraph G, subsection 7, delete and insert the following. The board may, pursuant to a court order, request any scheme established under the National Pensions Act 2008 Act 776 or any pension scheme operated and managed by any institution in the country to provide information on any contribution made by a borrower to that scheme, and the contributions shall be attached for the repayment of a loan under this Act. Humbly submitted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the basis for this amendment, which is quite different from what's being proposed, is that to ask another institution to provide information on the borrower, that's a third party. You ought to do so pursuant to a court order, because the borrower would have been a subject. Sorry. Very, very, very well. So, Mr. Speaker, consequentially, I'll leave that. I pray that you defer it to the drafted to tidy up. I thank you.
Very well. The draft person will take note of this one also for redrafting. Item IX.
Thank you,
Chairman of the
Speaker.
committee.
New clause. Amendment proposed. Add the following. Clause after clause 6. Liabilities and recoveries. 1. The liabilities of a guarantor under a loan contracted before the coming into force of this Act shall continue to remain in force until the loan is repaid in full. 2. The procedure for the recovery of a loan contracted before the
Chairman, kindly hold on. I think before we get to the new clause, let's deal with clause 6 of the
Section
bill.
27 of Act 820 amended.
Honourable members, there's no advertised amendment to subclause 6. All in favour of subclause 6 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, the ayes have it. Subclause 6 is ordered to form part of the bill. Now you may continue with the new clause. Honourable Chairman.
The procedure for the recovery of a loan contracted before the coming into force of this Act shall continue to remain in force until the loan is repaid in full. I so move.
Members, for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the new clause being part of the bill, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The new clause is ordered to stand part of the bill. Shall we do the long title now?
An Act to amend the Student Loan Trust Fund Act 2011, Act 820, to repeal Section 19 of Act 820, to dispense with the requirements of a grantor, and to provide for related matters.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Long title. Amendment proposed. Lines 1 and 2. Delete, repeal Section 19 of Act 820. 2. End of quote. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, the long title as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. We shall defer consideration until we conclude with the... So that brings us to the end of consideration for today. Yes. Honorable Majority Leader, your guidance, please.
Mr. Speaker, if we can deal with item listed as 8. Item 8.
Item 8, presentation of papers.
That is so.
Very well. Item 8, presentation of papers.
Mr. Speaker, if I may seek the indulgence of the House to allow the Deputy Minister for Finance to present the papers listed as item 8A, Roman numbers 1, 2, and 3.
Very well. Yes, available leader. Do you have any objection to the Deputy Minister presenting on behalf
No,
of the
Mr. Speaker. I think it's in order. Thank you.
Very well. Item 8AI. Honorable Deputy, yes.
Ghana's subscription to 11,996 shares allocated by the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank Group.
The paper is duly presented, is referred to on Finance to consider and report. Item AII.
Buyer's credit agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of India, acting through the Export-Import Bank of India, for an amount of 24,984,410 United States dollars to finance the implementation of the establishment of assembly plant for tractors, black hole loaders, and fabrication of agriculture implements in Ghana.
The paper is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item 8AIII.
Request for waiver of import duty, import get fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, exim levy, and special import levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 1,742,123 United States dollars on materials, equipment, and machinery required to be procured for the implementation of the establishment of assembly plants for tractors, backhoe loaders, and fabrication of agriculture implements in Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Yes. What next?
Speaker, I'm coming. Speaker, can we do 8B? And because it's a related facility, to allow the Minister, the Deputy Minister of Finance to present the paper on behalf of the Minister for Food and Agriculture.
Very well. Item 8B by the Minister for Food and Agriculture. Who will do it on his behalf? The Deputy Minister for Finance? Very well. Yes. Item 8B.
Contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and the Action Construction Equipment Limited of India, for an amount of 24,984,410 United States dollars to finance the implementation of the establishment of assembly plants for tractors, backhoe loaders, and fabrication of agriculture implements in Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. It's referred to the Committee on Agric to consider and report. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, nothing now remains. We are entirely in your hands, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow. Thursday, the 3rd of March 2022 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.